Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters, play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Newram, Mount Archer calls. The world stretches out like a painted canvas of endless possibilities. Catch the sunset from Newram Circuit, a moment captured in time and on the gram. Toonabar, Fitzroy River, flows like the city's heartbeat, inviting you to row, fish, or simply cruise its waters. Every splash is a story, every current a call to adventure. History, it's alive and kicking. Step into the world of the Darumble people, our traditional custodians. Through self-guided tours, you're invited to walk alongside history and see through the eyes of those who've nurtured this land for thousands of years. From Archer Park Rail Museum to the echoes of Mount Morgan, a time travel ticket tells tales where the past meets the present. Then there's the beef. A carnivore's dream in Australia's beef capital. From heritage pubs to riverside delights. It's more than a meal. It's Rockhampton on a plate. Culture Vulture, we've got you. Arts and culture embrace you with open arms. The Rockhampton Museum of Art. Local festivals and events. Vibrant gateways to the soul of the city. True adventure is First Turkey Mountain Bike Park. Challenging, exhilarating. Like catching a legendary trophy barra in the Fitzroy. Then, return to peace with a farm stay, an invitation to reconnect round the fire. Find companionship in the stars. Just when you thought you'd chosen every adventure, choose the coral and the caves, the southern Great Barrier Reef, and ancient Capricorn Caves, our oldest playgrounds. Welcome to Rockhampton. The adventure is yours to decide.
Welcome to the 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup. Some of the best young athletes from across the state return to Rockhampton for a huge 3 days of touch football action. There's a big buzz in the air and we're just moments away from getting our first matches of the tournament underway. A huge thank you to Rockhampton Regional Council and Explore Rockhampton for their incredible support in bringing this year's tournament to life. The 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup starts now.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Junior State Cup held in Rockhampton on Darumble Country. Thanks to our major partner Rockhampton Regional Council for bringing us to the region again this year and working so tirelessly with the Queensland Touch football team to bring this fantastic event to life. We're just moments away from getting our first broadcast match underway in the 16 boys. Gold Coast taking on Palm Beach. We'd also like to thank Rockhampton Touch Football for their support with hosting the Junior State Cup this year. Scott McAllister and Adam Pride in commentary for our first match. A couple of local Gold Coast-based teams coming up against each other. Great way to start the broadcast here at the Junior State Cup.
Yeah, local derby straight up here. Gold Coast in the blue and gold, running left to right in your screen. Palm Beach defending their line at the moment. They had a few tussles in the lead-up tournaments as part of the SQBD competition.
Coast now with the first touch of the footy. We'll get sent back out to the 7. One more to make here for Palm Beach. A little bit of dancing. Couple of names here in both teams to look out for in this first game.
Yeah, definitely. The two middle partners here for Palm Beach, Phoenix and Cruz. I've just commentated, cursed them straight away. The 6 and the 7, they were Queensland partners in the Queensland 15s last year. Cruz, Cruikshank, the 7, he's the Palm Beach skipper. He's just made the Queensland 18s team, so definitely two players to look out for in the blue and whites.
Here is Cruikshank. Palm Beach come up to make the touch. Full set of 6. Early jitters there for Palm Beach. First possession of the footy, looking to shift early. They turn the footy over. Slippery conditions earlier on. It's nice and warm, though, already here in Rockhampton. It's the coast, shifted out wide. Sitting at about 19 degrees. A little bit of dew on the ground. Oh, and that's going to be a late pass. Palmy and get the footy back. They'll be looking to be a lot cleaner this time around with their second touch.
Yeah, solid start there. Some good questions asked. It was Natana Hamara on the sweep, as we're 2 from 2 here with the Palm Beach boys. They'll want us to be quiet, but nice sweep long ball there. Had a bit of space for the tap back on the inside, so it'll be interesting to see if the Gold Coast coaching staff look to identify that.
So another golden opportunity here for the Coast. Here's Natana Harama working in the middle. Offloads coming. Takes it out. They come back through the middle. Gold Coast put the brakes on. New strips for the Coast this year. A little bit of a nod to days gone by with the Gold Coast strip. Looking good. Nice touch. Palmy defence still managing to hold on. Nice little step back on the in. Took a little bit of a deflection there. Palm Beach hold on. Surely we get a completed set now. The jitters are out of the way.
Oh, they will be cheering if they get to a 6th touch here. The Palm Beach coaching staff, Matthew Bowker, the coach of that side. But some good questions to start with here from the coast. But Palm Beach defence pretty comfortable to begin with. It does look like Natana Hamara looks the most likely from the coast team.
Palm Beach, for the first time in the game, get over the halfway line, coming into the last touch of the set. The footwork, nice little switch back through the middle. They follow it up. They've got Gold Coast moving around in the middle, and they get the repeat set off the end.
Yeah, be disappointed there, Gold Coast. They controlled that set of 6 touch on the 10, and just some movement from the Palm Beach boys. A couple of switches, create an overlap and a knockdown. So now Gold Coast will have some defending to do themselves.
Palmy shifting space through the middle, and a diving effort. Have to make the touch. He'd stretch him again through the middle.
A big touch, Leighton Cumming there from the Gold Coast. Nice quarterback, good little bit of width off it. Cumming had to be good there, and he was to make that touch.
Now Palmy, loose ball back on the inside. Oh, it just shows when you can complete a set, get down the other end. They've been camped in the early stages of the game. You get the repeat set, and now all of a sudden they can try and put a bit of pressure on defensively here at the coast as they look to shift out of their end of the field.
Yeah, 4th touch towards the box is going to be a turnover now. So, as you mentioned, a little bit dewy at the moment, starting to clear up, although there are some rain clouds around. Hopefully we stay clear for the day. But game 1 of this big competition is something that these players have been looking forward to a long time. Usually a lot of nerves, a lot of jitters. So the team that might calm here and complete some sets first and build some pressure is going to be the one I think that'll have some success in this first half.
Now it's Palm Beach turning the screws. Sharrett comes back midfield. Happy to throw the footy around here, Palm Beach, but a little bit risky. Gold Coast come up to make the touch as the pass is being thrown.
Yeah, error there from Palm Beach. Just, as we said, just want to be a little bit calmer, just a little bit more relaxed. Go through the motion at the moment. The other thing both teams are doing, they're looking probably a little bit lateral. That would like to see both teams straighten up a little bit, and even when they're attacking the line with those opportunities, maybe ask some questions at the line first, because at the moment we seem very pass and lateral heavy.
And the Gold Coast rolling down. They finish it up around the 10-metre line. Here's Palm Beach get the football back in. And Palm Beach shaping to come down the left-hand side, changes onto the field. It's Cody Sims. It's Palmy now come back to the mark, get things moving yet again. And having to dive to make the touch yet again.
Yeah, Ruiri Yates there. He did a really good job on touch 4, shot up out of the line, just kind of stifled the Palm Beach momentum, and then was able to compete on that last touch. So repeat set here. I'd be expecting Crookshanks and Helly here to be working in the middle together.
Here's Crookshank, decides to rip out to Sims, shows it, comes back in. Oh, cops a shot. You want to try and run through this wall. It's going to be a hard one to get through. Gold Coast there to make the touch.
Attempted ninja in the link. Really good defence from the Gold Coast open side middle. Just stepped up there, Edwards.
Now sharp footwork and a nice ball back on the inside, Palm Beach. After repeat sets, get down the other end and they finally crack open this Gold Coast defence.
Just a couple of minutes of dominant field position here from Palm Beach. Gold Coast haven't completed their last 2 sets of 6. And it's just a nice out ball here from Palm Beach. Crookshanks puts it on the 7, ripped early. Nice early step there from Helly, and just a bit of disconnect in the defensive line there for the Coast, and Palm Beach score first.
Rio Lancaster, try scorer for Palm Beach. As the sun starts to poke through here in Rockhampton. And the Gold Coast from the restart. Looking to level up the scores again. Flat ball from half. Good slide defence. Natana Harima.
Yeah, 6 touch there. Natana Hamara asking that question. The winger was wide open, so they could have found some space there off the phase play. Might have been their chance for their first try, the Gold Coast.
Now a little bit clunky here from Palm Beach. Still getting players onto the field, around behind the ball. Gold Coast doing them well. to hold them now just shy of the halfway line, coming into the last. And a nice touch made there on Sharrock.
Yeah, good defence there. George McNamara was the open side middle for the Gold Coast. He popped up nice and early and kind of forced the Palm Beach half back into numbers. So they're in a decent spot here, Gold Coast.
The Coast flow through the middle. And incorrect play the ball, so not facing square. Lining up towards the sideline.
Little pressure release there. So we mentioned local derby. Both these teams played a fair bit in the lead-up carnival as part of the South Queensland Sharks lead-up tournament. So Gold Coast Junior Cup rescheduled a couple of times with the weather 2 weeks ago. The Arthur Davis Carnival at Redlands, and also the Struddy's Cup down at Palm Beach. So they've played a few times. Palm Beach definitely have the form. They've, I think, won all three of those tournaments so far. So from the southeast corner, they'd be probably one of the favourites here in this division.
Here's Cruikshank again, dancing. It's the offload. And someone just needs to come up and make the touch here for the Coast. They eventually come in and try to force the pressure defensively. A bit too much in there, gives the penalty away.
Yeah, repeats that now. So this was the same crew that scored last time. So they're going middle to start with. Nice strike there from Link. So they had success with the middle Link roll ball. So we'll see if they get to that space and look to rip that middle on the out again.
The repeat set, 6 touches to work with here for Palm Beach. They're up by 1. Opening game here at the Queensland Junior State Cup on the broadcast. Have had a couple of games before this one. We got underway here at 8 o'clock this morning. Now Palmy, nice footwork and sliding in underneath, very close.
Yeah, great touch there from Tamati, striking at Link as soon as the Palm Beach sweeper there, which was Sims, dropped his shoulders, just stepped up and just took away all the pressure that was on the Gold Coast line there.
Now Cruikshank in from half, last, has a look, looks to go for the switchback option.
It was there, there was some space there. So Gold Coast are a little bit man on, so they're competing a little bit through the middle at the moment. So that switchback is definitely an option. This is where the Gold Coast need to be better, though. They're touch 3. There's going to be another mistake here. Got to be better on those first couple of touches. So the Palm Beach press at the moment, they're sending 3 from their box side early, and on touch 2, it's the far middle and Link. So that means when they head towards their box on touch 2, they're not making any momentum. So we need to see a change up here from the Coast. Might be an away set, might be try and release, try and get away from it early.
Now it's an incorrect play the ball for Palmy. They're just keeping that door ajar. Yeah, Gold Coast definitely need to be cleaner around here. Well, they gave the ball up in the last set around. He was isolated, only player on the field. The remaining 4 or 5, apart from the far winger on our side of the broadcast.
Another error again on this drive. So the pressure from Palm Beach significant. They're going to get another penalty now for throwing the ball away. But they need to adapt. They need to be better in that space.
It's all Palm Beach now. After that jittery start, they've been camped down this end. The positive for the Coast, though, it's only 1 try. Not the amount of defence that they've had come their way at the moment. I feel like it might open up for a second. Cruikshank again. Comes to turn her out. They come back to turn it. Just the loose ball. They're going to get the penalty, though. Offside.
Yeah, could have gone either way there. Looked like the player was retreating, so maybe potentially harsh on the Coast, but now they've got a chance again here, Palm Beach.
Gave him an opportunity to make some changes as well for Palmy. Oh, nice little late ball. Final pass couldn't get away. Good defence from the Coast. Winger had to come from outside in.
Nice little play. They've set this one up. The little ninja play, which they've gone to already. Gold Coast have defended well. This time, they stay alive with a pop pass. Look at that. That would have definitely made the highlights reel if that pass went to Handsome. Nice play, but once again, the Coast can't complete their sets of 6, and they're just opening the door here for Palm Beach.
Oh, they shoot themselves in the foot, the Gold Coast. It's probably about 4 or 5 sets in a row. They've given the footy straight back to Palm Beach. As they dance. Victoria Thompson now gets the footy back. Shifting players around. They release footwork and through the middle. They couldn't hold on any longer, the Gold Coast. Palmy get their second.
Yeah, Caden Ryan, the try scorer. We mentioned a few minutes ago, teams looking to play a little bit straighter, and Ryan definitely does this. They get 2 middles involved on the sweep. Ryan comes off the left foot and just space there on the inside with the work pre the strike done where they got 2 middles up. It was just too much time and space there, and Ryan identified straight away to hit the deck, and that he did, and Palm Beach now double their lead.
Gold Coast need a little hit back. There's Matthew Hunt from half, working with Leighton coming in the middle. They swing around the outside, but pick up into the in-goal, looking for a blue and yellow jersey somewhere. They can't connect up. First time they've sliced through the Palmy defence.
Yeah, good attack there from the Coast. So they've done with a sweep, go short side. And in the end, good cover from Palm Beach, but they're a significant opportunity. So I wouldn't be surprised Gold Coast keep going to that platform.
Now Palmy down the sideline. Players still retrieving to get onside here from the Coast. They're on the back foot. Better running in. And coming towards the back end of the set now. Crookshank, short ball. They thread it through quite nicely. Oh, just couldn't get that final pass away. Good wing defence from the Coast.
Yeah, a little change up there from the Palm Beach crew. They rip that ball on the out. Crookshank comes back off his left, and they weren't the most cleanest of shutdowns from the Coast, but in the end, they got the job done. Another mistake here from the Coast.
Oh, what a turnaround this has been. We mentioned those first few sets for Palm Beach where they turned the footy over. Gold Coast haven't completed a set for quite some time now.
Yeah, this kind of pressure, we talk about opening the door. This is almost knocking the wall down, the kind of opportunities they're given.
Now they go short side. Step back in, coming into the last touch of the set. We're all stacked out here on the left. Moody sounds in the background for half. And the ball hits the deck. Well, it's Palm Beach that'll go into the break up by 2. Gold Coast is still in there, but they need to complete some sets.
Yeah, both coaches. This is definitely a clunky 16 boys game. You definitely know both teams. This is game 1 of the tournament, so both coaches with plenty to work with here in this second half.
Short break, and we'll be back with the second half here. Opening match in the 16 boys.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more, so that should help improve our results hopefully.
Back here live on the opening day of the 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup. Palm Beach in the 16 boys. They're in front by 2 tries at the moment over the Gold Coast. Another huge tournament again this year. We've got about 4,000 participants, including coaches and referees, lining up for this year's event. About 10 to 12,000 attendees each day here at the Rockhampton Touch Football Precinct. 21 fields in operation, 252 teams. 260 referees, divisions from under 10s all the way through to the under 18s. Great to be back in Rocky. We were here 2 years ago, Pridey, for the first Junior State Cup to make its way up to Rocky, and it's even better here the second time around.
The testament probably to this event is the people that keep returning. You see the same referees, the same referee coaches, the same players graduating, moving into the coaching ranks. So it's definitely a favourite on the touch football calendar, that is for sure, and great to be back in central Queensland. I do like the rotation Queensland Touch are doing now, where it seems to be one in the southeast corner, one up this way. So, you know, both demographics get a chance to travel, and it's awesome to see.
and it's reflected in the numbers as well. You know, I think there's only maybe 10 or so teams less than what we had down in the southeast corner. So everybody loves coming up to Rocky because they put on such a show and such a spectacle. Great hospitality here in Rockhampton again this year. The crowds are rolling in early. And Palm Beach are looking to strike again here early. In front by 2. Was, as we mentioned going into the halftime break, it was clunky from both teams. We'll see this last touch of the set here for Palm Beach as they throw it around. Again, it's always worth a shot on the last touch. Slinging it bound now out to the right-hand side, but players down on the deck. But yeah, both teams looking for a little bit more polish here in the second half.
Gold Coast got to be better on their first 3 touches in attack at the moment. Palm Beach in that first half really did dominate that area of the field. Palmy look really good when they go direct, so they've got all the plays in the book. We've seen a number of different trick plays, but the 2 tries they've got, there was a sweeper going at the line, and the other one was ripping an out ball and then running and playing footy. So Palmy's attack with this pressure they've got at the moment, I'd be wanting them to keep it simple and just ask some questions. They actually look the most dangerous at times on a last touch when they're just throwing the ball around and playing what's in front rather than going the structured trick play all the time.
In a similar fashion from what we saw from the coast in the first half. It's kicked off in the second with now a little mistake from Palmy. Last time around again, couldn't get over the halfway line, and they've turned it over on first touch again this morning.
It's almost a rinse and repeat of the first half. We had Gold Coast running obviously the opposite direction, and Palmy couldn't complete the first couple of sets, so we'll see how the coast defence goes now. In saying that, the amount of pressure they've had, their line defence has been pretty solid.
Now Palmy can't quite pick it up cleanly, so again, conditions maybe playing in effect as well for the teams this morning. Shortened format as well for the Junior State Cup. You just don't have that amount of time. Like 2 tries, if you can start to get some momentum in complete sets, Gold Coast could get back in. But with a shortened half, it makes it that just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And the 2-minute half time, particularly when you've come from, it's a nice flow here from the coastal referee, is down.
She's straight back up to her.
Bounce straight back up. But it was saying the 2-minute half time, you actually don't get too much time to talk. A lot of coaches sometimes will work with their coach and assistant coach, have a chat, and by the time you've done that, everyone comes in. You probably only got 45 seconds to a minute to kind of address the players. So it is one of those tournaments that at times you're looking, the old saying, you're looking at performance maybe over scoreboard at times, because no team's going to win a Junior State Cup on the Thursday, but you can sometimes take steps towards losing it. So yeah, trying to get all those things right is really important. Gold Coast with some good field position now.
Yeah, it comes off the back of an error from Palm Beach. And the ball just spilling out of the hands, so it must be quite slippery. Now, nice little bit of footwork, but they're well covered defensively here in Palm Beach, and they force the Gold Coast to sling it back through the middle.
Yeah, the challenge out for the coach. So they've got some good field position now. Let's see if they can pressure with their midfield defence. It's not all about scoring every set of 6. It's not always about the scoreboard. It's also about keeping that flow, keeping that momentum. So Palmy now will have a strike done, probably about 10 or 12 out.
Solid contact. Coast thought they might have been able to win the footy back. It's the last touch of the set. And Palm Beach strategically finish it up on Gold Coast side of the field. And they've struggled to get forward, and again they do it. Second touch. And it just puts more pressure on, because a lot of those players would have been thinking, I need a break and get over to the box. Now they got to back up in defence.
Yeah, body language isn't great here. There's a bit of fatigue in the Gold Coast legs after that set of 6, but you see Palmy quite happy to put in the corner, quite happy to trust their midfield defence. So you can see they're well coached, well structured.
Repeat set here for Palm Beach. Big division in the 16 boys, 4 pools in total. And the ball hits the deck here.
Yeah, good strike there. Rawiri Yates there for the Coast. So they've done that a few times, Gold Coast Lynx, striking on those middle plays, and it's really negated some of the pressure, that is for sure. We'll see if Palm Beach have any trick plays where they're going to look to hit Link early, because they might get themselves an easy 2-on-1.
Yeah, correction. It's actually 5 pools for the 16 boys. So plenty of matches that these young fellas will get under the legs this weekend.
Yeah, both 16s divisions. Everyone's together, I think, on day 1, and then it might be the top 2 or 3, depending if you've got 4 or 5 in your pool, will go to the championship series, and the bottom 2 or 3 will go to the challenge. So these games, important. You obviously want to particularly both these two teams will want to be in that top division. So, yeah, everything's a nice little trick play out of the box, 2-on-1.
They can't come up with the chocolates there. As Gold Coast. Now, the positive here is that they forced the mistake, but they're also on the right side of the field to get some changes on. Again, it's just a little slow. They're looking for penalties for offside. The coach said, mate, get back there and play it on the mark. That's now the Coast at least over the halfway line for this set. Here's the last touch, and it's played down on the deck. Little flick ball back in. Now a little lollipop pass over the top. It doesn't hit hands.
There's a couple of half chances. That switchback was on once again for the Coast. Off the switchback, just couldn't quite handle it. So if they can, get those to hand, run a little bit straighter, and then force the shutdown, I think that's going to help. He's made the touch on him, so decent question there from the Gold Coast link.
And Palm Beach, which way is this going to go? Little ball down, which is picked up. On-field referee just letting them know, I've got the call. No dramas, boys. You need to let me know. Referee's doing a great job so far in this one.
Now they are. We do make mention of all the teams, the numbers and the participants, but as more teams grow, you need more referees. So it's great to see such a big contingent of referees out here. And for those not familiar with touch football, there's 3 referees on the field. They're constantly interchanging throughout the match.
Yeah. Footwork here from the Coast. They slice through. They haven't been down this end too often. Oh, look at the big Superman dive trying to slot that down. It was enough to put some pressure on. There's hands up in the air. It's like, where's the support, boys? When they haven't had too many opportunities, they needed to finish that one off.
Yeah, Natana Hamara there from acting half. Got space, and it's the cardinal sin from his Lincoln Wings support players there where they switched under. You switch under, unless you're scoring, it means the half's got no support, and just allowed them to run into a corner and defend there. So Gold Coast now turnover. They're in a decent spot. I'd love to see Natana Hamara here get his hands on the ball again.
Just come over and play the ball on the mark. Yes. Palmy just opening the door a little bit here for the Coast. A couple of mistakes with the ball in hand. Now there's nobody at home. And it's a forward pass. It's just a bit of lazy footy there for the Coast. A real big opportunity after a mistake from Palm Beach.
You can see the difference with the two teams here. Palmy get a turnover at halfway. They've gone direct for a couple of touches. Now they'll look to transition to attack straight away. Gold Coast were looking to shift. No one wanted to go forward and just invited that error.
Howard plays it. Crookshank back on the inside. Good recovery, though, and defence in the middle. Had to make the touch. Good defensive read. Final touch of the set. Palmy again, causing a bit of drama with these deep late switches. The final pass doesn't hit a target. Coaches right in front of us here for Palmy. Heads went throwing back. It was a missed opportunity for their third.
Yeah, a little hand, I think, has forced that pass not to go to hand, which we didn't see straight away initially from the commentary box, but repeats that now for Palm Beach. Still, once again, though, that sweep where they went short side, just let them defeat the sweep. They've scored off it once in the first half. They haven't gone back to it. It's one of the most simplest plays in the book, but they're still looking for that trick play.
And the sweep does come around, and they decide to rip long. And it's Gold Coast defence there to make the touch. Still a couple of touches to work with here for Palm Beach. In front at the moment. Opening game in the 16 boys. They're up by 2, looking for a third. And it's just a bit of footwork through the middle. And some tired defence again from the Coast. They finally crack them open for the first here in the second half.
Yeah, a little bit too easy in the end. Just repeat set on repeat set there for the Palm Beach boys. A little splitter play, and they release it early, and you just see too much disconnect there between the Gold Coast middles. Nice little left foot step there from Phoenix Hele, and he crosses for Palm Beach third.
Looks like it's going to be a positive start here for Palm Beach to get their first win of the tournament. You always want to get the first win underway, don't you? And like we saw, and it was reflected in the way that both teams played. It's just those early morning jitters. The first game of a big tournament always seems like it seems to be harder than all the others that you play throughout the weekend.
Yeah, there's the added nerves, the added build-up. You're waiting to see what the performance looks like. A little bit spacey, that's down. Nice finish there from George McNamara for the coast. Gets a little quickie with a bit of space and just straightens up off the left foot nicely. You can see they pull out, they look to sweep, pull out, still gets his quickie, goes open side. So goes open side to see, beaten the saver middle, nice little dummy, straightens up, hits the line. Good try, McNamara, 3-1 on the scoreboard. But your point you were making before about it being clunky to start with, it's definitely, particularly the case with most teams, day one. That first game is definitely that big build-up, particularly when you've spent 7 or 8 hours in the car to get here, as both these teams would have, or a nice flight. I know there were a few Gold Coast crew on a Brisbane flight yesterday that ended up in Mackay and then had to refuel and come back to Rocky. So there's been a bit of travelling for the boys.
Yeah, a bit of fog here yesterday in Rocky. You see a bit of footwork.
Just a little switch back. The coaching staff from Palm Beach, they've all thrown their necks out, putting their hands up with that. They switched back into the bloke that tripped over. All they had to do was keep running. And solid touch there on the sideline. That was on that far edge there from Palm Beach. Forced an error, and now they're going to get a march 10 metres as well.
We've got under 12 girls action coming up next. Redlands Red taking on BMTA. And a couple of teams from the southeast corner just down the road from each other.
I saw those two teams play at the last warm-up carnival down at Owen Park 2 weeks ago, Scotty. That was a 1-0 result to Brisbane. Redlands had got them at the previous carnival, so that's another game that's shaping as a real tight tussle in that 12 girls division.
Now, we saw one of the Gold Coast players get a forced substitution, which then resulted in Gold Coast having 5 defenders on the line. He actually sprinted towards the sub-box, put his 2 feet in, came straight back out, but Palm Beach just tapped, went whoosh, and get their 4th try on the board.
Just a bit of ill-discipline. It all come from a solid touch at halfway. They got marched 2 lots of 10 metres, then got the substitution. So just some ill-discipline there from the coast, and Palm Beach punishing them on that occasion. It's a good call here from the on-field official. I thought they got away with that one. Gold Coast forward pass.
Palmy from the restart. We're looking to put a bit of polish on the back of this. Chalking up a victory here in game 1 of the tournament. A team to watch here this weekend. It's been these two, the 6 and the 7 in the middle, that have orchestrated things for Palm Beach. Cruikshank just squeezing a pass through. Last touch, but they have been dangerous coming up with final touch plays, and that one ripping out in front of Jai King out there on the left-hand side of the field. They almost caught them napping.
Yeah, there's probably something in their game they could look to improve. The Palm Beach boys, Lancaster, ripping that pass. But what I'm saying is turnover towards halfway. They did really well first couple of touches. Jump on the ball, go direct, give themselves opportunity. Would like to see that transition, particularly at a 16s level, flow into some line attack. They just kind of get there and stops. So Hooter sounds in the background. Nice polished performance from the Palm Beach side.
Yeah, they get the victory in the end, 4-1 over the Gold Coast. We're going to head down on the sideline in a few moments as well with Katie Geiger for the Guzmani Gomez post-match interview. She's going to be having a chat with Kate and Ryan from Palm Beach. Stay with us, then we'll have 12 girls action coming up next. BMTA taking on Redlands.
15 round of games. Next round of games is set to commence in approximately 5 minutes.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We've got player here, Caden Ryan from Palm Beach 16 boys. Got some fans out there too. Now, Caden, you've just come off the field after a big game here at the Junior State Cup. How does it feel to be back representing Palm Beach? And what is it like playing at this level?
It's awesome, you know. I love it. I love playing with all these boys. They're so good to play with. Yeah.
Were you inspired after Queensland won the decider last night for State of Origin?
Yeah, I guess so. I was inspired because I actually go for New South Wales and we lost.
That was the wrong question for you. Anyway, okay, so we inspired you to do better maybe for New South Wales.
Yeah.
You had an outstanding tournament recently with the Queensland South Coast 15 boys team at the representative school sport tournament. What did you learn from that experience and what have you been able to bring to the game here today?
I've learned so many new things, like about the intensity and the pace of the game. It's just so quick now, you know. It's really quick, and I feel like that's brought it here so I can really grow.
How have you kind of improved being quick and upping your pace?
It's just like helped me go, like think a lot faster, problem solve a lot quicker.
Well, that's a really great thing to hear. And for younger players watching who want to follow a similar path to you, what's your advice on what it takes to perform consistently? Like you said, getting quicker thinking going on and getting selected for representative teams.
Just good sleep schedule. Sleep's the most important thing for me. I love my sleep.
Yes, so sleep fitness is really important to everyone, and it's really refreshing to hear that from someone younger to understand that. Can you take us through a bit of your sleep schedule?
I go to bed at like 9:30, 9 o'clock most nights. Wake up, you know, and yeah.
What time do you wake up?
Like 6:30 in the morning. Yeah.
That's awesome. And how many Weet Bix do you do?
Let's just say 6.
There we go. Sleep, nutrition, it's all there. What are you looking forward to now after this game? Do you need to go and have a little rest?
No, I'm okay. That was the easy one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ready to take on more. Excellent. Thanks so much for your time. That was Caden Ryan, Palm Beach 16 boys today. The next game is Redlands versus BMTA, the under-12 girls. We're live from Cyril Connell Fields in Rockhampton.
Queensland Junior State Cup. We're into the second game of the broadcast now. 12 girls, Brisbane Metro taking on Redlands. Adam Prine joins me in commentary for this one as well. Former Australian men's, former Queensland Men's Open representative, Redlands legend as well. He made mention these two teams have played against each other a few times in the lead-up, Pridey. 1-0 the last time they played. Expecting another tight contest here.
Yeah, they played down at the Gold Coast Carnival 2 weeks ago, so a nice tight tussle on that occasion. BMTA got the chocolates on that one, but they've shared some results in the lead-up too, so very two evenly matched games and expecting a decent arm wrestle here in this first 12 girls hit out.
So BMTA, the navy blue and the red, and Redlands with the red and the green strip. It's always a little bit of a rivalry when Redlands and Brisbane teams come up against each other as Brisbane look to go with a nice little early shift straight away from the tap out. And if you are tuning in for the first time at home and you haven't watched too much, you'll be absolutely blown away by the skill level of these young kids. Don't get caught up in the fact they're 12 years old. These girls will be ripping the ball around all over the place here this morning.
Yeah, some decent passes here off the tap from Brisbane. They've shifted from left to right, sweeping here, there and everywhere. So good start there from both teams. Solid defence from Redlands, but some good questions there from BMJ. They're coached by Tim Gall, so very experienced coach, currently doing a lot in the St. Aidan's system with Metropolitan West. He was involved with the Queensland senior mixed side at the State of Origin series, so plenty of experience in their box as well. And similarly for the Redlands side, you speak of Redlands legends, Eric Barker, the head coach of the 12 girls, working there with his assistant coaches Bridie and Bob Sanderson as well.
So 3 pools in total for the 12 girls. Now Brisbane off a repeat set here. Looking to strike early against Redlands. And they come up and make the touch. Redlands will get the footy back.
Yeah, a little bit lateral, I think, to start with here, Brisbane. So they're looking for that sweep, and then they're coming across the field. So the Redlands side defence dealing with it well at the moment, but Brisbane doing a really good job here with their midfield press. Redlands away from their sub-box at the moment.
Now they hold, and we'll play it on the halfway line. And nice bit of footwork there from Redlands coming into the last. They got all their numbers stacked up out here on the right-hand side. A little bobble there in the play of the ball. As the clouds start to roll in. It's been a bit of an up and down day. We haven't had too much rain. There's a little bit of a light sprinkle. I didn't see you out. I went for a little trot this morning along the river. Didn't see you out there this morning, Pridey. Disappointed.
Yeah, no, I thought I might have seen you there. I did have to walk here. The Redlands bus forgot to pick up one of their own, so that was nice.
One of the legends of the sport. There will be an inquiry come next week.
But that's okay. It's a nice walk, nice view across the river. The venue for our 2032 rowing event.
What about that? This might be an audition for us. I could see us just swinging our hips and facing the river that's behind our shoulder at the moment, calling some rowing in 2032.
Could be the rowing touch footy double. You could literally have the commentary box at the same spot.
We could
do
both.
rowing at the back. You do touch on this side. I don't know, it makes sense.
I feel like we'd probably overqualify for rowing. How do you commentate rowing? What do you just stroke? They're just going down in a line. What else do you need
Mark
to do?
Tubby Taylor can call diving, I reckon
100%.
anyone else can do anything.
Well, we're available. If there's anyone from the Brisbane 2032 committee, consider this our official application for rowing. Redlands now good field position. They're making a stack of changes onto the field. Sprinting there. Olivia Heekberg at the back, who passes it, wearing the number 2 for Redlands. Juggle. Oh, and it falls into the hands here of Brisbane. Megan Carey was on the spot. They almost reeled it in there, Redlands. Now Brisbane, nice little bit of footwork getting away. That was Eden Grace Iliu. Over the halfway line. So as expected, tight contest to start this one between these two teams. Now they pick it up, looking, trying to get that defence to bite from Redlands, but they held their space nicely in the corner. Took some ground away from them. They get the footy back here, but some work to do for the Muddies.
Yeah, a bit of fatigue there from the Redlands girls. There's a bit of an error there as well. So a bit of space there from that M2 half run from the Mustangs. Now here they got a chance to go. They'll probably score here, and they will.
Yeah.
So mentioned a little bit of space on that previous touch, a bit of fatigue. They ran to the sub box, and BMTA did a really good job there. Ormsby, the beneficiary there in the end. Just a nice early shift across the hands. And the cardinal sin of subbing before you're at the 10-metre line comes to bite Redlands, and Brisbane on the board first.
Had a couple of players on the outside as well that she could have gone to, so they were in all sorts of trouble there. Redlands now, they turned it over early from the restart as well. So Redlands now showing a few little jitters. This is the second game of the tournament for both these two teams. They had the early start earlier on this morning. Redlands getting a victory over Brothers 3-2, so a pretty tight contest there. And Brisbane winning 7-0 over Rockhampton. And now there's another little penalty. Redlands just not able to complete their sets at the moment.
Yeah, touch and pass at the moment. A little bit of nerves, definitely in the Redlands play at the moment. BMTA doing a really good job on their midfield press and earning that pressure and now field position.
Brisbane now back on the run. Come back and play it on the mark. There's Naha for Brisbane Metro. Hand goes up in the air for the last touch of this set, and Redlands just shoot them across the turn into the corner. Ashlyn Turra making the final touch. And here she is, Ashlyn taking the first hit up going forward. Nice and direct on the first touch. That's good to see.
Yeah, Redlands going to be a little bit better here getting an acting half. So they're going forward, which is good, but there's too much, sometimes what we call downtime, where half's not quite there. They're trying to get space, and now we're caught with players not on the field. So they're not going to be in a great position now for this strike dump, and last touch is going to be killed just around that halfway mark.
They've put it through the hands nicely. They're going to come back, though. Eventually, well, the referee was getting into position. I thought he was swinging behind to blow the penalty, but play was continuing on.
Would have been a really interesting call if it was a very close touch on that side of the field, because the referee very proactive, let's say proactive getting ready for the next play, but almost something or nothing there for the Redlands side. Now they're going to get a turnover here themselves.
This is the little advantage that they need to get back into the game, Redlands. For a little mistake. Nice little show and go, clean play the ball. Yes, that's what we need. Now they got to flow off the back of it. Haven't really had too many chances down the other end of the field. Redlands loose ball though. Hits the deck. They give Brisbane the footy straight back.
It's a nice play there. The 12 there from Redlands is Isla Hurnham. If you're seeing double, her twin is also in this team. So they don't play on together, but they're different middle partners. So you've got Isla in the 12 and Sierra in the 25.
A good opportunity here for Brisbane. Only the one try in front at the moment. Redlands still in the game, but Brisbane definitely having the better of this opening first half here. Second round match here in the 12 girls. Redlands need a big set. Loves a little show and go. And number 12 for Redlands.
Good feet, able to find space. So this is better. They're now 2 touches towards halfway, acting half there. So they're reducing that downtime, so now they get a bit of momentum.
Now good running coming in again. Changes on the park now for Redlands as they shift. Nice ball. They're looking for the 2-on-1 on the outside, and it's a good touch from Charlie Hood.
Good attack, good defence. Bobby Johnston there in a bit of space from Redlands. Nice shift after the momentum. So good sliding defence though from the Mustangs. They're middle here. Hoodman from half.
Looking for someone just slinging it in over the top. They couldn't quite get there, but they're starting to work their way back into the game nicely now, Redlands. Little opportunity there.
There's one good set where they got a bit of momentum. Acting half was there. They earned that right. Couple of half chances, a little bit of a fly towards space. Good sliding defence in the end from the Mustangs. And little half run, dummied the quickie, went in towards the in goal. So a couple of half chances that Redlands, if they get that chance again from that half run, would prefer the link not to switch. Only switch unless you're scoring, because then you run out of numbers.
Brisbane now playing through the middle. Last touch. And they look to shift. Over the halfway line they go. And Redlands will complete the set.
Yeah, it's probably the best defensive set as well from Redlands. So turnover near halfway. So the next group coming on should be in a decent spot here to attack.
It was a good recovery in the end. Redlands players had one thought on getting straight into the box to make a change. You need that half to continue to follow the play. They got there across. They continue their set again. Hickberg sends it across. And the ball hits the deck. They're happy to throw the footy around. Passes just not quite sticking for them at the moment.
Yeah, that they are. It's good coaching from both sides. So BMTA are doing a decent job of pressing all the way over to make it hard for Redlands to get to their box. What that's doing, it's creating space on the far edge. So Redlands trying to use that ball to exploit it. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse here at the moment between the two teams.
Coming in towards the back end of the set now for Brisbane. Looking to go up by 2. They're in front by 1 at the moment. Nice early ball. They send it across field and nicely finished off in the corner. Oana Wilshire playing out here on the left wing for Brisbane. Good set though for Brizzy.
That it was. Georgia Andrews out of half. Looked quite dangerous. Bit of space. Great. Excuse me. Sorry. Defensive work there from the winger. That was Addison Mangan for Redlands. She did a really good job, 2-on-1, just kind of held space, didn't bite, let her defenders recover. She's done a lot of work on this sub-box side as an acting half.
Now Redlands, nice running, trying to get between Brisbane defence. Oh, and throwing the body in there to make the touch. Nice run. I think it might have been Bobby Johnston for Redlands.
Yeah, that it was. Johnston there, a bit of foot speed towards that far edge, and thought we were going to have, we've got the horse racing dressage track not far from us here. Thought we were going to see a nice little horse jump there on field one.
Now Brisbane have Redlands on the back foot. Nice ball work. They go the early release. Hood plays it. Now, a run from half and caught in possession. Redlands will start just over their 7 metre line. A little bit lateral there on the first. Now, good meters. Clean play, the ball needed. Couldn't quite get it down there. No, referee saying half. No, correction. You get the right call in the end.
Yeah, it was interesting. The ref was almost caught up in the play there as well. So we got the correct decision there in the end.
Now Redlands over the halfway line.
She's got that eerie feeling, Scotty. I reckon we're not far away from a little shower here.
It'd be surprising if we went a whole 3 days without some sort of rain. At a tournament. Nice little short ball and punching through. Redlands will get their first try on the board. You can probably hear the screams of the girls in the Redlands box right in front of us. Nice work. Olivia Ekberg punching through a lovely hole here to get Redlands' first try on the board.
There wasn't much doing. Just Hoodman out of half and just a nice little short ball just opened up there. And that's probably reward for probably winning those last 5 minutes in the midfield there for Redlands. Control some field position and earned on the scoreboard. So scores are now level as expected here in this 12 girls game.
Brisbane looking to hit back. They want to go nice and direct on the first 2 or 3 touches and a little bobble out of the hands there of Grace Dixon. So Redlands have got their tails up at the moment. You always definitely get a lot of momentum after scoring points. Making changes.
In the last 60 seconds here towards halftime, we don't have the exact clock in front of us, but really important now, both teams just keep some composure towards halftime. Good defensive set here from the Mustangs, though.
Taro picking up from half now, decides to take on and gets clipped on the boots. And she was acting half, so possession goes back to Brisbane. Oh, they've got a little bit of spark about him now.
Yeah, huge touch there from Nagaha. Definitely negated that opportunity for her side out at full stretch, but 1-1, very entertaining 12 girls game. Lots of ball movement, lots of skill on show, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Great game here between Redlands and Brisbane. Nothing separating them going into the halftime break. Redlands 1, Brisbane 1.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Back live here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. We can take a look at the Brisbane Metro girls over the far side of the field. Gore, their head coach, giving some instructions before coming out to the second half. Short halftime breaks, just a couple of minutes. Gives the coaches an opportunity to get a final couple of words of instructions in there. And it was a great start to the first half for Brisbane. They definitely had most of the advantage, but Redlands worked their way back into that game quite nicely towards the back end of the first half.
It's tight tussle. There's skill on show for both teams here, and I don't know who's going to win it, to be honest, Scotty. It's that tight. Couple of opportunities both teams taken. Remember Brisbane's first try, midfield pressure on Redlands, forced an error. Redlands were half subbing, nice hands trying the corner, and Redlands' last try just had a little bit of field position for some time, nothing much doing, and just a little short ball an opportune try, you'd say. So both teams' structure and defence has been pretty good. We mentioned, both teams coach pretty well here with a lot of experience in both boxes, and there's also some nice mentoring here as well. So we'd see Wayne Grant over there. Most people know his experience and legacy in touch football. So he's, a legend of the Mustang space, and you've got, Kim Susi, Paige Markey here assisting as well for the Redlands girls.
It's such a great thing about just walking around the fields here at this tournament, seeing high-level players like yourself and coaches that, everyone remembers where they come from, and for you it's Redlands, and now being able to have that level of coach, player, whoever it is, now give back to the next generation. It must be a huge thrill for some of these kids as well.
I don't know if it's a huge thrill me being in their sub-box, particularly the kids I'm teaching at school at the moment. I think they see enough of me, but no, you're right. It's that, that camaraderie and that assistance. We talk so much about, and you see a lot of these games are our, particularly when you get to finals day, it's a lot of our higher 14s, 16s, 18s. It's also a development tournament for our coaches. We've got, you talked about those astronomical team numbers. A lot of the big affiliates are sending 2. There's sometimes 3 teams that they're sending. So it's also a development space for the coaches. So this is where potentially our next Queensland State of Origin coaches can be coming from. So that support here at this tournament is really important as well.
Yeah, and it's great. The breakdown of divisions, we'll just see how this set unfolds for Brisbane. As they come down the left-hand side, nice little show and go. Last touch of this set. Yeah, they throw their footy around, looking to finish it off on their side of the field, which they do. But yeah, to have top-tier divisions, and some of them are splitting after today, so you do get an opportunity to come up against some of the bigger affiliates, which is great for development as well. But then to be able to split off, and we've got championship divisions into the challenge divisions as well. It's, great format, and just making sure everybody gets a great experience here in Rocky.
It's awesome there. People are on different journeys. For some affiliates, it's awesome just to get a team to come to Junior State Cup. And for others, they've got different goals and aims in that space as well. So we mentioned the 16s, everyone's together in the 16s, then it splits the championships from the challenge after day one. In the 12s and 14s, it's already in that space already. So, you're expecting these 12s teams, so like Brisbane and Redlands in their pool, they're going to be consistently challenged over the next couple of days, and those teams in the challenge divisions probably a little bit more evenly matched as well, which is, I think, good for everyone.
And both teams have started the second half here a little bit clunky, a few errors creeping in, so no one really able to grab the stranglehold so far here in the second half. And Redlands now, after a bit of pressure from Brisbane, they feel like they've got to throw the footy around to get themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, this is kind of how the first half started. Brisbane controlled field position early and ended up getting reward on the scoreboard for it. So we'll see how they go now. We've seen the 25, Georgia Andrews. She's had her hands on the ball a lot, and I expect this set to probably be around her.
They come towards her now. She puts the brakes on, comes back in field. Linking up here with Astle. Good touch there from Byrne. Brisbane scheming, looking for another try, and it's a nice little short ball through the middle. They'll say touch first. That was very close.
50-50, could have gone either way. They might have been ripped one off there. The Mustangs, nice little sweep play. Ignored the sweeper from Andrews, went short. It was a nice hole there from Nagaha. We've seen her hit the ground already defensively just before half-time, saving a touch, doing it with the ball in hand as well. So she's another danger that Redlands going to have to watch out for as we've rocked straight over the sideline.
Over the sideline is a little bit tricky for some of the players. There are some double lines going around, and sub-boxes are about a metre away from that sideline too. So some players and teams might not have the same sort of field set up back there at the home club, the home affiliate.
It was interesting. Scotty, Redlands ran out straight away, and then the MTA actually rolled. Normally you take the ball in 7, the refs let them roll it where it was. Their winger actually put her foot over the line as well, right in front of the Redlands sub-box. So both teams, a couple of errors there at the moment. Space down this edge.
And another lovely little ball in, just going over the sideline. Running out of room, it's hard. She was trying to transition the ball, I think, to her left hand and try and get it down before going over the sideline. Good footy, though, from Brisbane.
Yeah, Olivia Casey there down the sideline for the Mustangs. Twinkle toes on the sideline. Must have been very close. I think she got away from her defender. Referee in a great position there. Arm up straight away. So well adjudicated there from the official. And it's going to be another error here from Redlands. So they haven't completed their last 4 sets of 6. And this is just opening the door. A quality team like Brisbane can make you pay.
It really is a mirror reflection of the first half, isn't it? Brisbane scored the first try in that first 14 minutes. They're looking to do the same here again in the second half and get themselves back in front. Scores level at the moment here, round 2. This is 12 girls division. This is the championship division as well for the 12 girls. Important match between a couple of quality teams. Now coming into the last touch of this set, they go the short ball option. It almost worked for them last time. And Redlands again, desperation defence on their line.
Yeah, it's tactic at the moment. They're sending sweepers, Brisbane, and they're just completely ignoring them and coming back towards the space. And they've almost scored twice off it now. So that one off that C platform, no control again. Good call here from the official. But nice short ball there. It was a 50-50 touch there from Bobby Johnson. So alarm bells here for the Red and Greens.
Carey looking to get in between Redlands' defence. Now they shift. They almost scored when they came down this right-hand side. Looking short side again. Nice inside defence from Ella Sanderson.
Yeah, Eden Grace Eluai there with a nice little punish. They got a little bit confused. Sweeper went as well, but good defence in the end from Redlands.
Now they've almost created numbers again. I reckon the referee's going to point to the spot and does. Well, they've had a couple of big cracks at the Redlands line, and they've just been camped down this end of the field defensively. And like we saw in the first half, Brisbane score first here and they're back in front.
Yeah, just defensively, just opening the door. Too many opportunities, and Redlands just a little bit disconnected on that shutdown. It was a nice hole there from Memphis Wilson, and she supported her middle partner there with the quickie nicely, and Brisbane now out to a 1-try lead.
Do Redlands hit back like they did in the first half? They'll come back and play it no half in place. Into the last. Look to go down the right. Brisbane shift. It was a diving effort. Lucky the touch was made. Almost sliced in behind the Brisbane defence. Ormsby, number 37, making the touch. She scored the try earlier on for Brisbane. One of their 2 tries in this game. Now we see a little bobble. Referee might say, just pop back up and play it.
Could have gone either way, that one. We saw a similar one down the other end of the field. Redlands got pinged for, so Brisbane getting away with that one, and they won't get away with this one. So Redlands, we want them to play probably a little bit more straighter than they have at the moment. They've been quite lateral. Need to get that half there. That was what was working for them in the first half.
Nice little show and go. And they'll get it down, but again, they have to get a half across and in place. Now, I think I just stuck my arm out and felt a couple of little sprinkles of moisture falling at the moment. There's umbrellas starting to get popped up as well.
I was about to say, my gauge, we mentioned the names Paige Markey. That's... Ooh.
Well, that was very close again.
Yeah, they're not happy about it. I say my gauge would have been Paige Markey and Kim Susi grabbing every kind of protective weather they can. They're not too fond of getting the hair wet, allegedly, those two. So they're straight away gone for the protection.
Brisbane down their sideline, making changes. It's a good run coming into the last touch of the set. And they'll close it out. So they went pretty close to scoring down the other end. They'll be looking to try and feed off that momentum here, Redlands. They need a little bit of a spark to get them back in now. They're forcing the passes. They hold on to the footy, though. She's good, but that one, we get nervous.
Yeah, Redlands, attack-wise, they've got to play a little bit straighter. So that Rooster short side, which we're suggesting the box might have been a 50-50. In that case, that was from them going straight and actually asking the question at the line. So For them now, the straighter they can play, the better. But at the moment, Brisbane's midfield defence, this has been their strength at the moment. It's probably the difference in the two teams at the moment. Turnover's going to be near halfway. Forward pass, which they've let go.
Yeah, it was one that almost got away. Luckily, Brisbane get the footy back. And this is the difference in what we saw in the first half. Brisbane now continuing on off that one. Looked a little questionable as well. They continue to play on. It was probably about this period of the game in the first half that Redlands started to get their way back into the game, but Brisbane holding them off at the moment. If they can get another try here, or it's been a low-scoring, tight contest, they won't be able to achieve it in this set of 6. Now Redlands still have a sniff.
It's a big 2 or 3 minutes in the game. Next try score is probably enough here to win. So Brisbane, if they can kick out by 2, particularly with the weather, it's going to be very hard for Redlands to turn that around. So mistake now, touch one here from the Muddies. Gives Brisbane another chance. They scored for Quickie previously, expecting Andrews to be around the ball again.
Going to get a penalty here as well.
That was for not moving forward. So for those not familiar with touch football, once the defenders hit the 7-metre line, which is where they're standing at the moment, they must move forward.
Now Brisbane with the early shift. They've got numbers. They decide to hold it and they make the touch. Oh, that could have been the icing on the cake there for Brisbane. They do have a few more touches to work with here.
50-50 as well. I thought that was probably down there from Megan Carey there for Brisbane, but still attacking now, the Mustangs.
And they'll say ball down as the contact was made, forced the ball to come out. So rain not too heavy, it might have even held up here, just a real light sprinkle falling down, but it will create a little bit of slipperiness on the footy and make these conditions a little bit more challenging. A little bit of wind around as well, but overall it's pretty comfortable for the team. And Redlands again now with another mistake.
Yeah, they haven't crossed halfway for about 5 or 6 minutes here, Redlands. So Brisbane sending subs themselves. A really chance here to ice this game.
Now they kick out down the left-hand side with Annabelle Parrott. Changes still getting themselves into position here for Brizzy, and this will help their cause with a repeat set, another penalty. We've been camped down this end of the field. The girls in green and red. Full set here for Brisbane. We got 14 boys coming up next. What have we got here? Footy's coming back. Are they counting?
Interesting, no. So what's happened is they got a penalty initially, and the link, so the 75 ran on the field early before they made their subs at the box. So the penalties for 7 on it should be up at the 10-metre line where their referees are correcting now. So 7 on's the call, so it's an early substitution.
They've sprinted their way up to the halfway line. So this might be their chance. Big leg up for Redlands to be much this far downfield. They're chancing their hand with throwing the footy around early. They come back and make the touch there on Juliet Carlo.
Yeah, Sierra Hoodham's on now. I suspect this will be around her. She looked dangerous on a rooster last time. The Twins are out together here. They're sending all the cavalry out, the red and greens.
Looking to lock it up. Scores were tied at halftime. Brisbane in front. Hooter sounds. Brisbane make the touch, and they will get the win.
It was nice, tight tussle. The Mustangs 2, Redlands 1. We mentioned how tight it was, and to be fair, the better team probably has got the result there. BMTA just controlled that midfield a little bit better for longer periods of time, and were rewarded on the scoreboard. So plenty for both teams to work on, but that was an entertaining 12 girls fixture.
Absolutely. 14 boys coming up next. We got Rockhampton Black taking on a Capricorn Coast. Talk about local derbies. We got one coming up for you very shortly. Josh Musumesi, Katie Geiger in commentary. Stay with us. More to come from the Junior State Cup.
I think it's just the fact that everyone can get in and have a go, like being part of a team. I really love that aspect. Love the camaraderie, especially somewhere like JSC with teams from under 10s through to under 18s all together. I think it's a really great atmosphere and a really good environment.
I started playing here at Redlands when I was about 10. My family moved up from New South Wales, so yeah, I've been playing since I was about 10. It's the community aspect of it as well. Like, I've made friends for life playing this sport, and I've met my partner through touch.
The challenge, it's always challenging, it's always evolving. Yeah, and then obviously being with your friends and mates.
Yes, guys from different things. We all play together, we all talk together, we all socialise.
The biggest thing is probably the families and the different things that you can get involved in. So I started my playing in Gympie and played for Sunny Coast and Razorbacks and stuff like that. And then, now with young kids playing back through, so coming back through the coaching and refereeing.
As players, a family really, like you just enjoy it. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your abilities are. It's just a great sport to be involved in.
I see a lot of young talent that obviously are very dedicated to the sport, so I think it's just going to keep going.
Since teenager, so I grew up playing it with my family, of course, and then slowly made my way up to Whites Hills as a 16, 17-year-old and started to take it a bit more professional, I guess, to start training and all that kind of stuff. But, been in the game for a good 20 years. I guess it's a bit cliche, everyone can play it. So it doesn't matter how old you are, what skill level. Touch is a great family game, so you can play it wherever you are.
Bring the juniors through, give them the pathway so they can enjoy what we've enjoyed.
Every day, we close our eyes and pretend we're standing on top of the world, looking down on a playground of everything we've ever wanted. Then we open our eyes and realise it's where we live and where you'll want to be. This is Rockhampton. So, where do we start? It depends on who you ask. Some will tell you that if your fishing cast is big enough, you could catch a barra from your hotel balcony. A mum or dad will say it's a cooling swim and bike rides in the early morning fresh air, and crocodiles and garden picnics. Not together, obviously. Others will say it's the silence, in our caves, in our bushland, that moment just before your drink is poured. Some say a must is a selfie with a cow. Oh, and there's those who wax lyrically about Rockhampton's iconic heritage, frontier town to bustling river port to gold rush city. And of special significance, the cultural heart of our city that beats to the sounds of the traditional custodians of the land, the Darumble people. All to come together to represent the foundation that Rockhampton and Queensland was built on. Strength, character, personality. No matter what your age, whatever the occasion, fireside.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. We're just about set to have Rockhampton take on the Capricorn Coast in the 14 boys. It's Rockhampton running from right to left. I'm joined by Scott McAllister in the commentary box. Scotty, what are we anticipating for this one, mate?
Well, it's a little local derby here. Cap Coast are a new affiliate on the scene, just down the road here from us here at Rockhampton. So, yeah, you always love when you come up against your next nearest rival. So looking forward to seeing how Cap Coast go here in their first outing.
So it's Rockhampton with first use of the ball as they look to roll out their line attack, and diving over, the touch is made. No, it's not. They eventually clear it, and first points go the way of the home side.
Yeah, great start there. That's exactly how you want to start one of your early opening fixtures, and it was just punching through as we take a look at the replay. Ball in the left hand, and Rocky score first. Number 6 there, Isaiah Smith-Sauer. A perfect start there for Rocky Black.
And now it's Capricorn's turn to in possession. So they get us restarted from halfway. They've got numbers down this left-hand edge. The touch is made in the end, so a couple more touches up their sleeve for Capricorn Coast. That's Jed Harris dropping it down, and now they shift towards the right, trying to play with some whip here, Capricorn, and penalty going the way of Capricorn Coast. So they'll get a fresh set here, and they'll get a good look at this Rockhampton defence.
Just being brought back in field to where the penalty was given. Still a little bit of confusion. They'll come back and tap. So full set of 6 here for Cap Coast.
So it's Joseph Kingston to get this set started as Jed Harris standing in at half. Just staying very patient here as they look to dive on the 7. And touch is made. So great converging defence there from Rockhampton.
They thought they had him there, the Cap Coast. They got a little bit of a following just next to us as well. Their fans. There's half a chance. They'll go again here.
Once more they go. This is Joseph Kingston. And penalty going the way of Capricorn Coast. So that's back-to-back inside the 7.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Rocky here, defending their line. They look pretty lively, Cap Coast. These two young fellas in the middle, the 1 and the 12 with Kingston and Harris. Let's see how they go again here.
Here is Kingston and Harris once more. Kingston with a bit of footwork. Good defence from Rockhampton. They've got answers for every question that Capricorn have thrown at them at the moment. This is the 14 boys, Rockhampton, Capricorn Coast, and trying to sneak over. This time it's Lachlan Fry. The touch is made as the pressure continues to mount from Capricorn Coast. Harris gets it on, trying to sneak over once more, and Rockhampton do a sound job there. Their coaching box will be very happy with their defensive effort.
Yeah, well, that's when you back-to-back repeat sets defending your line's pretty hard, so you can get a bit of your tail up after that as well. As soon as you can get the footy back, you can see they've got a bit of intent about them rolling downfield here. So nice job defensively there from Rockhampton.
And as we start off for this 14 boys challenge division, in Pool A we've got Capricorn Coast and Rockhampton Black. They are joined by Dalby Gladstone, Hounds and Townsville Green. There's a total of 12 teams, 2 pools of 6, and they have 5 round games. And progression, the top 4 teams in each pool progress to the quarterfinals, which will be followed on by a semi-final and then a grand final.
And it's a great spread of clubs across the pool, so they usually try to mix it up so you're not necessarily playing the same teams that you would have in the lead-up events. So, we've got teams from Townsville in this pool, Dalby. These guys are pretty close to each other down the road, about 45 minutes separating them with the boys based out at Yeppoon. But, you always get to come up against plenty of other clubs that you don't get the opportunity to too many times throughout the year.
Well, and in Pool B, we have Emerald, Quina, Noosa, Redcliffe, Redlands Green and Yarra Bilba. And as you were saying, mate, a bit of a derby here on Field 1 to kick off day 1, hey?
You love a derby.
As Rockhampton on the last, they look to fire the pass wide and a bit of footwork. Great defence in the end. The 6 touches are up, and that was Zayden Elliott making the touch to close out the set. And
risky ball.
Just opens the door for Rockhampton, who do have a 1-try advantage in this one. Just over 5 minutes gone. They look to try and find a passage down that right-hand edge. Penalty blown.
Yeah, and this will be one of the little tricky things that we've noticed here on Field 1. The line markings are just slightly, probably a metre further away from what the usual club markings are. So there's little divots around this 7-metre zone as well. And Rocky might have just dived in a little bit too early there on the line. They got the penalty though.
Well, that's the risk for teams in attack is diving a little early, and then your ball control has to be impeccable because there is that bit of a divot too just before the line. And this will be the last touch for Rockhampton, so they look to try and make something from nothing. The touch is made. It was Cooper Griffin making the touch on Jimmy McWillane.
Yeah, the two number 13s coming up against each other. There was a big touch, had to be made from Cooper. It was nice footwork from McElwaite to almost create another little chance, but it's been pretty tight between the two teams after Rocky scored off the tap-off.
This is round 2 for this division, so the nerves, would you say, have been flushed out after the first match, mate?
Yeah, the first game of the tournament's horrible. I always remember at this tournament, and it always seemed to draw like the 8 o'clock game or something like that. Man, kids shouldn't be getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's far too early for them.
Well, school holidays
days.
Too, isn't it?
Oh, mate, so they're used to sleeping until 11 o'clock and all that sort of stuff. That's probably a bit too much. These kids are athletes. They've been training all year for this, and they've had too many players on the field potentially, or an incorrect substitution. The call actually coming from the far sideline. Usually it comes from the other sideline, but regardless, the referees see it, and Capricorn Coast will tap on their 10-metre line.
Yeah, and speaking of referees, we have a total of 260 here at this event.
Well, it's huge that there's actually more referees than teams, which is it's awesome. They've got the condition that each team that's nominated has to bring a referee with them.
Mm-hmm.
So usually we try to get to the point where we've got the same amount of referees per team, but it just shows that there's so many great referees out there at the moment that are looking to give back, but they actually want to be here at the event as well. And this is, again, that little confusion.
Yeah.
So that's actually the 7-metre line. And you probably thought, oh, it's too good to be true. The defence is nowhere there.
And so it will be turned over on the far side. Well, that's where you want to kill the ball if you're Rockhampton. On the further side of the field from the Capricorn Coast sub-box as they'll look to work their way across field.
Just going back on that, a little bit of confusion around the line. So usually Rocky would be getting the home ground advantage here, but their lines are usually black across this field. So they've just gone back into Rocky mode, and it's throwing them out. We've shifted the field slightly downfield with the white lines this weekend.
And like we were talking about yesterday, it's one thing to notice and understand that is the case, but when you're in the heat of the moment, your mind's thinking a million things a second.
Yeah,
it's completely in the back of your mind if it's even in your mind.
Yeah, you just naturally just fall back. You just see a line down there, and sometimes in your head you're going, I know I'm not supposed to be diving here, but the body just starts going that way anyway.
No, you can't blame the players at all. As Rockhampton knocking on the door, looking for their second try. A little pass,
yes.
Very late at the line. I don't see what would be wrong with it.
Yeah, interesting. They're actually going to say a touch was made first, but the pass was made even more better because he was slipping as he was heading down towards the ground. I think they're actually going to come back for a penalty. Touch and pass is the call.
Right.
And take a look at the replay here. Look at this, just slipping and light ball. So as he was falling down to the ground, you can see the hand straight up in the air from the young man. It's the 12 again. Jad Harris has been very busy for Cap Coast. But, they almost cracked them open there, Rocky.
And so it was Xavier Fogwell with the miraculous pass. Unfortunately, it was a little late, causing the penalty. And now Capricorn Coast finds some space. It's Joseph King who will set up the first try. And it is Zyrese Law going over to score.
That's a great set of 6. From Cap Coast, they went the full distance and they went coast to coast. But that punch forward there from Healy set them up. Kingston from half just holds them up and gets in behind the defensive line. And a great finish from Law in the corner. Great first try on the board there for Cap Coast. They're in this game.
Yeah, and they had a couple of sets back-to-back on Rocky's line. Couldn't crack them, but from distance, they strike. And Campton will roll the ball down inside Capricorn's half. Gore Kroger just trying to manipulate the defence as they park it up just shy of the 7. They probably got away with one there as Gore Kroger going to dive over, and a little luck on Rockhampton's side as they hit the front.
Yeah, they just went a little bit to sleep there defensively. And Cap Coast, which is not what you want after you score down the other end, but it was nice work here from the number 1. I think it's Jack Deem. He plays it there outside the 7, receives it back, and it's just a huge hole. Love the big swan dive in to finish it off as well. Rocky back.
You're right. My apology, mate. I didn't see the 0 there. I wasn't expecting to see a 0 there at the top of the score sheet, but you're right. It was Jack Deem.
The old number 0 throwing out. Who wants to have number 0 on their back? I must give credit. Good kits as well from both these two teams. Rocky always turned out a good strip. I like the kit here of Cap Coast as well. Got the blue, no doubt of the reflecting the beautiful ocean sea out there at Yeppoon.
So Rockhampton have a couple of touches up their sleeve. And again, they just try to manipulate the defence. They're finding space and a bit of success on this right-hand edge, and Capricorn Coast come away with it.
Yeah, there was a 2-on-1 down the right-hand side of the field. There's now Cap Coast. Look to shift and come across out here to the right. And, it just took a little deflection off one of the Cap Coast players. Just fell straight into the hands of our try scorer, Zarish Law. As this just annoying, really light sprinkle of rain. It comes back out again. It's not really enough to cause too much havoc for the players, but it's just creating that little bit of moisture on top of the surface as well as a slippery footy. But the boys are doing a pretty good job. They have ball possession has been pretty good. I haven't seen too many mistakes.
Well, I was talking to Pinky, who, of course, is conducting our post-game interviews. Thanks to GYG. You'll see her after most matches here on Field 1, and she's a Rockhampton local, and she was saying that Rockhampton always threats with rain, and a lot of the time they don't end up getting what's predicted, so perhaps another case of that today here in Rockhampton. As a bit of footwork, it was a lunging challenge to make the stop, but Rockhampton have a third on the home side, create a bit of distance between themselves and the Capricorn Coast.
Yeah, again, just holding off in defence. I think it was just a little bit of show go, not too much going. Nice roll into the line there from Fogwell to set it up nicely. Footwork off the right, evading the inside defence. Slam down, number 0.
There we go. Jace Gorkroger.
Here's the try scorer on screen. Getting a little bit heavier, but, mate, honestly, after what we've experienced so far again this year and every other year, we got a little bit of rain in the lead up to the last Junior State Cup a couple of years ago, but this is probably about the worst that we're going to experience here this weekend. The forecast looking really good for the next couple of days.
So, halftime here, it is Rockhampton 3, Capricorn Coast 1. Plenty to play for in the second half. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy's going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more. So that should help improve our results, hopefully. So.
Here we are, live from Rockhampton. It is the Capricorn Coast side on screen, and I'm joined by Scott McAllister. Scotty, what's your take on that first half? 3-1 the score, Rockhampton in front.
Yeah, Rocky's probably back end of the first half was pretty impressive. I like how Capricorn Coast responded to get their try on the board. But probably a true reflection of the game. Rocky definitely on front, and it's reflected in the scoreboard at the moment.
Yes, so we're not too far away from the second half starting. Both teams will swap ends of the field, and Capricorn Coast will have the opportunity to tap off and get us moving. So it's Joseph Kingston in the number 1. He's been lively for Capricorn Coast, one of their best, along with Jed Harris. They've both had a number of touches in attack as Capricorn Coast shovel a pass on and the penalty's blown. Rockhampton infringing on that occasion, and so Capricorn Coast, an early try here would get them back into this match.
Yeah, they'd want to be the first team to score, that's for sure. We talked about it in earlier games as well, with the shorter halves as well. You just don't have that full 20 minutes like you would in a traditional game to rely on. Having 6 less minutes does take a few opportunities away from you. So yeah, you want to strike and you want to strike early.
So,
whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, no, it's a tricky one. It looked like he was losing his footing, and sometimes you get caught up right. But yeah, it must have been a bit of decent contact there. It sent poor old Jed Harris shooting backwards. Another penalty.
So this is the Under 14 Boys Challenge Division Pool A, round 2. Touch made. Back to the 7 go Capricorn Coast. They've got a couple of touches to work with. So here is Jed Harris. And Joseph Kingston trying to burn him with some speed as the rain just starts to get ever so heavy up.
Put the mock on the rain.
Yeah.
Absolutely put the mock on it. He's getting a little bit heavier now.
And a nice little pass away. They're here on the last. So look to go quickly, do Capricorn Coast. It's Harris getting the ball out towards this left-hand wing, and Rockhampton have the numbers. There wasn't many options on for Lachlan Fry. And Rockhampton's defence has been the theme of their performance so far in this one.
Yeah, it was only Kingston who broke them open and set their first try up. He had a nice little run in that set too. He's definitely the most likely, as now we see Rocky punch through the middle.
And Rockhampton have the pace on their side. Over they go through Mason Large. And from end to end, coast to coast, Rockhampton add another to their tally.
He did it all himself here. Mason Large just punches through the middle. It was a gallant chase from the try scorer from Cap Coast in Law. It was just that little change of direction.
Yeah.
And that was all it needed to be. We were pretty close in the end. Zoris Law, but what about the run there? Mason Large. Large effort.
It certainly was. And by no means is Capricorn Coast out of this one. They've shown glimpses at times. That's not going to help them, but there's plenty of time still to go. We've only consumed just over 3 minutes in this second half. 4-1 the score. And Rockhampton back on the move as they march over the 10. Inside Capricorn Coast half on the last. Short ball at the line. They have the numbers here, potentially Rockhampton.
That was the last touch of the set. Yeah, they probably just needed to progress with the footy there. There was a bit of space to work with, which would have had the opportunity to try and drag in some of that outside defence from Cap Coast. So, yeah, it was a missed one. This is a great start here from Cap Coast.
Yeah.
Now they're punching through the middle.
Cooper Griffin picking up plenty of metres, followed by Zayden Elliott, and then it was short ball at the line, and the 6 touches are up. But that's much better from Capricorn Coast. I think they'll take a lot of confidence bringing that out of their own end there.
Best set of the second half that they've had so far. And, yeah, it was that direct running through the middle that got them downfield. I didn't mind the option off the back where they actually could have gone out the back door as well. But they chose that short ball option. It'll be interesting to see if they go with that same shape next time. I reckon they might look to shift out the back.
So Rockhampton with a fresh set of legs out there. It's Fogwell who will drop it down. Rockhampton, they'll search over towards this right-hand edge. And they get a bit lucky there with the penalty going their way. As this rain just still persists, mate. Grey skies around, yeah.
Just a little bit annoying.
But I'll tell you what, if this is the worst we get over the 3 days, there'll be many happy faces. What a try that is from Rockhampton. It is Patrick Lawrence with the footwork at the line. And you're going to want to watch this on the replay.
Yeah, finding their groove now, Rocky, aren't they? Straight away from the tap restart. Lawrence, he's the one that gets it back. Whack off that left foot. And play of the day already in the bank for the number 8 there, Patrick Lawrence. That was a sharp footy. There he is on screen. A little shout out as well. The number 13 in the Cap Coast team, Cooper Griffin, is the nephew, I think it was, of Harry Griffin, Australian men's player. So another Griffin rolling around on the touch footy field. That's just what we need. Good pedigree coming out of that family, that's for sure. Man, this young fella, he's a bit of a gun as well. The number 1, Joseph Kingston, he's really been the standout for Cap Coast in this game. He almost created an opportunity. He's there with his little mate, Jed Harris.
Yeah, they have been the X factor for Capricorn Coast as Kingston goes once more time. Jed Harris did all he could to get that ball to ground, but the touch was made. It was a great defensive read there by Rockhampton.
Yeah, apologies, Cooper Griffin, Harry's cousin. Young cousin in the Griffin family. Handy little player as well. No doubt we'll be getting some good advice coming from big cousin Harry Griff.
So Rockhampton work it over halfway. This is the last. And they look to extend the passes. Penalty going the way of Capricorn Coast.
Digging the hat for number 23 as well, Felix Schammel. She's a ripper. He's gone full Legionnaires, but it looks like it connects under the chin as well. That's aerodynamic. It's Sun Smart.
It is Sun Smart.
And I'm digging it.
Still very important on conditions like this, hey, mate?
Well, it is. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, we can get the burnt in these... it's still pretty warm. It's like 22 degrees or something like that. We had these sort of conditions back in southeast Queensland or Brizzy, mate. Everyone would be having the hoodies on.
That's right. It is
tracky pants.
Kingston, once again, threatening. And it's just been... They've been near enough, Capricorn Coast, at times.
There he is. Look at that hat. That's top. He's got the bright yellow boots on as well. He's gone, I'm on field 1, early doors. Statement made.
Statement made for sure.
We're in the 23. Michael Jordan, LeBron, Shane Warne, take your pick. He's up for it, the young man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's going to be a challenge to top that as the weekend goes on, mate.
Oh, they'll be out
There'll be some style, though, that's for sure. As Rockhampton, no. Referee saw a touch. And so they'll come back to the spot, Rockhampton, as they are in control of this match. Just around 6 minutes remaining in this contest.
Yeah, last touch here for Rocky. Rain picking up again, coming across the field as well. Making it a little bit more challenging now for both teams. That was the last touch of the set. I don't want to give the footy away. Rockhampton.
So now it's Capricorn Coast turn with the ball as they look to get over to this sub-box side of the field.
They're isolated now too. They had 3 players that just had one eye on coming towards the box. They've got nobody at home down the left. Luckily, they come back to play the mark. One of their best sets of the second half was where they just went punch straight through the middle, first 3 or 4 touches. They need that again. Looks like they're a little bit light on for troops as well. They've only got the 5 in the sub-box, so, fatigue starts to play in. There's big holes through the middle.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to crack them open with little things like that. And when you're tired, when you're knackered out there, all you want to do is get to the box. Sometimes you forget about those first couple of touches and the job you need to do to punch forward. But, they'll learn from that, Cap Coast.
Yes, it's Dane Fraser going over after the setup from Jack Dean. They'll definitely learn a lot. They'll be better for the run, Capricorn Coast, after a hit out against the hosts. Here they go. Once will take the touch on the 7. Cooper Griffin with ball in hand. They have players rotating to the right. And Zayden Elliott diving over, but was he...
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
No, it was pretty close. Again, I think it was one of those ones where the line was a little bit challenging to see, but I like the intent just going in nice and early at the line. That was, a lot closer than what it probably looked.
And so Rockhampton get on the move as they jump over halfway. Ball down, so a little error in these conditions, probably to be expected at times.
They want to capitalise in this. That's a great run. Oh, big left foot as well down the sideline. Oh, now man comes back to make a huge touch.
Archer McClelland almost going over. That was a little bit of individual brilliance from him.
Well, it's good footy, and that's what I love watching, like, kids coming through the grade, because in the end, like, they haven't quite gotten into the full, like, structured touch footy. And, man, sometimes, let's be honest, structured touch is boring. So, McClellan there just seeing, some space there, backed himself, knows he's got toe, big left foot step, and they're going to get a try here. I think it might be Griffin who got in underneath.
Cooper Griffin.
Nice one.
Going over to score.
I knew there'd be a good chance he'd have a nice, low, sliding game. All right. And Cousin Harry, probably the best in the world. Look at that. Good technique. Ball in 2 hands, which is good to see as well. Punching in underneath 2 defenders. Nice work, young man, Cooper Griffin.
So you talk about that structure, mate, and we're at the 14 age group here. At what point does it start to poke its head in terms of structure and development?
Oh, look, a lot of the coaches here, even though they're sort of younger age groups, will start to implement some facets of that, no doubt already. Probably you'll see it in some of the, the bigger clubs, the bigger affiliates that, training week in and week out. There's definitely a place where it's great. It's teaching the kids more skill development and everything like that. But I still just love the element of just letting the kids play what's in front of them. There's a time and place for all of it, and that's what McClellan did. He saw the space. He almost scored a try. It was perfect. It was awesome.
So not long left here in this one. There's just over a minute remaining as Rockhampton have another chance at a try. Touch is made on the 7 as they'll try and draw Capricorn Coast out here. And they just get twisted up with one another.
It was a sloppy play, the ball, so they were going to lose it anyway. Then they ended up just taking each other out as we take a look at the replay. Ball bouncing around, boink. And they clip each other.
And so the Coast finding some metres here, as they no doubt want to finish off this match on a strong note. This is the last. And they just walk back to the spot. As they don't have much doing there, Capricorn Coast. Very hard when you lose all your momentum. And Rockhampton will get back on the attack as they look to spread it towards their sub-box. And that's the buzzer as play is finished here. It's Rockhampton running away winners in the end. Capricorn Coast put up a valiant effort, but Rockhampton come away with the victory.
Yeah, good win from Rocky. End up stretching away from them. It was probably the back end of that first half and carried it on there in the second half. Some real good moments, though, from Cap Coast. Like we said, they only had it was actually 4 players in the box, so they're a little bit light on for numbers. They continue to compete throughout the game, but good win from Rocky.
We will head to an ad break, and then we have our post-game interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez, and we have the Rockhampton mayor joining alongside. I see he's got his maroon scarf out too, mate. A very proud Queenslander indeed. So we'll be back after these messages.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We have the Mayor of Rockhampton, Tony Williams, joining us right now. Good morning.
Good morning, Pinky, and what a wonderful day to be in Rocky.
Now, Rockhampton is really proud to host the Junior State Cup again this year. What does bringing an event of this scale mean for the city and the local community?
Look, it's a real boost to our local economy. We see people shopping around our retail shops and accommodation houses, but it's just to see what the extra activities that we've got in the region as well, like our beautiful botanic gardens and our wonderful Mount Archer, and everything in between. It's a great location for people to explore while they're here enjoying touch football and what that brings.
It also brought a lot of traffic this morning, which Rocky people don't cope with very well.
No, we don't. 5 minutes from everywhere in Rockhampton is a bit of a theme. But when we have any congestion, it's like, oh, what's going on? But it's a great thing, and we just we work with their local community to let them know that just a bit of patience. This is a wonderful event, and we want to see it in town, and we do really want everyone to experience it and do it in a safe way.
Rockhampton Regional Council has played a key role as a major partner in supporting this event, hosting for 10 years biannually. How important are partnerships like this for Rockhampton's growth as a sporting and family-friendly destination?
It means everything. We want to be a sporting hub, and regionally we see the benefit that brings to the reputation of Rockhampton and the wider central Queensland area as well. We believe that we've got some of the great athletes that are born and bred, but we want to bring other people into town and experience what we have on offer every day. So through Rockhampton, our economic development and tourism arm, we sponsor these types of events. So we want to make sure we give the best experience to the organisers, and through our team, we want to make that relationship build over the years. So we want to see more of these events coming to town, e.g. rowing, Olympics, but we want to do everything we possibly can to make sure that experience is maximised.
With so many young athletes, families and visitors here, what lasting benefits do you hope the Junior State Cup will have on Rockhampton beyond the games the next few days?
Yeah, look, I think it's the takeaways from a lot of the other activities that can be done around the region. Like I say, the Botanic Gardens, which is a free zoo. I encourage people to get up there and have a look. But go up to Mount Archer and experience what that has as well. It's some beautiful vistas, 360 views, but it's just getting to know the locals as well. They're warm, friendly people, and Queenslanders through and through.
That's the one. Look, thank you to you and your team and the wider community, of course, for being such wonderful hosts of this event. And go and enjoy the next few days, won't you?
I definitely will. We've got counsellors that are actually refereeing some of the games. That's how much skin we've got in the game. We want to be part of it, and it's great to see. And thank you for coming to Rockhampton.
We love some skin in the game. The Mayor of Rockhampton there, Tony Williams. Up next, catch the Kawana vs Coolum 14 girls game live from the Cyril Connell Fields here in Rockhampton.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Oh, okay. So what are you doing wearing blue? Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup, and we are all set and ready to go for this 14 girls action in the Challenge Division between Kawana and Coolum. A bit of a coast derby here. I'm joined by Carly Banks in the commentary box. Carly, fantastic to have you alongside here in 2025 of the Junior State Cup.
Yeah, always one of the showcase tournaments on the calendar, and looking forward to this clash here, this local Sunshine Coast derby.
So we just had the 14 boys do their thing on field one. Now it's the 14 girls' turn, and a chance here opening up for Kawana. Touch is made. They'll turn possession over, and they had first use of the ball as Coolum looked to get the ball in hand and get through their first set of the match. And just a bit of an error there in these conditions. Cully, the rain has slowly trickled through over this morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, Josh, it's been a little bit overcast and we're starting to see a little bit of rain, but hopefully it'll clear up later in the day and we'll have some pretty good conditions to be able to play some tippy tap.
Well, that's what we're predicting, or the weather's predicting, is it clears up, and tomorrow and Saturday should be as good as gold as Kawana come up with a handling error of their own, handing the ball back to Coolum to bring it out of their own end. And for the 14 girls challenge division, we do have a total of 14 teams, 2 pools of 7. They get 6 round games each plus a bye. And this is Challenge Pool B. So we do have Brothers B, Coolum, Hounds White, Ipswich, Kawana, Redlands White and Toowoomba Blue in this pool. And in the opposite pool, it's BMTA White, Bundaberg, Capricorn Coast, Gladstone Gold, Hounds Green, Rockhampton White and Townsville Green.
It's just amazing, how many teams we've got entered, and this is the challenge division, Josh. Like, it's fantastic to see the growth, of touch, Australia-wide, but the Queensland Junior State Cup just keeps going from strength to strength.
Yes, it's a fantastic point you make. I think we have 262 teams in total here this weekend. And so another handling error. So both sides just struggling with holding on to that ball at the moment. As we mentioned, conditions aren't ideal for quick and fast play. There's another juggle. And this time it's Coolum looking to get over halfway. They spot some space out wide and good meters on offer here for Sarah Keamy.
Just an unfortunate pass there back on the inside, but they were looking, towards, getting their first set completion. So that was encouraging signs there for the Bluefins. So hopefully they can just keep building, as the game goes on. But Kawana will be just looking to settle here, Josh, and sort of get down the other end, get some field position and put a bit of pressure on down close to that scoreline. Yes,
that was Williamson with a run, followed by Rankin, and now it's in the hands of Zali Aspinall. She moves it on to Williamson, and Williamson touched, or is it clear? We're going back to the spot.
Yep. Play the ball, but a nice break there, and encouraging signs here for Coolum. Let's see what they can do with this strike dump coming up for the 5th.
So I'll drop it down on the last. And a little ball back on the inside. Unfortunately, it just missed its mark.
Yeah, Cairo Such, really nice piece of play there. Like, summed it up and threw the nice little inside ball back on the inside. Probably a little bit low and just couldn't handle, but encouraging signs there for the Kawana girls.
This is the second game for this division. And Carly, with all your coaching experience, of course, what's the message to the players this early on in the tournament, especially the 14 girls age group?
Yeah, it's your first sort of first or second game of the tournament, and you want to just settle into the game. Make sure that you just work on your 1%ers. Just get your fundamentals right, and as I say, commentators curse. But it is really important just to get the girls to settle down and to enjoy it. And also being on field 1, it's a TV game. The kids get really excited. They probably just need to settle down a little bit and just settle into a sort of a rhythm to play the sort of footy that they're happy to own.
That's a fantastic point you make. And now Kawana with a red-hot chance here as they are on the 7. Couple of touches to play with as they go searching towards this left-hand edge, and Coolum come away with the ball. It was Cairo Such. She's had her hand in a lot of Kawana's attack. Unfortunately, just missing the mark with that pass. And Coolum get out of their own end with some ease as they look to find some meters on offer, but they'll hand the ball back over once more.
Yeah, over there in the Coolum coaching box, we've got Isaac, and he's been around for a very, very long time, and he'll be settling the girls down and just be, getting them to just go through their processes. And I expect them to sort of, improve and settle as the game goes. They've probably had the better of things so far in terms of structure. Let's see what they can do with this repeat set on the line here.
Yeah, so Adele Foster out there, so too Ruby Evans. And sweeping around towards this right-hand side, space on offer, touch is made. It was a fantastic touch in the end by Attila Hinsthorpe.
Yeah, how good was that defensive effort, Josh? Had to pull out all the stops to keep them off the score sheet. But it's a little bit of back and forwards at the moment, and it'll be like this for a few minutes more, I would say, Josh, and then the girls will settle down and sort of get to the other end. As soon as they get their first set completion, and I'm talking about Coolum now, they'll settle in, and I think we'll have a very close contest.
So still 0-0 the score. And it's just killing them at the moment, isn't it, Carly?
Absolutely.
So Kawana look to go quickly. Touch is made, and again, This time it's Lila Henlon.
Yeah, she's done well to turn up there because, looked very, very close, and a great call from our referee out there in the centre. He was on the spot to adjudicate that one, and correct call.
And it's important to note, at the moment, Coolum have done a fantastic job defending their errors, which is an important part of the game.
Absolutely. Like they've, as we say, Kawana have had the weight of possession, haven't they, Josh? So fantastic effort there for Coolum. And now all they've got to do is just settle down. If they can get a set completion, it'll give them all the confidence in the world. So coming up to touch 3 now, they've just got to keep ploughing down the other end and hopefully, get close to the Kawana scoreline.
So Kawana pushing up, putting as much pressure as possible. Here's Sarah Keamy, drops it down on the last. And not much space on offer there. Kawana do well to number up. It was a good effort there from Kayla Bean, trying to make something work.
Yep.
And now Kawana back in attack.
But it's their first set completion.
Yes.
Josh, and that's going to give them some confidence. And if they can, keep turning up in defence, they can stay with this Kawana team that looked very, very unlikely when they've got the ball in hand.
So a couple more touches left yet for Kawana. They've been mounting pressure slowly, now breaking from half, and they just held the pass up in the end. There was Jacinta Martin just looking to find space.
Yeah, very famous name there. I see down in the coaching box there for Kawana, Giselle Martin, New South Wales legend, State of Origin and Australian Women's Open player of the past, and really good to see Giselle down there in the coaching box and giving back.
That's the great part about the Junior State Cup, of course, Carly, is how you have so much experience in either sub-box, just pouring as much information and knowledge into the junior players. And, of course, that fosters and grows over time. And eventually they'll be running out on decks such as State of Origin that we saw a couple of weekends ago. We'll definitely get to that and have a chat with you about that weekend in due course, as right now we have 6 more minutes remaining in this first half, and it's a great touch there from Coolum. Coming across was Crompton. And just a minor handling error here. So still 0 the score. We do have a tight game on our hands in the end, Carly, don't we?
We do, and as I said, it'll take a while for the girls to sort of settle. As I said, Coolum have just got to keep working for these set completions to get down the other end because, Kawana look a little bit smoother at the moment, but this is a really good back end now from Coolum, and let's see if they can get a strike dump and maybe somebody out of acting half. But unfortunately, the last pass goes astray. The girls are just taking their time, Josh, and they'll settle them. But what a good experience for these kids, especially in the Challenge division, to be on the stadium, get an opportunity to sort of come out here and experience what it's like to play in these big games. And, very, very good to see this, across the board.
And it's a very healthy turnout on the sidelines. A fair few spectators watching on here. As this is the last, and Kawana look to have run down a dead end. It's more great defence from Coolum.
Yeah, I think Jacinta Martin there was trying to pick up and go. I'd love to see her just go a little bit more direct on that squirt out of acting half, and she may have had the Coolum defence, in a little bit of trouble. But resolute defence from Coolum again, Josh. They are turning up.
They certainly are. This is a much better set from Coolum. They've got a couple of touches to use. This is the last. It's a bit clunky on that last play. Unfortunately, Kawana will have time to reset and adjust. And then in the end, a smart play to kill the ball as far away from the Kawana sub box as possible.
Absolutely. They're trying to stick to the game plan that they've been given out there. And, this is really good from sort of both teams. And this will be interesting. That they're a little bit late getting on with their substitutions there, Kawana, but they've recovered the situation nicely. And they look like they've got a team of athletes, Josh. So they've got a bit of speed. They just probably need to go forward first and then put Coolum under pressure. And here's the number 10. She's been prominent early on in a nice little draw and pass, and here we go.
And they find some space, and they find the first try, Kawana. It's Williamson diving over, and you called it, Carly. You called it.
Yeah, Cairo Such, she has been prominent for Kawana early on, and nice little smarts there. She picked up, took a couple of steps out of acting half, and then drew and passed, knew she had the number, and a really, really nice finish from Williamson to get the Kawana girls off to the start they were after.
So it's in the 11th minute, we have our first try of the match, and it goes the way of Kawana. And Coolum for the first time just dropping their guard a little bit defensively. They've been very sound in that part of the game. And now a good chance for them here to strike back almost immediately. As I think they got a bit mixed up with the 7 line here. The lines are very tricky. We were talking about it in the game previous, and we can touch on that a little more as this is the last. Coolum coming back towards the middle, and Kawana shut it down. I'm sure you've had a chance to take a look out there, Carly, at the field, and just the different dynamic it is with the white lines and the original black lines and what the players have to deal with.
Yeah, it's really important that coaches take their kids before the game just to see where the line markings are. Make sure that you've got the right one. But it's been good on. Here she goes, nice footwork there over on that far side by the number 20 Harper Rankin.
And so Kawana, they'll be looking to double their lead. They won't get an opportunity to on that occasion.
And both these affiliates, Josh, they've been really impressive over the last few years building their comp. I know that Kawana have worked really hard to get a junior comp up and running in Kawana, and a lot of ex-prominent players, like we're talking about Giselle Martin, talking about Chris Farrow, Troy Clark. There's Phil Goyme was up there, Peter Bell. There's lots of people who are putting in the work to try and develop the Kawana Touch Association to really build a base for the future. And their junior comp is going well. And on the other side of it, the Coolum guys have worked really, really hard at their junior comp. The fact that they go to the championships and have won a couple of divisions over there over the last few years in those mixed seniors and sort of stuff like that. They're building steadily as well. So the future of Queensland Touch is in great hands when you're seeing that type of development happening, particularly on the sunny coast. That's needed that boost for, a number of years. So all looks good for the future.
And all players will be learning so much from this weekend as Kawana break from half, looking for support. They're going to launch the pass, and unfortunately it doesn't land in the hands. But again, it's Jacinta Martin causing all the headaches.
Definitely. It was mum rewind about 30 years and giving me nightmares as a Queenslander growing up playing against Giselle in the 20s in the Women's Open. Lightning quick. She was the pin-up girl of Australian Touch for a long time. And, the junior version has some talent as well.
So halftime is here. It's 1-0 the score to Kawana over Coolum. And both sides will take a break as we'll take a step aside ourselves and return after these messages for the second half. Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. We're here at halftime in the 14 Girls Challenge Division between Kawana and Coolum, and I'm joined by Carly Banks in commentary. Carly, your first stint up here at the Junior State Cup in the commentary box. You'll be featuring throughout the carnival, of course, but we do have to ask you about Origin. What a successful run it was for you and your lot.
Yeah, no, it was an epic battle. I mean, can you believe it? Like 18 divisions, and it was, all came down to that final game in the sort of men's open, and very fortunate that my men's open boys in New South Wales, sorry, all the Queenslanders.
We aren't as happy about that.
But it was an epic series, and it just shows that State of Origin is alive and well, and two great states who lead the way for the standard of touch football in Australia. So it was wonderful to be a part of.
Yeah, absolute credit to you and your side, of course. And for those who did miss the action, it's still up there, and you can go back and rewatch. And there was some incredible games. That 20s division brought out, I think, 3 drop-offs in all 3 games. That's exactly what we're after here in touch, and it was a fantastic weekend. So congratulations once again, Carly. And
thanks, Josh.
And now Kawana and Coolum here on field 1-0 the scoreline to Kawana as they get moving in attack, and they've got some strike out there at the moment too, don't they? Coming down this left-hand hedge, just holding the pass, and it ends up on the deck in the end, but it was a good-looking option from Kawana.
Yeah, and Coach Giselle Martin was talking to the troops at half-time, and you can see that she was just trying to get them to sort of focus on being able to, get through their sets and finish at the other end. And they started the second half well, so let's see how Coolum respond.
So Coolum caught there on the 10. And they pick up pace in this set as they get over halfway. It is the last. And jumping from half, not many options on, unfortunately. And Kawana will have possession back in their hands. So what's the important things to focus on for both sides in this second half here, Carly, as both coaches would have had a chance to lay down the law?
Yeah, I think just completing is really
that would
important.
be the focus?
Yeah, without a doubt, because both teams sort of had a bit of a nervous start, and it was tough to get your completions, but the team that settles down first usually, gets their game in order and stuff. And as you see here, Kawana are really pressing hard in this midfield and coming up and meeting Coolum. So I'd like to see maybe Coolum get on their changeovers a little bit faster so they can create, a little bit of forward momentum, because then at the back end of the set, as we've seen, it puts a lot of pressure on you to try and come up with, a miracle play, when really, if you're controlling the first 3 touches and you're getting steady field position, you put yourself in a great position to be able to back end and come up with some really good questions for the opposition.
And it must be said, Coolum have had to do a lot of defending on their own line, and they've only conceded the 1 try. It's been a tremendous effort. Yeah,
they've been awesome, and I think that probably is the catch here for Kawana, not to get frustrated, because Coolum will keep coming. So it's really important for them to just settle into their processes. So this is touch 1. Let's see what they end up doing with the set.
So Kawana down on the 7. They've got plenty of touches to work with. There's space on the inside if they find it. And the touch is made. That time it was Kayla Bean once again doing the defensive work.
Yeah, fantastic piece of work. She has come up with another try saver for her team.
So Kawana work it towards the right-hand edge, and ball hits the deck. So Coolum once again turn away Kawana on their own line. And it's just this part of the game that they've been struggling with. And
yep, it's his first 3, but the first 2 touches have been more solid now. Yeah, and 6 to go.
6
yes,
more.
I thought there was. So that's a fortuitous call, but it's one that I think they've earned there, and I think that that's good, because it'll sort of just allow them, to breathe a bit easier, get down the other end, and see what they can mount. And that's a great second touch. That's really good meters, and this is much more solid now from Coolum.
Yeah, they're starting to get into their work here, Coolum.
Yeah,
ball
nice.
back on the inside, space and time. And so Kawana come up to meet them. This is the last. Can they create something here? Unfortunately, they just haven't had the momentum and attack to really work on Kawana's line and really try and find avenues forward, have they?
Yeah, no, definitely. But the positive thing there is that the ball was right down the other end of the field, and that then helps, because Kiwana are starting to settle nicely into their driving pattern, and they've had 3 down this sort of centre corridor, so they're working hard, and I think there'll be a middle dump on the end of this, but a forward pass, unfortunately, at the ruck, and well spotted by the referees.
And must be said that the referees have done a fantastic job so far to start off this tournament. No doubt there'd be some nerves for them as well as the players, just to get things moving for them. And Coolum charging onto the ball. It's good handling there. And this is the last, so launch it towards the left-hand edge.
Look at the coach, but look, nearly get around there. Yeah, nice little piece of footwork there. Nearly resulted in something for Pereira over in the corner. So,
That's a great heads-up play, as you said, to kill the ball on that far side. As they look to try and do some talking with their defence, and now there's some space for Kiwana, and they're going to streak away. This time it is Adele Foster with no one at home, and she will take it home.
Yeah, nice piece of play there from Kiwana. Finally settling into their sort of play, and you sort of seen that was coming probably for the last couple of sets. Sort of Josh, like Coolum tried very hard to lead the ball over there, but you sort of get that impression that Kiwana have got like a really athletic sort of team out there, and once they see a bit of space, put the glasses down. But I still think here that we're going to see something here from Coolum as they go. They're building. And, it's really important that they just get down the other end and try and keep doing what they're doing. Leave the ball down the other end as far down there as you can, and preferably on your own sort of sideline if you can't sort of get the try.
Yeah, so Coolum, get us restarted. They're still well and truly in this game. There's time remaining.
Definitely.
You just never know. They'll stay patient here. Kiwana come out to meet them. This is the last. And the touch is made. And has to be said, Jacinta Martin, Cairo Such, Adele Foster, they have been probably the standouts for Kiwana, and they are special, special talents.
Yeah, they are. And they're just going to keep building here. And that's a nice inside shoulder there on touch 2 from the Kiwana player, but unfortunately couldn't handle the pass trying to bring the ball to the box. But this has given Coolum some really good field position. If they can quickly get down to the 7, I think one of the big things that the kids have got to do when you get a good turnover in that position, quickly get yourself down to the 7.
Yep.
Because as soon as you get down there, the more shots you're going to have in them with a lot of live plays, so it can be purposeful. And then we get the touch 4, and they still had a couple more up their sleeve. But that's probably the biggest bit of advice if there are people watching at home. Like if you get a turnover in this sort of 20-metre area, don't waste time. Get down to the 7 because the more, the sooner you get there, the more shots you're going to get.
And that's all a part of the development aspect of the Junior State Cup.
Absolutely it is.
So Kiwana come towards their sub box as they look to run a subset, and I think they've stepped on the white line there.
Yeah, definitely. And, but this is the thing, like there's been some fortuitous calls and things that have gone Coolum's way, and what I love about them is that they just keep digging in. Like there's a mistake there again, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
These girls are resolute and they just keep turning up, and I think, that's full credit to them and their coaching staff over there.
Oh, and play through Williamson. Will she grab her second try? She's got the pace, and they create something out of absolutely nothing. Kiwana are over once more.
Yeah, she's an opportunistic player, isn't she? She was on the spot, took the drive and just used some nice footwork to get through that first line, and then, just kicked away, and she is very strong and powerful, deceivingly quick.
Yeah.
And she is just, got it down for try number 2 for Williamson.
Yeah, so she has 2 tries to her name. Adele Foster 1, 3-0 the score. Kiwana's sub-box is a happy place to be at the moment. And that's what you love to see too at a Junior State Cup. It can get missed at times. I know we've been talking development. That's very important, but the fun aspect.
This is the funnest tournament. It's the same in Queensland, New South Wales, that the Junior State Cup, everybody wants to be a part of it because it's just a great weekend away for families.
Yes.
An opportunity to sort of do that. Like my own family involved, it's sort of Wynnum touch, like my sister's coaching, my brother, my niece, my nephew's playing. It's the same for like everybody. We all love to be here and support our families and get around, the local affiliates, because it's a grassroots level that we see all these kids come through and then get an opportunity to to play higher level representative touch if they want to, or just keep playing touch for their lifetime, which is, one of the great things about our sport, Josh.
Without a doubt. And Kawana come up with an error, so Coolum will get a chance to roll out their line attack here. As they'll get a full set right on Kawana's line. How they look to approach this, Carly?
Yeah, definitely they're looking at that little rooster play and a dive at the line. Not a bad play early in the count. That's a really well done sort of play. It seems to be their go-to play.
Yep.
I'd like to see maybe run a sweeper, Josh, because I think that's the other play that they could be good at. But I think they're going to go for another rooster. No, they're going for a little quickie play.
Here's Hanlon, and the touch is made from Ruby Evans. They continue down their short side, and just not much space on that occasion.
Yeah, but nice to see them with a couple of set plays, trying to disorganise the defence and trying to, mess up the spacings of this Kawana team that seemed fairly comfortable there defensively, but some good questions. And here we go, the door opens again.
Once more, Coolum on the attack. This time it's Lila Hanlon with ball in hand.
I'd love to see one of these little quickie plays here because the Kawana girls are going fairly one out defensively, and there's a little isolation play there.
And are they over, Carly?
I reckon it's a try. It's going to be close. Oh, nice call. Nice call from the referee, but what a nice piece of enterprising play. The little, link quickie, take them on, and a nice drawing pass to the winger, and just a last gasp effort there from Kawana to save the day.
So, Coolum still on the attack as they are hunting their first, and that ball just a little out in front as the rain begins to trickle once more. It just won't go away, will it?
No, it's a little bit annoying for the teams, but what great condition these fields are in.
Oh, yes.
Like we say, what a great location for the Junior State Cup. And, folks at home who haven't, been to Rockhampton before or seen what the fields are like there's just lots of trees and lots of opportunities for families to go and, sit and enjoy, the sort of atmosphere. So, yeah, what a great setting for the Queensland Junior State Cup.
So we have a couple minutes remaining in this match in the 14 Girls Challenge Division. And coming up next, it's the Under-12 boys. We have BMTA taking on Rockhampton. That will be one to watch. Up next on Field 1, Scott McAllister will be taking you through all the action. You hanging around for that one?
I am, yes. Looking forward to seeing the Under-12 boys do their thing. I was out on the fields with the Under-10s earlier this morning, and, just love seeing all the kids, playing the game we all love.
And so this is the last. Coolum in possession. Kawana come up to meet them. 6 touches up. And Kawana will get moving back the other way. 3-0 the scoreline. Adele Foster and Shamo Williamson, the two try scorers. Coolum, can they get on the board here? They've threatened at times. They've had a good couple of cracks at this Kawana defence as they hunt down towards the 7.
Yeah, nice little quickie play, and just unfortunate. Great resolute defence there from Kawana, and we'll see if they end up killing the ball on their sideline here or they have a crack. Yep, not a bad result there for Coolum in terms of being able to finish the ball well over that sideline. But now the trick will be for them to come up and put some pressure, and they've done it fantastic.
They force the error, so away come Coolum.
Yep, and that's a reward for their team strategy. So well done to the players and the coaching staff over there in the Coolum box.
So can they find the line here, Coolum? As they bounce inside the 7. They'll stay patient as they look to set up what they want. This will be the last play. And the ball will die right there, and then it is Kawana running away. 3-0 victors over Coolum. Carly Banks, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, the girls started a little bit nervously, but then they clicked into gear. The Kawana girls, I think, will go far in this tournament. They'll be better for that. The Coolum girls will also be better for that thing, and they'll go back. And the beauty of having that game on the stream is they'll be able to go back, and their coaches can work with them. And so, yeah, both these teams, I think, will improve as the tournament goes on.
Thank you very much. much, Carly Banks. We look forward to hearing from you in the next match. And the 12 boys will be joined by Scott McAllister. And we're going to head...
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. Love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrises, hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. Be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Back to Barrow, baby. Let's go.
Great.
Back here, live action at the Queensland Junior State Cup for 2025. Scott McAllister and Carly Banks in commentary for this one. We get into the 12 boys action and the challenge division. Rockhampton taking on at Brisbane Metro. A couple of big clubs taking each other on here, Carl.
Yeah, absolutely. Traditional rivals over the years, and what a thrill for the young Rockhampton boys to be playing on Field 1, live stream game and at home.
Absolutely. They'll be looking for that home ground advantage in this one. Round 3 already in the 12 boys. Busy morning for the boys. They've been into it already. Third game for them. Rocky are 1-1. They went down 3-2. Really tight contest against the Gold Coast. 6-0 victory over Townsville in the second game. Nothing splitting them too much because Brisbane beat Townsville by 6 as well. 6-0 the score 5-2 against Thuringowa in their second game. So all stacking up to be a pretty tight contest here in this round 3 match.
Yeah, we often see that in this 12 years age group, don't we, Scotty? It's often anybody's, and we always see some really exciting touch. Particularly at the back end of the event once they've settled into their sort of rhythm. But it was all helter-skelter this morning with 3 games already.
Oh, yeah. They're getting them in and getting them out nice and early. So the boys will get a bit of an afternoon off and plenty of time to rest up, and they'll be back out here tomorrow. But big pools, as we see in Brisbane now. Nice little left to right out of their hands. Yeah, Pool B, these 2 teams are from. They've got 8 teams in Pool A, 7 teams in Pool B. They're going to get plenty of footy here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it amazing that in the Challenge Division, when we're talking about the Challenge Division, that we have this number of teams.
Yeah.
It just shows you the growth of junior touch in Queensland, Scotty.
Absolutely. Rucking forward, no half in place, but they're aware to it as they come across. As calls are going forward, it's super important. As they roll over the halfway line now, Rocky, the last touch of the set. And Brisbane are going to start their set just shy of the halfway line.
Yeah, not a bad start from both teams, Scott, is it? Like they've both sort of just been content to get their completions and just settle into their work. And it'll be a bit of an intriguing contest, I think, as the boys settle and and get into it.
It's right at Wilson in the 66 for Brisbane, taking the last hit up. He's in at half at the moment. Links up with Blair McIntosh. They got numbers on their short side, but a pick up and go from half, a diving effort, and clipped on the boot. Big touch made from the number 4 there, Sam Lucas.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play, and he looks very likely, doesn't he? Number 22, very famous name there, Kobe Dela Cruz McLean.
Mm-hmm.
So Bo Dela Cruz, the son of one of the great Australian and Indigenous legends of our game.
Yeah, we're going to be having a chat with Bo as well coming up very shortly. We've got the Welcome to Country ceremony coming up at the conclusion of this game. We'll be having a chat with Bo, all things footy, her involvement here across the weekend, as we said, coaching here. And again, so many players, icons of the sport that you're seeing around the fields here at Rocky Touch, giving back to that next generation.
Yeah, 100%. Isn't it amazing to see? And I think the growth in the affiliates is in no small way. We were talking in the previous time slot about the work at Kawana that's being done by the likes of Troy Clark and, Giselle Martin and, the Farrows and lots of different people. And I think that, it's testimony to, all of the work of all of our, ex-great players getting involved and coaching and putting their hand up to help develop the sport all around Queensland.
The scary thing too is now that there's some of them that actually played in this event as juniors themselves, and now we're becoming in the part of that old brigade. I remember that. I was winding back the clock, telling people, anyone that would listen last night, that I played in the first one.
You did.
And now look at me now. We're back again.
What a legend.
Little mistake there from Rocky, though. Again, this tricky conditions, probably the heaviest rain that we've seen so far throughout the morning. It's just been, light showers blowing through.
Yep.
But what I love to see about that is they're still playing dry weather footy. They're going to throw the footy around here, the boys.
Yeah, how good. It's like really good to see the guys playing, at that level and just developing, their hand-eye coordination skills, their passing skills, whatever sport you're going to play. I mean, touch is the perfect, breeding ground for lots and lots of athletes in lots of sports.
Now, ball down, good call from our on-field referee. Looked like he did come off the body there of the number 1, Max Wade. Digging the blue bucket hat out there at the moment. The fashion is on point again this year.
Definitely. It's the I4 Jones thing, isn't it?
If the bucket hat gives you magical powers like E4 Jones has, man, I'll be chucking the bucket hat on as well.
Absolutely, yeah. My nephew made me snaffle one from I4 when we played against them a few weeks ago down in Sydney as a lead into Origin. Like it's his favourite player, so I hit him up, and the great guy that he is, he accommodated. So yeah, pretty nice of him.
What a superstar player he is. One of the touch blacks from New Zealand. Back and forth battle between these two teams. And no scores on the board as they tuck it under the wind and do the hard yards with Hayden Young down the right sideline. Coming in towards the back end of the set now here for Brisbane. Brockett gets into half. Picks up and goes. He was the man to split him open last time around from half. This time he goes left to right. Just had a little bit of mustard on it. Again, slippery ball to take. Rocky defence coming across. But he's looking pretty dangerous there, the number 23.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there. Just picked up and went whack for the second time in the game. So, yeah, we definitely keep our eye on him, Scott. Got some great ability, great passing game.
Rocky trudging downfield at the moment. Here's Ryan Murphy. Last touch of the set. Not much doing here for Rocky. Now they look to shift and it just slips out of the hands. Just lacking a little bit of polish on the back of that one.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing to be really important here, that the Redbacks turn up defensively in the first three, because they're creating a fair bit of flow in these first three touches, aren't they, Scotty? So it's important that the Redbacks stand resolute and come forward and meet this Brisbane juggernaut, because they're really starting to look good with some flow.
They come out again.
Here he goes again.
Yeah, looking to shake back towards him, has some space in front of him, looks for footwork. And touches made, but they have got themselves a penalty. Yeah,
Cruz McLean and Brockett are working, really nicely together there. So I expect them to, maybe have the ball between themselves on this early count. See if they can't get a little try here.
Here is Kobe grabbing across field. Gets it back off the right foot. Rocky hold out in defence. Only the second touch of the set. Score still locked up, 0-0. Round 3 here in the 12 boys challenge. Now this time long and dipping away. Another tough one to take.
Yeah, but he looks likely, doesn't he,
yep.
Brockett? That left to right, it's a real weapon with a lot of the kids still traditionally passing, right to left, but a left to right is a rarity, at this age to be that well accomplished. So I expect him to feature a little bit more prominently as this game goes on, Scotty.
He's got a big frame, tall kid for a
Definitely.
12-year-old.
Yeah.
He's holding court out there at the moment. I don't think he's had too many breaks either. He seems to be out
Playing
on the
big
field
minutes.
a lot.
Yeah, definitely playing big minutes.
And Rocky almost slipping down the sideline there with Ramsey.
And this has been pretty good defence by Rockhampton, because they've been under the pump a fair bit, Scotty, and they've managed to sort of withstand some really big questions being asked by this BMTA attack.
Now loose play the ball.
And a good pick-up from the refs. Yep.
Refs have been good early on day one. All 260 of them.
That's crazy, isn't it? Like, how good is it that we have that many people putting their hand up? And, and we always talk about, the level of, respect that's required from coaches, players, and and so far out there, being out there on the outskirts, and mate, not a problem with parents, coaches, anyone, everybody just pulling together to make sure the kids have the best experience, and we can't have a game without the referees, and they're doing a great job.
And turned out in big force again this year for the Junior State Cup. You can't miss them now, these bright pink shirts.
Definitely.
Brisbane want to work hard. This little kick out picks up an extra couple of metres. 61 there, and Blair McIntosh feeds it from half. Right of Wilson just slaps the ball across. Again, this midfield battle continues.
Yeah, it does, and Rockhampton have stood up really, really well. They just have to string their sets together. They've sort of had a problem from touch 3 to touch 4 in terms of the continuity, Scotty, so far. So let's see if they can do better this set, and it's looking promising now. Here they come.
Yeah, flowing on around behind.
And they just have to keep running. Don't slow it up.
Here's Max Wade. So they flow out to the left-hand side. Last touch, and they just probably needed a nice clean play. The ball half in place. And coming into the last. Now they try and chance their hand. And the touch is made there on Mason Thompson. Brisbane, good metres on the first.
Ooh, he's got it. Not square. Very good. These referees are all over it, Scotty.
Yeah, might have even been a smidge over the mark as well. So this is a good opportunity here for Rocky. We'll just get sent back towards the mark. Play underway. With a full set of 6 to work with. Looking to score the first try of the game. Nice ball movement.
Number.
And a looping ball. Great hands and well held onto. Theodore Chin Out here on the right-hand side of the field. As Max Wade unloads. They push the pass. It takes a little deflection. They do get the repeat set. Bit of ball movement there from Rocky. Nice to see.
And this is the opportunity that they've been waiting for. And they've just proved to themselves that when they get the flow and they keep running and they don't slow it up, they can ask some really, really good questions. So that's probably their ticket, for the rest of the game.
Here's Atkinson, who plays it, decides to go himself. Receives it back. Looks pretty lively. They try to slide in underneath.
Yeah, fantastic defensive play there from Kirkham. Came up with the big defensive play to save BMTA there off that quickie play.
Here's Wade again from half. We've just got the wrong line there, but great defence again. McIntosh that time.
Yeah, great work, Blair McIntosh. Came up with it, read that little boy play, like it was child's play.
Oh, perfect. Short side, nothing there. There's Brisbane jerseys everywhere. The last touch, so they still can't crack this Brisbane defence. As Brisbane now shifting across the field. Wilson plays it. Bit of space to work with down the right again. Gets them over on their sub-buck side of the field, so changes here for Brisbane.
Yeah, great first three there from BMTA, and then they're flowing here. And let's see what they can do on this back end. Little scoop play, and away he goes. There's that man.
The release, and Rocky come up out of the line on the last touch with Atkinson.
For all the flow that BMTA created, Rocky did a great job there defensively, Scott, to compose themselves. And unfortunately, an error coming out of their end. So now more pressure.
And they're still trying to get themselves into defensive position. They're making a couple of changes.
Yeah.
As that mistake came about, Brisbane can't capitalise. They come up with a little mistake of their own.
Yeah, and they're coach killers, aren't they, Scotty? Those ones, you get a turnover in great field position and then you turn it back on one, and that one was close to forward. But, the referees have played on, and now let's see if Rockhampton can mount something these last couple of touches. We said just do not slow it up. Keep running, boys. There he goes.
Pick up and go from half and through. Play on's the call. It might have been a touch, but from an offside position.
Yes.
And Rocky do get the first. Oh, they're going to come back. They might just be checking whether the touch was made.
Oh, no.
Referee saying, there was a bit of gap in between. So Rocky do get the first try of the match.
Yeah, nice piece of play there. That was the strike dump. That was what we've been asking for, Scotty, about them to just, go off the back of flow. The number 7 there, Ryan Murphy, picked up, showed a clean pair of heels, went through, and he linked up with Ramsey, number 5, and fantastic piece of play there. And, Rocky have gained the ascendancy.
Yeah, now
finally.
What's actually happening here, the referee actually signalled the player to go to the sin bin for the missed touch.
Oh, no, he's saying a period of time.
A period of time, yeah, apologies. So, Brisbane will be reduced down to 5 players for 4 sets of 6. So each team will have 2 sets of 6 before that player will return onto the field.
Yeah.
The referee must have seen a missed touch.
Yes, and the referee's the sole judge of those types of things. But let's see what BMTA can do. Stranger things have happened, attacking with 5 players.
And they've just gone over the sideline before the contact was made. Hooter sounds in the background though. So both teams will head over towards their sides of the field. Really tight contest, and Rocky with a slight lead in front by 1.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no additives, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
We're back here, live action. 12 boys, really tight first half between Rocky and Brisbane. Late try before the halftime break sees Rocky go in front. It's going to be a big second half here from both these two teams.
Oh, yeah, it's a very, very competitive environment out there, and we'll see if Rockhampton can take advantage of the one player, that they have, because the BMTA player's got another 3 sets, Scotty. So we'll see what happens here. If BMTA can sort of keep them out, and not have too much collateral damage off the back of that, then, I think this game could continue to be quite absorbing.
Yeah, anything can happen, even when you have that player down. It just seems to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, and all of a sudden the team that's got 6 players is thrown all out of whack. And we've seen teams score with 5 players before, so this is important first couple of minutes, because this could really set the tone here for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're over there in that box and you've got Bo Dela Cruz, who's one of the greatest players who sort of played the game, and great to see her coaching, but she'd be trying to keep the boys calm and just sort of like working hard, with their sort of 5 players, and I think it's a real opportunity now for them to stand up and see if they could get themselves back into this game, because by no means are they out of the contest at 1-0, and it'd be and it could be one of those famous victories, mate, that you rally around and you go. But Rockhampton have been really solid, haven't they, in this first half, in that midfield particularly.
So the positive for Brisbane here is they've got the tap for the second half, so that takes away one possession. They want to finish this all the way down the other end. Back their defence. Let's see how they go. With the 5 players, can they cause that chaos and score here straight away from the tap-off? We've seen it before. Now they're stretching out, and they've got their main man out there. Nice little bit of footwork. Goes off the left foot again. Still going. They'll come across and make the touch.
Oh, he's covered in spiders. Look at him go. He's wonderful to watch, this kid.
Here he is again. Harley Brockett, last touch. Does he have a cracking at the line? There's Rocky jerseys. Oh, jeepers creepers. He's slipping, he's sliding. The head went back. There was groans from the crowd. He's back to his feet.
Good to see.
He comes up to make the first touch as well for his team.
And this is a nice first 3 here from the Redbacks. They're 3 to the sideline, and then they're looking to get their troops where they need to be, and no substitutions made. They brought the ball to the sideline box, but they stayed out there. So interesting tactics from the Redbacks.
Oh, left behind around the back. The hands went straight up into the air. Poor old Sammy Lucas. He was looking to streak away from half. That slippery ball still causing a bit of drama.
And this is another good set, isn't it, Scotty? Like, they're working their way downfield. They've got to get a little bit closer here on this strike dump, and then they can leave it down the other end, and that's a great drive.
Yeah, in between 2 defenders as well, who are still retrieving. Brisbane now looking at the last touch of the set.
Yeah, so by our calculations, Scotty, 1 more set, and and they should be back to their full complement.
It's a big set here for Brisbane. They've got to hold out. At least they've made Rocky and do it the hard way. Still not quite over the halfway line yet. Here's Max Wade, who feeds it off. Will get himself into half. Picks up Wade, early release. They've got numbers out here on the left. Nice work to bring that defender back in, and a dive into the corner. They just couldn't quite hold on. We've got players down on the deck.
It's all happening, and a nice finish there from Tyler Hancock in the corner. But let's hope that he's okay. There's a little bit of concern for the young man. Hopefully he'll be okay. But Brisbane tried as hard as they possibly could to try and pull back. The 5 players done a great diving effort in the corner. Nearly got there, Scotty. But now they're out to a 2-0 lead. But the good news for BMTA is they're back to their full complement.
Yeah, you can see on the replay there. Knees just dug in a little bit, but it was the diving effort over the top. Just clocked him right in the melon. Yeah. He's a little bit ginger. They're tough up here, these Rocky kids, mate. He'll be back out there. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I like the work. We're going to give a shout-out to Alexander Olive, the number 9, who was playing in the league, that actually cut back infield to bring that defender in, and then he popped it back on the outside. Beautiful bit of ball work there from Olive. As Brisbane find themselves down by 2 now, looking to hit back and looking to slam it in underneath, and just losing his footing coming into the line there. And Dela Cruz McLean is back out on the field and he's looking to make an impact for his team.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic piece of play. It was good work from Kobe. Got himself in there and he's just trying to sort of, do some really good positive stuff for his team. So, let's see if BMTA can get themselves back in it. I still think it's anyone's game here, Scotty. It's still a very tight affair. Even though the Redbacks are out to a 2-0 lead, anything can happen here and there's still plenty of time on the clock.
And defensive sets like that will help. Quick play, the ball, and a little juggle over the shoulder. That doesn't help. Unfortunately, they give the footy straight back here to Rocky.
And it's often everyone's so enthusiastic and trying so hard just to make an impact that sometimes just slowing it down a little bit and giving yourself a little bit of composure, get yourself back set and where you need to be.
Here's Ramsey, who might have been able to throw it and had the numbers. And an overlap down here on the left again.
Yeah, but Brockett, he's doing the job in defence as well, Scotty. He's a very impressive young man.
They get the footy back. Now Brisbane. How do they start their set? Nice and direct first 2 touches. They'll follow with one more. Brockett tries to skip on the outside, has to come back. There's Dela Cruz McLean shy at the halfway line. Flat ball from half. As Taylor gets him towards the 10-metre line just to step over. Rocky will tap on their 10. Here is Maxi Wade. As Rocky get back to their feet. Good field position to make some changes.
Yeah, nice, real smooth play there from Rockhampton and a nice latch. And let's see what they can do with these 2 touches. And they seem to be slowing it up, Scotty. They need to keep running.
Now clean pick up, short ball. Good read defensively coming from outside in.
Yep, and again, their first 3 touches and their latch are fantastic, Rockhampton. They'll look back on this video and they'll see for themselves. It's really important to keep the flow going once you've created that, and because it makes it very difficult for the defence to get themselves set to defend that, penultimate touch that's coming.
Brisbane again working hard for metres. A little bit lateral coming out of their box. Over the halfway line with 1 to come. Dancing in the midfield at the moment. Now last. And they couldn't get away from that rocky defence.
Yeah, he's getting a bit frustrated, Brockett, but he needs, his middles to give him a decent strike dump, just to be nice and direct. Same thing that we're saying about Rockhampton. BMTA need to do the same thing, and if they can do that, they're going to put either team under a little bit of pressure in that middle area of the field, Scotty.
Tyler Hancock, young man who scored the last try for Rocky and took that head knock. He's back out there. Coming into the last now for Rockhampton. Turn it back on the inside. Stratton. Nothing there on the last touch.
Yeah, some really good defence there from the number 57 too. Archer Skews for BMTA. Didn't look under any pressure at all. They're making the touch, pulling his corner with the correct hand, and he looks like technically a very good little player.
Now mistaken to play the ball. Hayden Young in these slippery conditions. Ball spilling out. Rocky with a chance to go up by 3. That would be a lot of pressure then on Brisbane to get back into the game. Low scoring, tight affair, play on. And players offside there from Brisbane. Must have just been a few steps short of the line. His hands in the head. He's devastated, the young man.
Poor little Skews. He was trying his best. He's a decent defender. He tried really hard to step up off the line, and bit of a 50-50 call there, but nice piece of play from Rockhampton. Well-heeled combination between those 2 guys, and now they've skipped themselves out here to a 3-0 lead, Scott.
Yeah, Roland Stratton scoring the 3rd try for Rocky. Homeboys in front at the moment. Looking to take their record to 2 wins, 1 loss. And this will be the first loss potentially for Brisbane after a couple of wins this morning from the boys up north in Townsville and Thuringowa. Now last touch, nice footwork coming in. Almost just angled back in towards the defender he originally beat.
Yeah, definitely. Great touch there from Hugh McCosker, the number 8. Came up with a last-ditch effort there to be able to deny Brisbane.
Rocky doing the hard yards here. It's a good hit up going forward. They're picking up pretty easy meters at the moment as Brisbane need to get off the back foot. Yeah, nice setup coming into the last. Early release, big bomb up in the air. And some fancy feet. A nice little battle down the sideline. Sees Brizzy get the footy back. What can they come up with? Nice start to the set. Dela Cruz McLean, sharp off the left foot. Working hard again. There's a flat ball from half. Good meters through the middle. Looking for a penalty.
He's got a penalty, well done. Oh no, he's just gonna, no.
Back to the feet, the ref says.
Okay.
Cop a little bit of a shot.
Yeah. And that's nice footwork to get him behind and kick to that back middle, and now they just have to keep running.
Offload. Bring it through the middle. Just took a little bit of sting out coming in towards the back end. They've still got a touch to work with here, Brisbane. Looking for their first try. Pick up and go. Ooh, almost getting through. They almost ran into the same hole in the end. What do we got here, though? The referee is building the drama.
Yeah, he's got the hand gestures. He's got everything going on there. He's going back and they're playing the ball.
They come back.
Cruz McLean.
He's scheming. Now, off the left, short ball, and they try to get in between. Desperation defence.
And the referee on the spot to adjudicate on that one. But a nice question asked by BMTA, but resolute defence again from the Redbacks.
I think this is the last now. And they try to get across field. They'll make Rocky work if they want to come over and get some changes. Nice extra pass on the first. Juggled, held.
Put him in the circus, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. He's got all the skills.
And the bucket hats, the double buckets are on now, mate.
Alarm bells ringing here for Brisbane. Double bucket attack. Let's see if they can link up. It's the last touch. They're on opposite sides of the field at the moment. And they've stifled it out nicely there, Brizzy.
Just teasing us, Scotty. They'll be right. They'll come good somewhere. We'll see something good from the bucket soon, I reckon.
I just don't understand how they stay on your head
I know.
when you run. Every time I put a bucket on, it's off in the wind. See you later. They're working well at the moment. There he is again, Maxie Wade. Just getting down on the mark. They got themselves down the right end of the field here, Rocky. Atkinson plays it. Wade looking to come back towards him. Brisbane defence is there.
Yeah, well read there from the BMTA combination. And, you know, they've been toiling away here, Scotty. I don't think it's going to be, you know, too soon, too long away before they actually, you know, score a try. They've done, you know, some really good jobs in attack, getting out of their own end, and they just need to put, you know, this back end together.
They get a couple of changes on as well. Not a bad set last, and they're looking around for options. Well, this one's the last now. This referee's confusing me every time he's out there. Hands are going up. I thought I heard him scream last.
Yeah.
Now they say ball down.
Yeah, unlucky there, but again, I think they'll look back on this and sort of go, look, we just have to keep going with the flow. Like, we're creating good momentum on the first three, and then we sort of slow it up somewhere in there, just keep running. So, and this is the thing about the challenge division. It gives players an opportunity to really, really improve as the tournament goes. Both these teams will pick up, you know, exponentially, like, over the next, you know, couple of days, Scotty. So, you know, what a good advertisement for our sport to be able to, as I said, to have the challenge sort of division, you know, across the age groups. It makes all the difference in terms of giving more kids an opportunity to play our game.
So looking for a try. They've been down this end of the field over the last few sets here, Brisbane. Still haven't been able to crack the Rocky defence. Is this the set where they do? They took it right to the line. Hooter sounds in the background. It's a touch and pass penalty, so Rocky will tap. And I think they might just roll forward. No, they won't. Of course they won't. They're 12-year-old boys. We're going to go for more points here. What am I talking about? What would I know? And the referee almost makes a tackle in the end to close out the game. Nice win there from a Rocky. 3 tries to 0 over Brisbane. The homeboys will be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. A really good performance from Rockhampton and fantastic from BMTA too. They, played without some luck, but they'll get better as this tournament goes along, Scott, and really good to see our 12 boys out here on Field 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty more coming up. We've got the official welcome to country ceremony coming up. Stay tuned for that. We'll head down on the sideline as well for some post-match interviews with, thanks to Guzmani Gomez, Bo Dela Cruz, absolute legend of the sport. I can see her making her way across the field. We'll have a chat with Bo very shortly as well. Stay with us. More to come here from the Queensland Junior State Cup. Yeah, no.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. Love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrise hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. Be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning means hello. So, please excuse my back, but everyone's included into this welcome. Gee, this is real loud. So my name is Naya Nikki Hatfield. Naya means auntie in our Darwin language. So Darwin people are the traditional custodians of this country. We've obviously lived here for a very long time, thousands of years, and many of us still live here today. I was born and bred here, as were my children, my grandchildren, and I tell you what, it's an honour for me to be here today to do this Welcome the Country. Welcome the Country is a very important ceremony and has been among Aboriginal people for a very long time. And it's quite simple, really. It's showing yaraba, respect to each other. You yourselves have been doing it all your lives, and you probably will continue to do it all your lives. And the reason I say it's simple is, when you visit someone, do you walk into your house when you feel like it? Of course you don't. You show them yaraba, respect. You knock on the door. And you wait for them to open the door and say, come in. So they're showing you respect by doing that. Because coming means welcome. So Aboriginal people, all their country was like their house. Same as your house, you use different rooms for different reasons on a daily basis at different times. Aboriginal people, we did that with our country. We use areas of our country at different times for different reasons on a daily basis. So all of our country was like our house. And we didn't go into our neighbour's house without knocking on that big old gum tree, and we waited until they said, come in, welcome. So like I said, everyone in the world have been doing it all their lives, basically, like yourselves, and will continue to. It's just that with Aboriginal people, we've probably been doing it much longer than anyone else in the world and on a much bigger scale. So, like I said, it's an honour to have you here. But before I go any further, I have to do this. So I pay my respects to the ancestors, old people and spirits of this beautiful land and sea country where we all are right now. I pay respects to elders past and present all around the country, and I pay respects to elders here today, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous. And I remember loved ones no longer with us in body, but know that they are with us here in spirit. So, I ask the ancestors and old people to watch over all of our visitors here to this beautiful land and sea country. And I ask when it's time for you to go home, to see you all safely home. So, please show yaraba to yourselves and to each other while you're playing this deadly game of touch football, and play your best. Good luck to you all, and happy NAIDOC week to you all. Thank you. And Ganguli Gapadaru, Murray, Nai Mayim in the Dabadam, one Mali Apanuti, Nai in the Dabble Bimigani. On behalf of myself and the Darwin people, I welcome you all here to Darwin's traditional homelands. And be deadly, play deadly, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naya and Nikki. We're joining me now in welcoming young adorable man Max and the adorable dancers. Thank you very much, Max and the Durable dancers. Let's give them another round of applause. And on behalf of Queensland Touch Football, we'd like to provide you with a token of appreciation and present you with your own Junior State Cup medal. Queensland Touch Football Chief Executive Greg Denny is with me to present these medals. Now these medals, which will also be presented to our winners and runners-up this weekend, have been made in collaboration with local Durham man Brandon Butler for the Durham Enterprises, and is a representation of Durham country, its people, and their deep spiritual and physical connection to the land. He was chosen for the ribbons of the 2025 Junior State Cup champions and runners-up medals to honour Durham country and pay our respects to the traditional custodians, the Durham people on whose land we gather here for this event. On the Champions medal, you'll see elements that reflect country, including Tanamba, the Fitzroy River, the people, and the Mundagaba Rainbow Serpent. Tanamba flows right beside the Rockhampton touch fields behind us here and is incredibly significant. It has been a life source for the Durham people for thousands of years and continues to nourish everybody who lives on and visits Durham country today. The Rainbow Serpent is a powerful creation spirit in the Aboriginal cultures and is believed by the Durham to live within the river, representing life, creation and deep spiritual connection. On the runners-up medal, you'll see more of the land and waters, highlighting the connection to both fresh water and salt water, the lifeblood of the Durham country. As we come together to pay respect and celebrate the sport we love, let's also take a moment to reflect on the river beside us. Water gives life to all. Without it, we wouldn't be able to run, play, or even be here this weekend. Let us honour Tanamba and show respect to the Durham people and their country during our time here. We'd like to invite Nainiki to accept these medals on behalf of Durham Enterprises. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody's attendance as well for our official Welcome to Country ceremony. Games will recommence at 12:45.
Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Newram, Mount Archer calls. The world stretches out like a painted canvas of endless possibilities. Catch the sunset from Newram Circuit, a moment captured in time and on the gram. Toonabar, Fitzroy River, flows like the city's heartbeat, inviting you to row, fish, or simply cruise its waters. Every splash is a story, every current a call to adventure. History, it's alive and kicking. Step into the world of the Darumble people, our traditional custodians. Through self-guided tours, you're invited to walk alongside history and see through the eyes of those who've nurtured this land for thousands of years. From Archer Park Rail Museum to the echoes of Mount Morgan, a time travel ticket tells tales where the past meets the present. Then there's the beef, a carnivore's dream in Australia's beef capital. From heritage pubs to riverside delights, it's more than a meal. It's Rockhampton on a plate. Culture Vulture, we've got you. Arts and culture embrace you with open arms. The Rockhampton Museum of Art, local festivals and events, vibrant gateways to the soul of the city. True adventure is First Turkey Mountain Bike Park. Challenging, exhilarating, like catching a legendary trophy barra in the Fitzroy. Then return to peace with a farm stay, an invitation to reconnect round the fire. Find companionship in the stars. Just when you thought you'd chosen every adventure, choose the coral and the caves, the southern Great Barrier Reef, and ancient Capricorn Caves, our oldest playgrounds. Welcome to Rockhampton. The adventure is yours to decide.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I think it's just great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening GTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We've just enjoyed the Welcome to Country, celebrated by the Darumble dancers. And we are now joined by Naya Nikki Hatfield. Gudamuli.
Gudamuli. Pinky, how are you today?
Really good and wonderful to see yourself and the dancers today. Thank you on behalf of Queensland Touch Football. Now, we did just find out all about the artwork for the medals and ribbons this year, made by Darumble man Brandon Butler. Not made, but designed. He is an artist. How do you feel about that?
Brandon's pretty deadly, and as you can see by my shirt, he comes up with the deadliest things, and we're very proud to have Brandon. He lives here on Darumble country. He proudly tells you what group he belongs to, but he's like, he's really good. He's really good.
He really is, and we've got some fabulous murals around town from him as well.
Definitely, yes. Yeah, we're quite proud of him. Yeah.
Now let's talk about the significance of the river, the Toonabar, the people, and the Munda Gutta as well, the rainbow serpent.
Yes. Okay, so on my shirt I've got the Munda Gutta, the rainbow serpent, I've got the Yugu, the water lily, I've got the Nunthi, the land, and I've got the Gamu, the water. And on the back I've got the Butaroo, the green tree frog, which are all very closely related culturally, and they're all quite significant to Darumble people and our country, our waters, and all life.
How has NAIDOC Week 2025 been so far for you? There's quite the calendar of events here in Rockhampton.
Well, it's been special because it's 50 years all around the country for NAIDOC, you know, and it's a time for us to celebrate who we are, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people, who we are, and how long we've been here, and the progress that we've made, you know, the challenges we've faced, our old people have faced, and the challenges we today face, and we celebrate the wins, and not so much the losses, of course, but it is a wonderful time, NAIDOC time, and we would like non-Indigenous people to everywhere to join in with us to celebrate NAIDOC,
Do you plan to go and watch a few games today to celebrate as well?
Probably not. I've got to go shopping. But like I said, I played here in these fields nearly 50 years ago, and my children have played here, my grandchildren have played here, and so it's like I said, it was an honour to be here today to do this welcoming. Definitely.
I'm assuming as a player back in the day as well, you'd be really excited about the NRLW then.
Oh yeah, I played that too. And I think I made a record the first game I played rugby league. We had a thing called Charity Cup Day here in Rockhampton, and so we played Blackwater, and I never got tackled once during that game. And it wasn't because I was deadly or anything. It was because when I seen them big girls running at me, I would pass that ball out straight away, So.
That sounds like something I'd do. Oh, that's amazing. Well, happy NAIDOC Week, Naya, Nikki Hadfield.
Oh, same to you, Pinky. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
This is the Queensland Touch Footy Junior State Cup coming to you live from the Cyril Connell Fields on Darumble Country.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters, play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Newham, Mount Archer calls. The world stretches out like a painted canvas of endless possibilities. Catch the sunset from Newham Circuit, a moment captured in time and on the gram. Toonabar, Fitzroy River, flows like the city's heartbeat, inviting you to row, fish, or simply cruise its waters. Every splash is a story, every current a call to adventure. History, it's alive and kicking. Step into the world of the Darumble people, our traditional custodians. Through self-guided tours, you're invited to walk alongside history and see through the eyes of those who've nurtured this land for thousands of years. From Archer Park Rail Museum to the echoes of Mount Morgan, a time travel ticket tells tales where the past meets the present. Then there's the beef. A carnivore's dream in Australia's beef capital. From heritage pubs to riverside delights. It's more than a meal. It's Rockhampton on a plate. Culture vulture, we've got you. Arts and culture embrace you with open arms. The Rockhampton Museum of Art. Local festivals and events. Vibrant.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Joining us is a touch footy legend and NRL great, Justin Lumans, to have a chat with another superstar of the game, now a coach, Bo Dela Cruz. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I want to acknowledge country and pay my respects to the Darumble people and my elders past and present. And thanks for, guiding us a safe passage through this country, especially in NAIDOC week.
Yes, great NAIDOC week. Now, your under-12 boys, BMTA, just finished their game not long ago. How did they go?
Yeah, no, we didn't get up in that game, unfortunately, to Rocky Red. Rocky Red were a really well-drilled team. They played as a team. But, the boys have won 2 this morning against Townsville and Thuringowa. So, we'll go back to the drawing board and see what we've got to do to be back better and bigger tomorrow against the Gold Coast.
So, Pinky, not only a coach, but an absolute superstar. We were talking off air before. Bo Dela Cruz, Australian representative, rugby league, touch football, now coaching. A bit of commentating in there as well, as always. But, Bo, how important is it for you? Obviously, we just spoke, Pinky said, with the 12s. How important is it to give back to this great game and also with the juniors?
Yeah, look, I guess being here Junior State Cup for the last 2 years now and getting to coach my son as well has been pretty awesome. But to see the numbers come back to touch, I think we dropped off for a while there, but to see the numbers, here this weekend is just phenomenal, and it's a credit to Queensland Touch as well, and all the affiliates that have come today. It's not easy knowing coaching. It's not easy getting your kids here, but I think it's a big congratulations to all the affiliates and especially Queensland Touch.
Now, we know you've been involved in supporting young women through pathways like the Titans Female Academy. What's your message to young girls at the Junior State Cup about backing themselves and continuing with the sport?
Yeah, look, I think it's young girls and young boys. I mean, touch is the foundation sport, right, especially. And I see, you can tell the likes of Tamika Rapton, former touch player, but a former great touch player as well. And, I encourage everyone, if that's a pathway that they want to take to the NRL, NRLW, that touch is the one thing that you never give up. It keeps your skills silky, it keeps your vision, it keeps your spatial awareness just so silky and slick. And, but even then, it's the best team sport that you can play. I love getting back out there and playing. I encourage everyone to stick to the game of touch. It's the best.
Bo, you mentioned earlier NAIDOC week. We're in the midst of the celebrations. How has that been for you and what have you been involved with?
Oh, look, I've been involved with a lot, but it's NAIDOC week every week for me, Justin. I celebrate my culture every day. I work for the Queensland Aboriginal and Islander Health Council, trying to better the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people when it comes to health. So it's, for me, it's just another week because I feel like that's NAIDOC week every week for me. But, I do encourage all the mob and everyone else, especially all our allies, to get out to your local community events. You learn so much. It's just so warming and just so beautiful. And Auntie Nikki's welcome to country tomorrow, just before, that's a blessing. That's they're giving us a safe passage through their country while we're here, and it's so important to acknowledge that as well. So even when I go into country, someone else's country, I've always say it in my head and just ask for a safe passage for me and my family through their country. So I love NAIDOC week. It's such a good celebration of our people, but it's NAIDOC week every week for me.
You do use your platform to shine a light on First Nations athletes. What does it mean to you to see so many strong Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander boys and girls coming through the pathway line with touch footy?
Yeah, look, there wasn't a lot when I was around. I had the amazing likes of Tanya Suter and Leanne Gray as my, two mentors that I looked up to for a very long time. So to see so many of our mob coming back to the game, like I said, it dropped off for a while there, but to see so many of our mob back here playing, it's a sport that we all love. It's that modern day corroboree where we bring all the mob together as well. So, it's beautiful to see that there's so many, but we need some more in those Queensland, New South Wales, and all the state teams, and especially our Australian Emus team as well.
So, Bo, obviously we're here for the Junior State Cup, the sport we love. However, last night, State of Origin, we've got to touch on this. We spoke during the week. We're on a bit of a conference call and there were some Blues players on it. And we're like, because we did lose in the State of Origin for touch, the recent one down at Coffs Harbour, and you said, don't worry, wait till next week. And that was last night, and what happened? What a game it was. Queenslander. Is there anything more to say?
There's nothing more to say, Looms. But the good thing is I'm on the TV show Over the Black Dot, and I called it after the first game, and I called out for Josh Papali'i to come back into the team, which he did, and Hammer to go to fullback. So I just want to say to all the mob out there, I told you so. But it was so good to see. The boys were just so beautifully structured. They were so hungry, and I think, with Cam losing his dad, God bless, it was good to see that the boys really stood up for him in that game. And also New South Wales, they really supported him at that time of his life where he needs his mates and his family around. So, but yeah, they were just phenomenal last night, and it was just a good one. It was good to see.
Can I just touch on that? As you said, and those that listened to the after-match function with Cam Munster, obviously his father Steve passing away, but New South Wales teams reached out to him, a lot of those players. And again, let's bring it back to the touch football. On the field, we're trying to win. We're competing as hard as we can. However, off the field, it is a family. We want to make sure everyone's safe. We want to make sure everyone's having a good time. And, you coming through and coaching your team, as I'm coaching out here, that's the number one goal. It's to have fun, but you've got to be respectful.
Yeah, 100%. So respect is everything, when we're on and off the field. And I've been taught that by my dad for a very long time. You respect not only yourself, but you respect others, especially when you're on the field, and then take it off the field. It is a game at the end of the day. It's a game we're all I'm still competitive at it, but we're all very competitive. And we've just got to look after each other at the end of the day, We see what's going around. I'm not going to go there, but we see what's going around in the world these days. And, to show respect and to show some empathy to each other is so important. And especially in weeks like this with NAIDOC week, as well. So, it's good to support each other on the field, but it's even better to support each other off the field as well.
Now, you've seen touch footy from both angles as a player and a coach. What makes Junior State Cup so special?
Oh, look, Pinky, it's phenomenal. I always say this to my husband. I said about my son, and so many other young girls I see, I was never that good at that age. You know what I mean? So for me to sit here and just go, wow, I love the fact that I'm still learning stuff as well, especially when, we've got to respect the fact that these younger players that are coming through now can actually do what we were doing 20 years ago, Looms. And, the fact that they're just learning at such a fast rate. But I think it's a big, it's a really good reflection of the amount of people that we have involved in touch, around the coaches, around our volunteers. I see so many parents here coaching and just wanting to do it just because of the fact that they love watching their children play, and they love them seeing fun and in a great game like ours of touch football. So it's such a good tournament. I still can't believe how many kids and families have come to Rocky Darumble country, and it's a really big congratulations to Queensland Touch on what they're doing.
Thank you so much for your time. It'd be lovely to continue talking to you, Bo Dela Cruz. Have a fantastic couple of days, and happy NAIDOC week to you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. And now we're going to go to the Townsville versus Caboolture 12 girls game.
Welcome to the 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup. Some of the best young athletes from across the state return to Rockhampton for a huge 3 days of touch football action. There's a big buzz in the air, and we're just moments away from getting our first matches of the tournament underway. A huge thank you to Rockhampton Regional Council and Explore Rockhampton for their incredible support in bringing this year's tournament to life. The 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup starts now.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters, play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Newham, Mount Archer calls. The world stretches out like a painted canvas of endless possibilities. Catch the sunset from Newham Circuit, a moment captured in time and on the gram. Toonabar, Fitzroy River, flows like the city's heartbeat, inviting you to row, fish, or simply cruise its waters. Every splash is a story, every current a call to adventure. History, it's alive and kicking. Step into the world of the Darumble people, our traditional custodians. Through self-guided tours, you're invited to walk alongside history and see through the eyes of those who've nurtured this land for thousands of years. From Archer Park Rail Museum to the echoes of Mount Morgan, a time travel ticket tells tales where the past meets the present. Then there's the beef, a carnivore stream in Australia's beef capital. From heritage pubs to riverside delights, it's more than a meal. It's Rockhampton on a plate. Culture vulture, we've got you. Arts and culture embrace you with open arms. The Rockhampton Museum of Art, local festivals and events, vibrant gateways to the soul of the city. True adventure is First Turkey Mountain Bike Park. Challenging, exhilarating, like catching a legendary trophy barra in the Fitzroy. Then return to peace with a farm stay, an invitation to reconnect round the fire. Find companionship in the stars. Just when you thought you'd chosen every adventure, choose the coral and the caves, the southern Great Barrier Reef and ancient Capricorn Caves, our oldest playgrounds. Welcome to Rockhampton. The adventure is yours to decide.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. And we're here on Field 1 for this action between Townsville and Caboolture in the Under-12 Girls Development Division. And we're just about all set to go. I'm joined by Simone Hepburn in the commentary box. Simone, great to have you alongside.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be here on turning out to be a nice hot sunny day.
Yes, it is. We did have a little bit of weather around, but that has seemed to have cleared up.
This is our first game, I believe, of development division. Is that right? The challenge division, it's called. And we're looking at Townsville in the green, running from right to left, and in the purple, it is Caboolture.
Caboolture, that's exactly right. And the 12 Girls Development Division is made up of 3 pools. We have Pool A, B and C. This is Pool C. And Brothers B, Emerald, Ipswich and Redlands Green also feature in this pool. Pool B, we have BMTA White, Bundaberg B, Capricorn Coast, Hounds White, Kawana and GCT. And on Pool A, we have Blackwater, Dalby, Gladstone Gold, Mackay Lightning, Noosa, Rockhampton White and Toowoomba Blue. A total of 19 teams here at the 2025 Junior State Cup, which is fantastic numbers, Simone.
Yeah, so good. We just saw Townsville take it straight down to the line and have their first crack at the line, and unfortunately not successful. And Caboolture now making a break through the middle. One ball in one hand. She's just mowed down by a good covering defence by 2 Townsville players coming after her.
Mihaela Evans it was, making the touch, so tremendous work there defensively.
And showing a great early commitment and energy, both sides, having a go, chasing someone down. They're here to play. The development division is different to the competitive division. It's not always about one goal of winning. They're here to experience, to be exposed to the harder touch than they may see at home.
Yep. Well, that's what we were talking about just before coming on air, the different goals that the development division teams have compared to some of the other sides here this weekend.
A little breakaway down the far side. Number 2 having a good go.
Yes, that was Willow Holmes. So Caboolture in attack. And Simone, you were telling me you've done a lot of development coaching. Talk to us from a coach's perspective, what you're looking for here in a match like this on Field 1.
Well, I've done 5 years of development teams and I love it. My favourite teams, Josh, actually, because you get to see so much improvement so quickly, and a lot of the players...
So we see the touch made, and they'll walk back to the 7.
I was going to say a lot of players may not have had the sort of structured coaching in their other club environments, and this is their first time with some extra skill development, some extra coaching, and you really see some players really thrive and really come into their own and build confidence and skills they haven't had before. And this tournament is a really good platform for that.
I was about to say, a tournament like the Junior State Cup is perfect for that, to foster that environment and for the players to pick up a lot of experience in a different environment. And so Caboolture will head back to the 7. They've had a few goes at this Townsville line now. And ball in hand, it's with Charlotte Horner as she throws it over the top. There's some space here for Caboolture. And the crowd go off. It's Caboolture who cross first.
Excellent. A big cutout and an after-try dance as well. They're giving it everything. That's so cool.
So we take a look here on the replay.
There it is.
Horner with the ball over the top. And then
up and over the top, but effective. Found the winger running into some space on a nice outline, and they deserved that try. Well deserved.
Yes, it was Aria Fraser going over. And we just take a look at the previous results for these sides. Brothers defeated Townsville Green 1-0. Caboolture won 1-0 against Redlands. And in that round, it was Emerald and Ipswich up against each other. They drew 2-2. And at the moment, on field 7 and 8 respectively, we have Brothers taking on Ipswich in this division and Redlands taking on Emerald, while Townsville Green go at it against Caboolture here on field 1. And so how good is it? It's the sun out, Simone. It was a bit off this morning, but it's good to be back on.
Happy days. So, Josh, these two teams would not have faced each other before, right? Being from Townsville and Caboolture.
You wouldn't assume so.
So their first half, I would expect the coaches and the players just feeling out the other team, seeing where the strengths are. She's going to go for it. There's the wheels. Has she got the last legs? She does, all the way. What a great run from one side to the other. And 17.
Aria Fraser has 2 now. That's
There's
her
some wheels.
Second try, you're right. A lot of speed on show here.
Yeah, and sometimes that's in these development teams. Kids, like athletic kids come into these teams. They mightn't have had the years of coaching beforehand, but they've got potential. And that's the joy of coaching these teams, is if you can harness some of that potential like speed, there's a result.
That is Exhibit A right there. And it's a great point you made earlier, just seeing the development of the kids. I'm sure even across a 3-day tournament such as this one, watching the kids grow each game. Yeah,
and the parents love it, and the kids come away with confidence. Parents can often see, real progress. And sometimes the goals are small things, like just a particular skill. Like you might give, one player their skill to master is a really clean play the ball. It doesn't have to be complicated, but if they can set and drive and they can set up a lot of tries, that can be the one thing that improves.
And so Caboolture do well defensively there. Toowoomba had a nice crack on their line, and now we'll see them drive out of their own end. And as you said, it's just the fundamentals that they're looking to work on. There was some nice meters there as they get some fresh legs on the park. That's another really good run from Caboolture. That time it was some across.
And the fundamentals, Josh, are often the difference between, making an A team or a B team. And in an environment like this, you get a real chance to practice those fundamentals that you mightn't get if you get selected in an A team, for example, or the championship division.
And you even you go back to Origin a couple of weekends ago and you look at that men's 20s division, they went to 3 drop-offs. Probably the difference in some of those matches was just pure fundamentals and the basic principles of the game. And so Townsville looking to get on the scoreboard themselves.
Oh.
Talking about pace, a little bit of agility out in there as well.
It's only 2-0, Josh, and still anyone's game. Townsville is spending plenty of time at this line. They're having their opportunities, which the coach will be happy with. Here goes a half run, a little pop out. She's away.
Oh, and the touch was made. It was great work there from Kiona Lee Daisy, who found an open winger. And that was number 35, Kiana Chatterton.
The other thing I love, Josh, about this development division is all the regional teams that come in and get to test themselves against the kind of the bigger
affiliates.
Like, for example, I think Emerald, you said, Blackwater, Dolby.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we can't show all of the games of all of those areas, but these girls today have lucked a Field 1 game, and they're going to be on YouTube, and they're going to get to watch it back, and they'll love it.
They deserve their time here on Field 1 without a doubt. And so, change over here, 6 touches up. Townsville look to traverse the field as they come over towards their sub-box. It's a good little run there as they drop it down just on their side of halfway. Picking up some more metres as they get a fresh set of legs on. Metres to be made here. It's a great touch coming across from Emily Nichols.
And the fresh legs are on just in time to have their time at the line. Let's see what this Townsville team's putting on here. Whoa,
Bit of footwork and the touch is made. This is the last.
They've gone behind the line. No, I can't see that line
well,
from here, Josh, can you?
It's a point of conjecture, of course. Have you been out on Field 1?
No.
It's
Tell me.
You may be able to see on the live stream as well that the lines are painted white, and the Rockhampton fields that the measurements they use are on black, and they're literally less than a metre apart. So at times for both defence and attack, it can be very tricky to figure out which line to approach.
I see.
Yeah, and we were very lucky yesterday. We were talking to Tristan Manor on the field, and he was breaking it down for us what the players are thinking in times like that. So it can be very difficult.
Whoa,
We see a nice pass here.
Out. And some good cover.
So yes, expect over the weekend to see not only defences probably fall short of making the try line, but also sides who are trying to score a try and attack maybe falling a little short with the line being a little earlier than the actual in goal. So
yeah, well, if you're listening, watching on YouTube, you have heard it, and it would be wise if I was coaching to send my players out there in the warm-up and get a good feel of where the white and the black is. Oh, a nice run from number 5. A great defensive effort from 7 for Caboolture. Oh, a little overlap down this short side, maybe.
They've run out of touches there. So it was good work from Townsville. As we said, 2-0 the score. Both tries going the way of Aria Fraser.
Townsville are still looking promising here. I think they should stay positive, finish off this first half strongly, and they're still in with a chance here.
Well, when you look at this this opening chapter from these two sides, from a coach's perspective, what have you noticed from Caboolture and Townsville?
I think those 2 runaway tries with the speed of
Aria Fraser.
Thank you. Have been a bit unlucky for Townsville. I think they're playing their game strategy. Their structures look good. I think it's a bit of
just ad-lib play, would you say, a bit like this?
Yeah, they have been trying a few more extra things. I think Caboolture really taking a chance to play a little bit more passing. But again, Josh, we talked about like your goals for the tournament, and potentially the goal for Caboolture, I don't know, it could be like learning how to play a subset, a structured style, how to drive. Other time it could be learning some eyes up, the opposite. So the result isn't always indicates the success, right?
Yes.
Because the result may not be their goal.
The results aren't probably tangible, that's right. And for these girls, this
like
is
the score result.
Yeah, and this is only round 3, of course, so Plenty more games for them to try their hand as they almost sneak under. Penalty going the way of Caboolture.
Offside penalty there.
So we have a couple of minutes remaining. And Caboolture take it back to the 7 where they'll have a fresh set to begin.
Townsville, you mean? Oh, no, sorry, I'm back to front. Sorry, you're right. I'm back to front.
Not a problem.
Caboolture in the
We're just getting
blue.
the rust off early on in day one, Simone. That's all we're doing.
You're the pro. I am the amateur.
Not at all, not at all. And the ball goes to ground there, so Townsville with a chance now. An opportunity to ruck out of their own end.
I think I'm just trying to backtrack to what I just said. I think I've been saying the opposite team throughout the game. My apologies, listeners. I'll get it together.
Better to correct it now than after the match. So we're all good. So Townsville come over towards this sub box. Some more metres on offer. That's a nice run there. And Grace Ernest it was as they pick up and go on the last.
Nice offload. And that's their 6.
And the touch is made. So as I mentioned, not too long remaining here in this first 14 minutes here on field 1.
Happy to throw it around, I think, is what Caboolture are doing a little bit more. Throwing a little bit more and a little bit of extra speed might be the small difference at this point.
Well, you can probably put the 2 tries that Aria Fraser scored down to that one skill in speed. They throw a pass over the top, Caboolture. This is the last for them.
Ooh,
and the referee spots a little error, so Townsville will pick it up from close to the 10-metre line.
The other thing these development teams are experiencing, maybe setting for their goals, is about doing their basics under some more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're haven't had the exposure to this level and this intensity that they're getting today, their foundations that they may have at club might be harder to do at a rep level. So basics under pressure could be another goal potentially working on.
So this is the last, and
Nice
Townsville keep
punish.
creeping forward. And the touch is made in the end. And yeah, just to elaborate on that point, Simone, you come here to field 1 and it's a bit more foot traffic, a few more teams around, a few more eyes on the game.
You're being recorded.
You are being recorded.
Somebody's watching at home.
That's exactly right. And we come to half-time here between Townsville, Green and Caboolture. 2-0 the score to Caboolture. We'll take a quick step aside and we'll be back after these messages.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome back to Queensland State Cup and joined by Simone Hepburn in the commentary box. Simone, we have a 2-0 scoreline in favour of Caboolture. Just finished that thought about Billy Slater you were telling me.
Oh, I was just saying with development teams that, you don't have to be at your potential when you're young. There's a lot of time, there's a play the long game, and Billy Slater's a classic example of a late bloomer because he didn't make his first Queensland team until he was in his first Origin team. He debuted for Queensland at that age, 20 or something. I think it was 20.
And there's a lot of teams he would have missed out on along the way growing up through the age group, right?
Yeah, so if your child's playing in a development division and they're not in the A team or they're not in the top division, they're not making all the rep teams, it can be a long game. If they love it and they stick at it, they can play for life.
That's exactly right, and that's the beauty about touch in general. And here at the Junior State Cup, the future of the sport is right here in Rockhampton. So we have started already with the buzzer going, and Caboolture just retrieving the ball as they'll get us going from halfway. And they swap sides now. Caboolture running from right to left. And
oh, some nice yards there, straight up the middle. That's 3 rucks in there at the 7 metre. They'll be happy with that. Just got to get those lines right down there. Which one is the 7? And they're all good.
Well, that was Emily Nichols again with a beautiful run as they...
Looks like they're setting up for a splitter or something here. There it is.
Drop it down and trying to
nice.
Sneak over. Emily Nichols, did she get there?
The ref's having a little chat. It was a nice looking splitter to me. If we get the
replay up.
Replay, it'll be nice to see. He's happy.
And they've got a try celebration, I think, to go with it.
Here we go.
There you go.
There it is.
Try July, that's right.
Yeah, a nice under the defenders there. That is pretty hard to defend, that splitter. So no shame for trying to defend that. It is damn hard.
So Caboolture stretch out to a 3-try lead. And while we've got you up here, Simone, just want to talk to you about the your role here at the Junior State Cup here with Palm Beach. Coaching, I believe. How's that all going?
It's always fun.
Yep.
Driving to Rocky, long, but when we get here, fun. I've got the 16 B girls who in the 16s are in the they're all in the top division for the first day, and then they split off for the second day.
Yep.
Slightly different draw structure for each age group. It depends on the number of teams that arrive and the difference between the standards of the teams, how they structure that.
And how's preparations been for the Junior State Cup? All run smoothly?
Yeah, we're lucky in Southeast Queensland. We have the a tri-series tournament that we play with Palm Beach against the Southeast Queensland affiliate. So that's always a really good preparation. And at Palm Beach as well, we've started. We're only new to it being a large affiliate, but we've started putting our junior rep teams in our adult comp.
Okay, yep.
14s and up. So they get a season together for season 1. So that is also excellent prep for them to have week in, week out
it's
club
a
games.
Fantastic development for sure. So Townsville back with the ball here in the second half of this match in the under-12 girls development division here on field 1.
Townsville should be used to a little bit of heat
That's
coming
exactly
into the
right.
day now at lunchtime, 1 o'clock.
Well, it's just cleared up and it's heated up at the same time, which is what we want. We'll take it.
It's a final touch for Townsville. Looks like they're going to bring it this side and a dummy through the middle. They're happy with those yards there and let Caboolture work their way out of their red zone. Nice dummy. Happy with that on touch 1. She's made some good yards there. 25, Edie Curtis.
Yeah, lovely guile there. And Caboolture.
They made their box in 2, which she'll be happy with.
They get over halfway. And just looking for that smooth transition from a subset at the moment, Caboolture. What do you think both
Last
coaches
touch.
would have said at half-time, Simone, for both Townsville and Caboolture?
I think
Again,
both,
just focusing on the
big picture goals.
Yep.
Depends what they're working on. I think you've got to consciously keep everything really positive.
Yep.
It's all growth, it's all opportunity, it's all development. The intensity of the top division is not there. You've really got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So I think it's lots of encouragement and just little tips on direction. Once you're under this kind of pressure, you probably can't take a lot in as a junior player. So keeping it short and simple.
And the most important KPI, of course, is FUN. At the end of the day.
That's it.
So Townsville, that's a bit of footwork there. Nice bit of acceleration. This is the last.
They've got out of their half. They're going to have a go on the last and be happy to finish the ball well over the 10 and make Caboolture work for it again to get to their line. They're making some nice yards on their first touch, Caboolture, and I think Townsville one kind of work on. I'm seeing they could be putting some pressure on the first touch. Off she goes.
There we go. That was a bit like Aria Fraser's second try running.
They're testing those wingers.
Yeah.
They're probing around the outside, really making the Townsville wingers work.
So Summer Cross drops it down. Now it's in the hands of Emily Jones. And the pass hits the deck.
There's so much to learn. There's so much to the game. There's, not, talking about the fun element, but they're also trying to learn skill and strategy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things going on in their brains.
Without
and
a
then
doubt.
throw some pressure on top of that, and you can get little small errors like we just saw, unfortunately. Giving Caboolture another chance in their green zone to get to the 7 and attack their line.
So close to 6 minutes gone in this game, and it's a great touch there coming out of the line from Georgia Fletchett.
Having a good go. I think Caboolture's happy to throw it around and have a good go. It's been working for them. They're up 3-0, so I think they should keep having a go. Like this nice half scoop. She's had a go. Tried to offload with an intercept. Happy with that. Grace Ernst, 19.
And there's some meters to be made. They'll eventually come across Caboolture to make the touch. But yeah, you're exactly right. A fantastic effort there from Townsville.
We got some squeals for an intercept from their sub box. You can normally tell the age group by how many squeals are coming out. Remember one year I had to say, girls, you can't scream into my ear anymore. It's killing me. They just get so excited and having such a good time. It's loud.
It's loud. Might need to bring a headset down there somewhere. So Townsville, back over halfway they go. You can just tell the improvement only in this game so far.
Yeah,
with each set, they're growing in confidence.
Nice little dummy.
And a couple more touches up their sleeve as they look to get towards the Caboolture line. Talk about speed. The touch is made in the end.
Looks like 35.
Yeah, Kiara Chatterton. They jump from half and it comes undone there. But that was fantastic work from Chatterton to make the run, and then the cover defence in the end from Emily Nichols to make the touch. So just great touch all around, to be fair.
Yeah, Townsville should be happy. They're going end to end. They're getting over halfway in all their sets. They're completing like majority of their sets. It's been a low error rate overall. And there's not much difference. We're talking about a development division, but there's not much difference between the top grades and the bottom grades. It's just the basics under pressure, I think. And then, finessing the skills for some grades. Once you get to the 16s, there's really less difference. And then 18's less again. So that gap just closes. The more opportunities kids have to do things like this, the closer those players become. So,
and that's what we're touching on. Touch is such a sport of longevity, as the touch wasn't made and a turnover will take place. As you were running around in the State of Origin a couple of weekends ago, Simone, how was that? What division were you playing in?
Do you have to ask? No.
Sorry. As that came out,
You have to reveal my age.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Josh. I was in the over 50s, which is the oldest division for women. But
killed it, no doubt, I'm sure.
It was lots of fun. Again, different goals. It's not just about winning. It's also an experience, an opportunity, a big test for yourself. Lots of, like the State of Origin for Rugby League, State of Origin for touch is the hardest touch they'll ever play, the fastest touch they ever play.
Yep.
So it's really fun to push yourself and see what you can do. Whoa, another set at the line for Caboolture. They've been keeping their pressure up on this attack and making Townsville really work in defence. Let's see if they can put another one on.
So Caboolture on the 7 as they to go through the hands, and the pass was just a touch behind, and it's those small things, right? Just getting the ball out in front and running onto the ball and et cetera, that they'll be learning and developing over time here.
Yeah, and the other part of it is that, some nice yards, made it to the halfway. That's number 20, Michaela Evans, with a nice run there, and they follow it up with another 10 or 15 metres. Yeah, the other thing about these age divisions when kids are playing is some years they are the bottom age of that group and some years they're in the top age of that group. So that can make a massive difference to which team you land in. If you're in the top, the second or the third, it can make a difference to how your team goes. If you have a majority of top age girls that are bigger, faster, stronger, had more time a touch, that can be a real advantage. So I don't know the age differences in these girls, but if you put a team of bottom ages against a team of top ages,
yeah,
it's a very different game.
And so we've got 3 minutes and change remaining here.
I really want Townsville to score.
Yes, it'd be great to see him get on the board. The two try scorers rather, Aria Fraser and Emily Nichols, and Aria Fraser has 2 to her name. 3-0 the score in favour of Caboolture. But yes, it'd be great to see Townsville cross the stripe. They're getting closer and closer.
And they're working hard. And they're getting down there. I just want to see them finish one off and get that little extra reward of a...
And it's not as if they haven't threatened. They've gone close a couple of times, especially thanks to that player, Kiana Chatterton.
And there's a turnover which has saved Caboolture. And now they're driving out to get some fresh legs on late in the second half. They're probably starting to feel the heat and the fatigue a little bit. But they're working a direct set up the middle. They've chosen not to sub, and they're going to go all the way through.
And Caboolture now, yes, they come towards the 10-metre line as they cross it now. And this is the last for them. Jumping from half. They got players in motion, but the touch was made. And
worth a try. The little scoop from Brooklyn. Peacock looking for some space down that short side.
So Townsville, come back the other way. They come towards this sub box. There's a couple minutes left in this one. It's a nice touch there from Caboolture. That one coming from Evelyn Haggerty.
Monique Johnson, 34, driving it up, and she's going to take a quick sub. And no, staying, holding, some subbing, some coming off.
And that sees Townsville run its set to the end. And now Caboolture coming back the other way. They'll look to finish off strongly here on field one, on day one here at the 2025 Junior State Cup.
Some great rucking from Caboolture, making lots of metres up through the middle, rolling on with their subset nicely. Nice little jink there from 18.
Touch eventually comes, yes, as they approach the 7.
Oh, she spotted a gap. Oh, unlucky miss there.
Well, she was,
something out of nothing.
And she almost got a bit confused by the try line there. Almost put it down a little earlier, but she was good enough to realise there, and that's...
Oh, and a dance, a cartwheel. I think Caboolture's got a pack there. They've got to do something when they... score, I suspect.
We've seen 2 try celebrations.
I think that was 7, Charlotte Horner, with a little sneak through, saw a little space, jinked away through. And happy days.
Over she goes.
Takes it to 4-0 for Caboolture, coming close to the end of this 12 girls development game. They found all the white lines now.
Not long left, and the siren sounds. So that brings us to the end of this under-12s match in the development division. Simone, your final thoughts here on field one after that?
Oh, I think both teams will be happy. It's all stepping stones in their development, so they'll take away a great experience and some a bit of pressure on field one, and they'll only get better from here, Josh. And even though we won't get to watch the development teams, I don't know if they're on again.
I'm not too sure.
In the live stream, but I'm pretty certain they'll be making lots of gains out in the backfields there and go away better touch players.
Thank you for joining us. Great to see you once again, and good luck for the rest of the Junior State Cup. And we'll take a step aside before returning with more action on field one.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. I'd love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrise hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. It'd be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Make the barrel, baby. Let's go.
We are back live here at the Queensland Junior State Cup. We're into 16 boys action. Very special guest in co-commentary. Australian Men's Open, Queensland Men's Open rep Corey Russell. Rusty, how you going, mate?
Good, Scotty. Good, Scotty. Tell you what, the weather's turned a corner, hasn't it? I thought we were going to have a dark, gloomy day up in Rockhampton, but the sun is out. Sun is shining, and it's a great day for touch footy.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything this morning, and a bit of rain, a little bit of weather, but nothing too out of control. And I think that is the worst of it now. We are good to go. Sunshine from here on in. Up in Rockhampton, it's nice and warm as well. We're sitting about 23 degrees at the moment. So round 3 of the 16 boys. Had a couple of games this morning. We've got Wynnum taking on Northern Gold Coast. It is Northern Gold Coast. We've got the first touch of the footy here. Kickstart this round 3 fixture. We'll let you know how they've gone in the first 2 matches in a second. And Northern GC have started in great fashion. They strike first here to go a 1-up.
Perfect start if you're Northern Gold Coast. I think it's just as simple as a rooster platform. Drags the middles right across, gets the touch 7 out, which is huge. Right foot, left foot, ball down. What a start for Northern Gold Coast, 1-0.
Josiah Clark scores for Northern GC. Wynnum, their first touch of the footy. They've had a pretty good start so far. Wynnum, 2 wins, 8-0 over Gladstone, 11-2 over BMTA Blue. A win and a loss for Northern GC. They came up against Rocky Red this morning. Went down 9-3 as Wynnum now with space to work with. Looping ball over the top. And that opened up for him. The final pass, though, goes away.
Yeah, that's a very good setup. It looked like they were coming from the left to right sort of platform, throwing a sweeper at him, but the Jenkins with the quickie, passive runner out the back. I think that's a platform they'll go back to.
Now we see the ball down on the deck. Referees will get them to stand back up on the feet. As Craig Searson sends a sloppy ball over there. Northern GC back on the run and talking about sloppy passes. Give the footy back to Wynnum here.
Wynnum they've just had one look at Northern Gold Coast and they've had a pretty decent look too. Let's see if they go back to the same platform. The passive worked. Let's go back to the well, Wynnum.
Look the setup. Wynnum now looking through the middle. Nice little stutter. Oh, what about the ball? Shifting it into one hand. Looked like he was going to have a dive in at the line and just slapped it out. That is some sort of try here to open up their account.
Jenkins has the ball on a string at the moment, pulling both defenders up. Gets his man. Splits left hand. Look at this. Whoop. Drags the middle in. Pops it out late. Try time Wynnum. We tie up 1-1.
And it's already got a bit of a feeling about it. This one, the boys trading punches early on. Scores locked up. Northern GC looking to hit back. And they're going to get the penalty as well.
Like I just said with Wynnum too, they sort of had the platform, the quickie platform work for them. For Northern Gold Coast, they've already scored off a rooster. Let's go back to that play and let's see if it works again.
Cahill plays it. They look to drag out Wynnum defence. They're comfortable at the moment. Full set of 6 to work with here from the penalty. Root long and early space to work with. Oh, and it's out of the hands and over the sideline. They were up and about in the box. It looked like they were going over for their second.
There it is again. Rooster platform looks to have Wynnum a little bit shaky. That's the play for Northern Gold Coast.
Now Wynnum looking to kick out. Nice metres with some space to work with. Now they're looking to get their way towards the halfway line. Wisely holding on to the footy and sending it across out to the left. There's changes now flow onto the park. Nice roll in coming towards the back end of the set, but they're not quite into position. Don't need it. A little bit of speed and footwork back in. It's still play on here for Wynnum. And the set closes. Sharp out here on the edge. Ruben Burns.
Didn't Burns show a turn of pace then? I thought he got round the link, but a good touch from the link. He's recovered well. Northern Gold Coast now. Last time they had a rucking possession, they dropped the ball coming off their own line. So they need to finish the ball down their end of the field here.
Under a little bit of pressure on the first couple of touches. They've done pretty well to recover. Nice metres through the middle. Now into the last. They've got all their numbers on the right. They come back down towards the short side, down this left. And they're well numbered defensively there. Wynnum come up to make the touch.
Wynnum, they had him under wraps then. But Northern Gold Coast with just two, all it takes is 2 good rucks. They sort of put Wynnum on the back foot. They had a good strike dump and it was a good play. But Wynnum able to man up and get a stop.
So they're all in together at the moment, the 16 boys. The top 2 teams will progress through into the championship division from tomorrow. So both teams have got 4 games today and a bye as well. It's a challenging first start, 4 games day 1. There's some heavy legs, and then the competition starts again tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, it's probably looking around. It's probably one of the hardest comps that it'll take to win. 4 games on day 1. Going into day 2, there'll be heavy legs, but hey, that's what Junior State Cup's all about. It's not meant to be easy.
Wynnum back on the attack. Scores level at 1-1. Cruz Jenkins, he light him up to get their first one. He's in at half again. Sharp off the left foot. Jenkins into the half. Players down on the deck. He falls down on the deck as well. Still manages to get a ball away. And Northern GC had to scramble across there to make the touch. Jenkins is carving them up.
He is their man, isn't he? He's turning this game on its head. He's really owning the space out there at the moment. Notified that the saver middle probably turned his shoulders in to chase the sweeper and just scorched him short side.
Now Northern GC playing through the middle. He's had a little bit too much sauce on that pass.
I don't think they'll be too happy with that one, Northern Gold Coast. I think they had another touch up their sleeve there. Attacking 20 out on the 4th touch. They could have went another strike strike dump to get themselves into another position to ball play, but not to be.
Woodham with good field possession again. So look out for a little fly play. Looked like he lost control. Great call from our on-field referee. Looking to pop it out again. And both teams still just a little bit clunky, few errors.
Yeah, once we've gone into sort of this midfield sort of battle, it has been a bit clunky, hasn't it? I don't think no team's really broken free and had a good rucking set to finish the ball down the other end.
Happy to throw the footy around, coming into the last. Nice pick up and go from half, and clipped in. Will get. Has a touch been made yet? Not yet. Play on. Well, a little bit of confusion towards the back end of the set there. But Wynnum will hold out, and they seem to be starting their sets pretty much around the same area. Probably fair for both teams too. No one really punching too far downfield.
Yeah, they've had the win of the field territory, haven't they? And they've had a couple of plays, like the last set. They tried to run the fly play, just got caught late from the link. Are they going to go there again?
A little switch in play, nice clean play the ball. Pick up and footwork and speed. Just slings it back over the top. The final pass is just going away from them at the moment, but they're looking dangerous, Wynnum.
They are on the brink of breaking the game open, Wynnum, aren't they? As we see, he got in goal on the replay there, but he just sort of lost patience a little bit and just went for the big heave-ho back over the head. Just run in goal, find your man, give your players time to catch up to you.
Last touch again. They played on the halfway line. The set looks like it's going to close up around the same position. They sling it across. It's on Wynnum's side of the field as well. They'll take one going forward, maybe even a second. They'll get some changes flow on around the back. They continue to win the field possession battle at the moment here. Wynnum. His man goes down the side, heads over for a breather. Changes on. Nice clean pick up. Jenkins again. Beautiful switch at the back. They've got numbers and acres of space to work with. And the slam finish from William Preston. It was only a matter of time for Wynnum, and they get their second.
Again, it's Jenkins with his fingerprints all over it. I don't know if this was a design play. Strike dump has probably split the wrong way. But Jenkins and his middle companion there, Kastner, able to work something from nothing, and Wynnum take the lead, 2-1.
Northern Gold Coast looking for a little bit of a hit back. It's been all Wynnum over the last 5 or so minutes. As now they go for the sweep. They hold it, go away, come back in. Great defensive read in the middle. Good touch there from Dominic Kastner. Northern GC back out to their 7-metre line to play it. They rip to the corner and finish off their set of 6.
You hear coaches say all the time the try doesn't count unless you stop the next set, and Coach Sisson will be very happy with that defensive set from Wynnum. They didn't look like breaking at all. Very compacted, very connected on the defensive line.
Now Wynnum, little juggle. Did well to hold on to it. Oh, the running game is pretty good. They're going to come back for the touch, though. He goes all the way and still scores the try, just in case, Rory Hagan. Lucky they made contact there as he was off to the races. It's the last touch of the set. Oh, chance their hand here, Wynnum, you feel. A little switching play again. They put the foot down and they make another big touch out there on the left-hand side of the field. Penalty as well for not returning the ball.
This will put Northern Gold Coast in fairly decent field territory to finish the set with a strike dump looking to ball play. The way Wynnum are attacking at the moment, they look dangerous. So Northern Gold Coast need to hold on here.
They'll have to come back to the mark. It just slows them up. The changes coming out of the box will get them going forward again. Meters coming into the back end. Last touch. Sharp off the left foot. And it was a nice little short ball off the hip.
We've seen it a couple of times from Northern Gold Coast, haven't we? Just that last pass, just the catch. Just the ball goes to ground right at the last second. Like maybe the pass goes a little bit behind his back, or it's Just that last pass execution at the moment that's letting Northern Gold Coast down.
And on the other side of the field, Wynnum's transition downfield has definitely got them on top at the moment. Coming into the end, missed touch. They're going to come back for the penalty first. Coming back on the contact.
Jeez, if you're in the Wynnum sub-box there, you'd be looking for maybe a little bit of a play-on call. Play a little bit of an advantage, but the ref sees the discretion first, and we'll go back for the penalty.
So they do have a full set of 6 to work with, though. As Mann flings it across.
Excellent read there from Ayton out on the wing.
Stack of touches to work with. As Mann in from half. Right foot, short ball. Now they try to get on the outside. It's desperation defence. Has he held on to that? If he has, no. The ball hit the ground. Did look like it took a little bit of the grass.
Yeah, Ayton with a bit of lockdown defence over there. He's saved 2 certainties. Well done, Ayton.
It's keeping them in the game at the moment. Northern GC, but Wynnum are right on top. And this might be the set where they start to push away.
That's the last thing Northern Gold Coast needed. They've just had 2 defensive stops on the line. They needed to finish that ball down the other end.
Yeah, right before the halftime break here, this is a big set for both teams. Northern GC, can they hold out again? A little show and go. They're on the line to make the touch.
Well, I know it's early on day one, but if I'm Wynnum, I'm probably looking to get Jenkins on here at some stage.
They come back to Mann, who plays it away from the sweep, jinking over the top and managing to sling it out to the unmarked winger. And they do get there in the end. Just too much pressure. Wynnum get their third.
How good is that? Sweeper, quarterback, they find the winger. Ayton leaves his wing. And they finally find success on that left-hand side. Wynnum a nice little loopy pass to the link. Gives himself enough time. He sums it up perfectly. And young Sumner scores in the corner 3-1.
So important tries right before the halftime break, isn't it? It's still only 2 tries, but it definitely really forces in that Wynnum are right on top in this game.
Just again, like Northern Gold Coast coming off from their own box. They dropped the ball. It was not square or something like that. They let Wynnum back in. And this Wynnum side, they look dangerous. The last thing you want to do is keep giving them repeat sets on the line. They're bound to punish you.
The looping ball falls into the hands here of Wynnum. 0 touch from the intercept. They punch through the middle now on what is touch 1. Hoodoo in the background. Jenkins gets away. They come back at him. And luckily they did. A try right there, and it would have been a real heartache for Northern GC. But it is Wynnum who go in front. 3 tries to 1. Solid performance there in the first half from the boys from Wynnum.
Very much so. Jenkins, again, with his fingerprints all over it. 3-1, and it 3-1. It feels like Wynnum are running away with it. I think if you're 3-1 at half time, if you're Northern Gold Coast, you're probably happy with that, because for most part of that first half, it just felt like Wynnum were on top and attacking constantly and had field territory. Northern Gold Coast, they're going to need to start strong in this second half. They're not going to want to let Wynnum get out to 1 or 2 tries early in the second. So fire up, Gold Coast.
Again, they get back into it. They're down by 2 at the moment. Halftime score here in the 16 boys. Round 3, Wynnum 3 over Northern GC 1.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no additives, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Back here for the second half. Teams starting to make their way back onto the field. Wynnum in front, 3-1 at the moment. Scott McAllister and Corey Russell in commentary for this big 16 boys match. Said it's all on the line already. Day one, teams looking to chalk up some victories and get into that championship division, which gets underway tomorrow.
Yeah, there's definitely no starting slow in the 16s division. You need to be on straight away to get yourself into that top echelon of the competition. That's where you want to be.
So it's a big match here for both these two teams. They've got all their numbers out there on the right. Now they play out the back, but Northern GC pretty comfortable in defence.
Really well read. Really well read there from the link. Saw the passive, got nice and high, chased his man to the corner.
Now a little bit of footwork almost gets him behind the defensive line. Touch made.
Well, a little bit of feeling between the boys too. How good's that?
What
Love
a
seeing it.
surprise.
Oh, here we go.
Touch one. 16 boys getting antsy. What a surprise. They're always good for it. And again, the contact there in the thick of it. Dominic Kastner loving the contact. And they've managed to hold on to the footy here. Took a little bit of a deflection, bit of a bobble. Important to hold on to the football, and they did that one there. Northern GC working in towards the back end. It is the last touch now. Again, they start their set pretty good position. Just on their 10-metre line here, Wynnum.
Yeah, a little bit of feeling to start off too, Scotty. Love it.
Yeah, I'm sure these two teams would have come up against each other a few times over the lead-up tournaments as well. Both South Queensland-based teams. Wynnum aligned with the Brisbane region, but only about half an hour or so down the road to Coomera, which is the home base of Northern GC. We didn't get a penalty here. Another repeat set.
Yeah, Link getting called offside there just on the strike dump. Aiton, though, very good defensive read out there. He's on the lockdown defence out there on the wing.
They're dancing, looking to strike early, sharp off the right foot. What do we got here? They're going to come back and say touch. Good defence, looked pretty close.
That looked... Did he put the ball down short, maybe?
Possibly. It has caught a few players out. We've got a few double lines out there at the moment. That's what might have happened, because it did look like it was down first. It was right in front of our on-field referee. She had no hesitation to send them back.
Yeah, she was right on the spot.
And loose ball hits the deck. Now, it's been a big year for you personally. We've had Trans-Tasmans over in New Zealand, successful there with the Australian Emus into National Championships down in Coffs, State of Origin Series. Big start to the year.
Has been, mate. It's been a very start to the year, but that's why we play. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, very successful tournament over in Christchurch with the Aussie side. Seeing probably one of the greatest players to ever play, Dylan Hennessy, sending him out on a positive note was something that I'm privileged to be a part of. Really, it's one of those games that I reckon I'll look back at when I'm finished playing and think to myself, I was pretty lucky to be around when he was kicking about.
And you always say you were there for it when he was in his prime, because he's never not been in his prime.
I don't know if he has I don't know if he's been in his prime since he was 18.
Yeah.
And he's 48.
Yeah. Or thereabouts.
Yeah, something like that. He looks it anyway.
Yeah. We've got another penalty here, Wynnum. There's a lot of pressure on this Northern Gold Coast team already here early in the second half as they look to kick out. And I don't think there's been a touch made. And Joey McCarron scores their fourth here for Wynnum, and they're starting to stretch away now.
It looks easy. It looks easy, but I guarantee you on the defensive side that just watch him kick away. It's the hardest thing to sort of defend when you catch off guard. You see the middle just reach. Yeah, so we see the saver middle. He squares up because he thinks his other middle partner is going to make the touch. He squares his body up because he knows he's got to stay tight after the strike dump. But when that touch is made and he gets kicked to the outside shoulder, very hard to recover from there.
They need a strike back, and they need one pretty quickly here, Northern GC. Nothing there. They've still got one more touch to go. They're that friendly. They're giving the ball straight back to Wynnum, even when they've got one more to go. A little show and go. They send it over the sideline. They don't want to go into their shell here. You know, it's only 3 tries at the moment, but just keep playing footy.
Can happen quickly. Can happen quickly. One brings two. You catch a little bit of momentum. It's a funny thing.
Wynnum shift.
In the same sense, though, as we see Wynnum rucking out, they look very dangerous. Oh, my goodness.
Good one.
Oh, my goodness. Hello. Northern Gold Coast are back.
They're back. The door is open. Send your email complaints through to c.russell@hotmail.com.
You wouldn't read about that.
No.
That was perfect timing.
We're all good for it.
My bad.
We're all good for it. This is a big chance. They need points. Nice little stutter step coming into the line. Oof. Again, might have just been a whisker short.
Clark diving at the line there. That looked close. That looked close. Touch made. Northern Gold Coast touches up their sleeve here, though. That's their play. That's their play. Go Rooster, dive at the line.
Now they step in. Jinking in. They're going to get a penalty towards the back end of the set.
Penalty for not moving forward. I believe that would have been the saver middle. That would have been Jenkins, but just before the touch was made, dropping too early.
Oh, talking about dropping. The footy hits the deck.
And you just see the heads from the coaches in the Northern Gold Coast box there just reach to the sky going, come on, boys.
Someone needs to spark them. They need a little injection. Wynnum. They've got plenty of spark on the other side of the field, though. And they're rolling down and picking up big meters off the back of it.
Not square.
Great call again. The refs have been good. Now, we spoke about the Trans-Tasman Australia-New Zealand State of Origin series. Didn't quite go the way of the Queenslanders this time around, and like we saw last night, that was a tough State of Origin series down there in Coffs a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, yeah, like, it's funny with the State of Origins. You need a lot of things to go your way, and it wasn't our year, but a lot of lessons to be learned. We had 4 or 5 debutants coming in, so they'll all be better for it. They'll be there next time, and they'll be better for it. They'll understand what that arena requires, and I'm sure we'll come back even better next time round and hungrier, because the feeling that's after the side of sitting on the sideline looking at the scoreboard at the end of the game is a bit of a harrowing feeling. It's something that you don't want to feel too often, so we'll be working our hardest to not let that happen again. I think I said it last time we were up here for the Junior State Cup, that I would love a State of Origin to be in Rockhampton.
You just stole my question away from me. I was tracking back as well, and we did speak about it, and we were going to be the official campaigners for Origin.
Mate. Let's do it. Like, we had a training camp up here for the Queensland, and we played a trial game against you can't call them a throw-together side in Rockhampton because they're all guns, We were playing against absolute weapons. And they pushed us. I think we ended up maybe winning that trial game by 1 or 2. But we played in front of a crowd it was probably bigger than it was down in Coffs Harbour. I'm telling you, if we can get a stadium at this field, or whether it's at the sporting club or at a footy field, if we can get a grandstand and we can get a State of Origin up here, it is the closest thing that Queensland Touch will get to feel playing at Suncorp Stadium for rugby league, to put it in comparison, because they love their touch footy here, and the community gathers around it. And I think they should be rewarded for that.
Yeah, we'll come back and talk about that a little bit. There's a little bit that's unfolded in back play as well, which we'll touch on in a second. Great job to hold on some hands. Last touch. Now, Wynnum are actually playing a player down at the moment as we see a flick ball out the back. Now, I think there was a little bit of contact coming into the roll ball. A little bit. I saw a little cocked elbow from our referee. So we've had a Wynnum player be sent to the sin bin. And they're actually a player down at the moment.
And they've just given the ball away too. Forward pass off the ruck. Northern Gold Coast attacking. Wynnum, who have 5. If this is it, this is the time.
Now,
need to strike now.
Yeah, sorry, Rusty. What actually happened there was they've lost that. They actually did have a player down in the bin, and they replaced him. So they had 6 back on the field. So they've now got the penalty off the back of that for having 6 on when they were supposed to have 5. Big bomb out to the corner and a dive. Here we go. You need to take these opportunities when they present, and Northern GC get the first little tick in the box. All of a sudden, there's only 2 tries in this.
Yes, sweeper power. He picks up dummies. Big left to right long ball, spots the winger. And a classy finish over in the corner. He had a bit of work to do there, Hunt, but he got the job done. It's 4-2, and all of a sudden things have just gotten a lot more interesting.
Oh, yeah. So, 4 sets. Now, win and play would be in the sin bin 4, so that's 1. Might even have been 2 off the penalty. We'll wait and see when he makes his way back out. It's still, we may mention in an earlier game where a player went to the bin. It's hard to defend. Somehow it's hard to defend when you've got an extra player. We see teams score when they've only got the 5 on the field all the time. Do Wynnum crack them open? Jenkins, he might be the man to be able to do it. The fancy footwork gets him in. There's players down on the deck, and he does find a connecting play from Wynnum with no touch made. Wynnum score with 5 players on the field.
Oh, Jenkins just with a little bit of footwork gets to the outside of his man and just makes them pay. Left foot, stops, Jinx, pulls him back, little goosey. And that's our absolute coach killer. Wynnum have 5 on the field and they're good enough to score. Tough to come back now for Northern Gold Coast.
It's great work from Dominic Kastner as well. Looked like he was taken half off the ball previously. Gets himself into position and finish it off. Wynnum score with 5 players on the field. Now, Northern GC looking to hit back again while they've still got this advantage on the field.
Honeypot in the ball, look at this. There's 4 players right around the ball, right around the ruck. 4 players standing next to each other. As a defence, if you've got 5 on the field, that's what you want to see. You want to see 4 blokes covered around the footy there. Like, they've got the advantage now. Use the width like we see right here. Look at that.
And a great ball.
Pass. Use the width of the field. Let the footy do the talking. Northern Gold Coast strike back.
Yeah, Jackson Ayton in the corner. Got a fair support crew in front of us here as well. Smart footy, as you said.
He deserves a try, Ayton. He's been very good defensively. And he had a bit of work to do here too. And he got the job done. Northern Gold Coast strike back. 5-3. Wynnum back to their full complimentary? No.
Not yet.
Still back there.
No,
I thought that would have been full set. This must be the full set then.
This must be the last one.
And if
a bit of contact. And they give away the penalty. So it still constitute the 1 set, even though they got the penalty here, Wynnum. They maintain possession. Now a little bit of play. There's players offside. And half a second there, I thought our on-field referee was going to give the penalty. Give the try, I should say, but does give the penalty instead.
Middle called offside, but his saver middle has come to save the day. So we will see another set here for Wynnum. Can they score with 5 on the field again?
Now this time they go a different variation, and on the outside of the Northern GC defence. 2 tries with 5 players on the field. It's not bad effort there from Wynnum.
Absolutely, and it's the splitter platform, and I think he gets on the outside of his saver middle, so he turns it into a bit of a overlap in the end. And very good put down, very good try.
Well, they've done a good job, Wynnum, during that period. They're back to their complement of 6 players on the field now. And a couple of tries came in from Northern GC, but Wynnum were able to hit them back and score a few of their own. As the temperature feels like it is rising here in Rockhampton. Beautiful conditions now. It's about 26 degrees. This is winter, right? Winter in central Queensland.
Jeez, what is winter?
I'm moving the family up. This is beautiful.
Wynnum now with a bit of space. They're using the footy. Usually you see them go to their sub box, but they've decided to stay on the field. That was questionable.
Oh yeah, big questions over that one. Referees continue. Hooter sounds, and they might get one more right on the death forward pass.
That would have capped off that game for Wynnum. They have been very good with the ball. The final score is going to finish up 6-3, and I feel like Wynnum we're just in about 4th gear. I feel like they've got gears they can click to when they need. I think they're going to be right there at the pointy end of the competition when it comes.
Yeah, they're looking good, and they go 3-0 to start day one. Here, Wynnum in the 16 boys. We're going to stay with the 16s. We're going to get into the 16 girls division next. This is round one for the 16 girls. Northern Gold Coast are going to be back on your screens. They'll be taking on Palm Beach. Stay with us, more to come here from the Junior State Cup.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome back to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. Now we have the coach of the Wynnum 16 boys who've just played, Craig, joining us. How are you feeling? And that was a tough game. How do you feel now that it's finished?
Yeah, not too bad. Like, we've had a good day. A much tighter game than I thought it was going to be, but North Gold Coast played really well and gave it to the boys, and a bit undisciplined at times in our team, but 3 from 3, so can't ask for anything more today.
Now, Wynnum has a strong touch footy culture. How important is it for your players to be part of events like the Junior State Cup, and what do you hope they take away from this experience?
Being a new club, this is our third Junior State Cup, and we've been quite successful at them all. Now these boys are our oldest group, so it's about them building the culture for our club, bringing our 7 or so teams here, and it's about growing the growth in Wynnum, which it's been really important for us as a club developing, and these boys are driving the culture from above and leading it through all the little kids, so it's good to see.
It sounds like the club is being very successful at growing the sport in Wynnum.
Yes, so last season we got up to 580, so we doubled our numbers, so it's starting to really develop, and we're hoping to move on development-wise in the next 12 months as well.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for your time today. We'll let you go and have a bit of a chat with the boys.
Thank
now.
you. Thank you.
No worries. Stick around and get your snacks, because up next, NGCT and Palm Beach A 16 girls are playing at the Junior State Cup.
Into the 16 girls division, and we've got the Northern Gold Coast taking on Palm Beach. A couple of Gold Coast based teams, Scott McAllister and Blake Hornbrook in commentary. Blakey boy, how are you, my friend?
Good, Scotty. It's lovely to see the sun out here in Rocky. It was a little bit gloomy this morning, but the weather gods have turned it on for us here, and we're getting ready for the first round of our 16 girls edition this year. It's an interesting way the draw's been set up, with some of our Bundaberg teams going home and some just showing up to start the day. So,
yeah, different format. I'm trying to get them all in, so you're not here all day, but the girls have had a bit of a long wait. They finally get their first game underway. So another division here in the 16 girls that will play against each other today, with the top teams making their way through to the championship division, and Palm Beach have started their opening game in perfect fashion here with a try from the tap-off.
Yeah, lovely block play there. I think it was a middle setup. Yep, ML setup. Gone the old Milo trick play with the blocker. Good tap-off move, as we would call that. North Gold Coast touch. Might want to just move the ball forward to the halfway line. There we go.
The old double lines are throwing a few people out this weekend.
Yeah, a couple of the fields are are very touch and go with what the actual line is versus the pre-existing field line. But Rocky have done a great job here with the fields. They look immaculate, and traffic management was definitely 100 times better this year than it was 2 years ago. So
came straight in Barton Car this morning. Last touch here for Northern Gold Coast. So yeah, both teams in Pool B. They've got 5 teams in Pool B, so they'll play 4 games here this afternoon. They've been informally told the 2 top teams and then the next 3 best teams will progress through to the championship. So pretty much it just all makes it feel like every single game is important across the 3 days. They've got to get through this first hurdle first and rack up some wins, and then the competition starts again tomorrow.
Yeah, the older age division setup is very much a heated setup from day one. I know having the 16 boys as well, that every game is crucial. It's not just we can win or lose a few on day one. It's all good. It's make or break for the rest of your weekend, because unfortunately, if you're a half decent side that just happens to drop too many games, you might find yourself in a very easy challenge division, unfortunately. And everyone who wants to be in the grand final, that's where they want to be, in the championship division here. And Palm Beach look like they're just rolling through the motions at the moment in this first game.
Nice ball movement from Northern Gold Coast coming into the last of the set, and there's offside players. You can hear the referee. Oh no, though, I think she's put it down on the wrong line, maybe, because we just saw there was play on calls.
She did really well too, the girl with the ball there, identifying what the ref was saying about the player being offside, and took advantage of it. She's probably a bit unlucky not to get even an advantage penalty, as Palm Beach here rolled through their subset, making lots of ground off that 3rd and 4th. Carves through.
Look at that footwork and speed off the back of it. What a try. Haven Rogers wearing number 10 here for Palm Beach. They're all high fives and smiles. What a finish this was.
Yeah, you love a good subset when that touch 4 coming on just has a broken line in front of them and can just do that. That's some really good footwork there, as you said, from number 10, Ravana Rogers. Palm Beach up 2-0 now, and just moving through their paces nicely.
Northern GC from the tap restart.
These guys would have played each other a fair bit in the last month or so, I say. I see down south you guys are running every sort of fortnight. Someone's holding some form of carnival.
Yeah, they definitely do get the advantage of getting a good workout in the lead up to the Junior State Cup. There's at least 3 tournaments in and around that southeast Queensland area. I know even out southwest Queensland they throw one on as well, so they get a lot of chances to play some footy. But yeah, they'd be very familiar with each other, that's for sure.
It's a lovely subset there with Palm Beach creating extra numbers with their splitting, and that slider setup where they come in through between the 2. So as they look to finish on 5th here, which a lot of numbers run into the corner there, and she's just number 3. Macy Clarkson's just going to put the foot down.
Geez, they've got some speed in this team.
Definitely speed.
Getting on the outside. Again, it's just taking off from here. Had a little bit of a look at the defensive line, and when they're holding back off you. Got it done for the covering defence on the inside from Ebony Clark. And all of a sudden now it is a 3-zip here to Palm Beach. Looking strong in their opening match here of the Junior State Cup for 25. They need some points here, Northern Gold Coast, as they come back in field.
It's even tricky from up here to even just tell where the 7-metre line was. For a second there, I thought she'd rolled it on the 3, but...
Oh, great little short ball.
Yeah. No, look, North Gold Coast touch. They're not doing too bad in getting down to their line and having a crack. It's probably just needing to pick one of their attacking players they've been training and just try to execute it. So we see an error early in the set there from Palm Beach. So, like we said, North Gold Coast touch on the attack again. Just need to pick something that they want to run and just run it really well.
Yeah, rare mistake from Palm Beach. Maybe the first of the game for them. Definitely coming out of their end of the field. They've been pretty clinical so far. This is a big chance here. Diving in at the line. Touch is made. They'll come back out to the 7-metre line.
B-dub rooster seems to be their go-to play at the moment. They've run it a few times now.
Now with a little bit of space to work with, and the touch was made, having a scramble to come across there. Kendra Connolly make the touch. They almost open them up. Nice little option.
There's a lovely long ball there from number 16, Abby Silcock. Again, Palm Beach just moving the ball really well, not just taking the touch, running one out, using the ball, moving the ball, and coming on with pace. Look at that. I mean, that is touch 4, so North Gold Coast touch should be proud of that defensive effort there. That's touch 5, and they're still a long way away. So, you know, that's a win in a coach's book there, and that's a great set defensively.
They've got to feed off the back of it now. Nice little extra pass. Someone needs to be following on the second touch.
Just lacking a little bit of enthusiasm here with the rucking. Needing to take the team forward. Palm Beach are doing a really good job at gaining back that field position by basically taking 5 touches in no more than 10 metres, really.
Yeah. And you see that so often when you're just struggling those first couple of touches. They really find it hard to get themselves out of the hole, and then a mistake or an error will forces them to push the pass to try and get themselves out of trouble. And they've given away the footy back now to Palm Beach, who are throwing it away down the sideline. It did look like there was a couple of passes that were questionable.
Oh, they would have let them go last night.
Oh, what about it?
Great win by Queensland.
And they get it done again. Coming back from losing game 1.
Written off. Better momentum here from North Gold Coast touch. They're going a little bit more direct now. Unfortunately, just ran out of options there, looking to set up on for a 5th touch.
They just look like they've got intent with every single play. That was even just lovely little ball movement and players running into space. It gets them on the front foot. They look very good technically here at Palm Beach. And again, early ball from half. Players pushing out. Nice. From the inside coming across.
Was it Alicia Field?
Yeah,
great diving touch.
Showed some good speed, but now there's a mistake here from Northern Gold Coast. And again, they're still getting their replacement players on, which is just showing them their intent is to get off in the first instance, but they've got to get to the box first. So you see a big diving effort through the middle. They'll get set back out to the 7-metre line.
As a coach, you really want to just utilise this set here to just be patient. That's a forward pass. You know, be patient. Waste the touch if you need to. You're in front on the scoreboard. You can afford to burn a touch or two to set up a play. Unfortunately, that's what we call a coach killer. Just hand the ball to your player right in front of you forward. Nice little you and me's. And got the offside player and got the penalty.
Nice.
Ebony Clark. Lovely work.
And sometimes it's just a simple footy like that. Whatever it takes to be able to get you forward, as long as someone's driving you there. The girls put their hand up to do the hard work. Get the penalty off the back of it now. This is a big set here for Northern GC. Clock winding down here in the first half. They're down by 3 at the moment. They get some points here. They're well and truly back into the game. The ball hits the deck. So looking to sweep around the back. Sienna Leica. Tough ball to take.
It's one of those things I'm finding in not just our affiliate, obviously North Gold Coast Touch showed it there, is teams ruck the ball really well and then they just struggle to transition from ruck to attack, and they all sort of stop and they go, oh, we'll pass, what are we going to do? Oh, we'll run up, we'll set a sweeper up, and by then the defence, good defence like Palm Beach, just puts pressure on you and pushes up. It's definitely a skill, something that we have to add into our trainings. I know at Bundaberg for the 16 boys and 16 girls, it definitely was something we worked on, that transition, so that you didn't have to stop and think, okay, now what does attack look like? Some sides do it really well.
Now, again, they're just a bit flat, so throwing the footy around to try and get themselves forward. Palm Beach back on the attack. Danger signs here for Northern Gold Coast. Looking for their 4th try of the game. Opening round here in the 16 girls. They've got some plays up their sleeve as well.
Yeah, they ran that ML blocker player there again. Probably just didn't engage the defence as well as they did the first time. North Gold Coast are probably a little bit more awake to it as well.
Oof. And they picked it up. Forward pass. But again, they just looked over the right shoulder to see who was out there to possibly punch one forward, and they were already over in the box. Replacement players coming on. Helping themselves at the moment. Northern Gold Coast. Palm Beach on the attack again. Space to work with. Ball in one hand. And Samani Kelly gets her 2nd try of the game and the 4th try here for Palm Beach.
Yeah, unfortunately here the replay I probably showed North Gold Coast number 25. Probably just turning his shoulders a little bit too much inwards. Not keeping an eye on where the ball went. And our try scorer there did really well to get to their outside, and lovely diving try.
Palmy up by 4. Northern Gold Coast will tap and restart.
The white line seems really obvious from here. It mustn't be as obvious from down there.
I think the issue is with the usual lines here on the field. They're indented into the field as well, so they can clearly see where the usual line is. Doesn't have paint going over the top of it. But has caught them out a couple of times. Little show and go. No contact made on the touch. So they come back with Hartley to play it. Palm Beach, again, feels like they've been camped down this end of the field for a while. Emerson Cross plays it. They go away from her. Little show and go. Clarkson into the in goal, and they've connected up again. And they've struck their 5th try. There's been some first half performance here from Palm Beach.
Yeah, just that show of speed again from the number 3 there, Macy Clarkson, just getting through from half, and she's able to work really hard. The winger there to get away from her defender to make herself available.
So about halfway through the first day here, maybe even a little bit further. 2 o'clock local time. It's been a big opening day already. Matches starting from 8 o'clock this morning. 21, 22 fields all going at the same time. Churning through matches now with warm conditions to play with this afternoon. And they get caught in possession. And we'll pick up and go from Abby Silcock.
Yeah, they went. As we hear the halftime siren there. Last play. Oh, we're going to have a penalty here after the siren now.
Well, we might as well just keep the girls out there to start the second half, because you only got a 2-minute halftime break. By the time we get through this, we might have to get back out on the field and start again. We've got one chance. They'll close it out and head over for drinks. It is Palm Beach in control here. Handy margin going into the break. They're up by 5-0 over Northern Gold Coast. Back live, and we're taking a look at the Northern Gold Coast box over there. They've got hands up, ready to go. And down by 5 at the moment. It's been a classy performance here in the first half from Palm Beach. Scott McAllister and Blake Hornbrook with you in commentary. up here with all the Bundy teams this weekend, Blake. Great showing. Bundy have always been a strong club in terms of sending numbers and teams up to the Junior State Cup, and great to see them all up here again this year.
Yeah, mate, we definitely have. We've always been pretty lucky with it being somewhat close to us. We're 11 teams again this year. We were 11 last year. We had a couple 18 girls this year, not 18 boys. 2 development teams, so progressing really well. Would have liked to have brought 2 more development teams in the 10s divisions, but the struggle is real when it comes to finding referees. So the 11 teams has been good. Everyone got here safely. They got in, and games have been going well for everyone, whether it was win or loss. No serious injuries as far as I'm aware. We touch wood. So as we see, North Gold Coast probably didn't have the greatest first half they'd like just then, but I'm sure the coach has given them some clear instructions in this second half to improve on a few things.
Going to get the penalty.
Penalty off the tap. That's nice. Another set.
Yeah, good start. Yeah, huge opening day here. 252 teams competing at the Junior State Cup this year. With about 260 referees as well.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. I know being fortunate enough to have Mr. Dave Field in the Bundaberg Association, we get to hear and see just how much is involved in the referee side of things, from planning and organising of the draw to the way the badge system changed as well, and referee panels and groups of referees, and it's a whole nother beast in itself.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time and a lot of late nights. So when you've got 260 referees, that's great, because we've got heaps of referees to be able to officiate games. But you can see on this, in pretty much every single game that is across the 3 days, we see Palmy on the run, touches made, 3 referees on every game. It's amazing. But to coordinate all that and know who's at what level to referee what game, they get coaching. So it's a development opportunity for a lot of our referees as well here, and there's probably about 20 or 30 referee coaches that are volunteering and giving up their time to coach these referees, and they'll take all the experiences and knowledge that they get from this tournament back to their affiliates as well.
100%, and the other hard one is, like, you nominate a referee, Jane Smith. The Queensland referee panel don't know who Jane Smith is from a level 2 to a level 3, so they're having to work these guys out come game 1, depending on what game they've been given, and then give them some feedback and have to adjust the draw. And it's an interesting one. We think we've got it tough just coaching teams and playing 4 games, but the referees are a whole nother beast. So always put our hand up to congratulate and appreciate the referees of our game, doing a great job. Good to see North Gold Coast Touch get a stop there on their line.
Yeah, they look threatening again. Palm Beach is now shifted across. Someone's just got to put their head down and get them going forward on those first couple of touches. Look at this.
Quick changeover. Caught a defender. It's a little bit tired there. So Palm Beach, I'm sure we're going to have some harder games over the course of today. You said 4 games today. So I'm sure in that pool there'll be a few other teams that will give them a little bit more of a run for their money as we look to shape the 16 Girls Championship rounds or divisions as come tomorrow, with only the top 2 teams in each pool going through and the next best thirds. And I'm sure likewise North Gold Coast Touch will get to play some more relatively competitive games for themselves as well. The last thing you want to do is come away to these events and get smashed every game, unfortunately. So I think it's great the way that they split the pools and then split them again to allow teams that maybe aren't quite as developed to be able to play other teams that aren't quite as developed and have a more enjoyable and fair weekend.
Yeah, so they're in Pool B, these 2 teams, and the 16 girls, the other teams, Emerald and Redlands Green. BMTA Blue have the bye here for the opening round. A big afternoon for these girls, squeezing in another 4 matches. Northern Gold Coast will take on Emerald in their next match, as we see Palm Beach getting in the in-goal and connecting up nicely as well to get their 7th try. And Palm Beach, they've got the bye coming up next as well, so I think that just shows they would have put a lot of emphasis on this game, their opening game, knowing that they've got a bit more of a break coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, Amelia Hartley there, just ball in two hands, showing and going, keeping the defence wondering and getting through into the in goal to find their winger. Yeah, it's a nice start to a carnival to have one, comfortable game up front, then get a bye, and then look towards the rest of the day. Maybe able to do a bit of homework on who you might be playing in the third and the fourth round. I do much prefer the affiliates that do the A and the B, because I'm forever trying to figure out, is Redlands red the A team or is green the A team? And they don't do different colours, obviously. And
it just gives you the option to then switch it up next year as well. And we go, no, we'll send the top team as green and the other one is red. There's always tactics going on.
Love it.
23 teams in total in the 16 girls as well. It just seems across every single division. There's 20-plus teams. It's huge.
Definitely has a lot of competition and a lot of affiliates participating. Obviously, Rocky's not close for everyone. So it's awesome to see these South East Queensland and Northern affiliates, Therangower, Townsville, etc., coming down to Rockhampton in the middle of our big state and competing at State Cup here as the winger just subs on and is going to look to score.
Oh, they've still somehow not made contact.
14 there. Kendra Connolly had literally subbed on as the half is in the in goal, sprints to the try line there and scores. As we see.
Look at the replay here. It looked like it was all over here because she's not in shot, still not in shot. Now it's an opportunity to make contact.
Tamani Kelly just buying herself enough time to let her winger catch up.
She's been good, Tamani Kelly. 2 tries in the first half, sets one up there. Definitely a player to watch here in the 16 girls team at Palm Beach. They've been impressive. 8 tries here in the opening match. 28 affiliates here at the Junior State Cup. Another amazing effort. And strongly supported again with the second Junior State Cup to make its way to Rockhampton. On the rotation basis now, we'll head back to South East Queensland next year.
Are we back at Redlands next year?
I don't know if it's been 100% confirmed as of yet.
Come on, Scotty. You know the inside scoops.
Sometimes I've got my finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
But
Redlands were great last year. I do hope it goes back. Not that I think they have had much to improve on, but any venue I think should get it at least twice to just sort of be able to develop from where they were. It was a great spot, easy access. The fields were great. Even got a bit of weather down there too, and they still held up really well. Live stream tower could have improved probably.
Might need a little bit of height next year.
Yeah, sitting down
on the ground
behind
level.
the sub boxes. Couldn't see too much, but
we always make improvements after the first year. And the great thing I think is that when it was in Redlands and it's in Rocky here, this is the home ground for those clubs. And there's not many places you can find. What do we got? 21 fields going here at the moment. But to have one of the home clubs in Rockhampton, have the amount of fields, and a big shout out as well to the local soccer club just down the road who offer up their fields as well. We wouldn't be able to do it without the cooperation of a lot of community groups here in Rockhampton. We saw some volunteers and other community groups assisting with the parking in the morning, and everyone's just throwing the kitchen sink to make sure that everyone's having a great time up here in Rocky.
I think the work that they've done on, fields 20, 21 and 19 maybe, they look immaculate, some of those fields down there. Obviously, the top 10 fields up here are all the standard Rocky fields, so they've had their general wear and tear of a normal touch season. Rocky Touch have done a great job in hosting it the second time, and I'm sure they look forward to having it at least one more time in the calendar in 2027. But I do hope it's in Redlands. Not because I've already booked accommodation, but just because I think they had a really good chop at it last year, and they can look to improve on that. And it's easy for the South East Queensland teams to get there. It's a tough one with the state the size it is to be able to please everyone. We come to Rocky, and it only benefits Rocky because this is their home, and everyone has to travel here. But it's only 4 hours to Mackay. Mackay feel like Brisbane's. endlessly miles away all the time.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah, we don't have it as easy as those New South Wales folk. Just punching the car around the corner. Go wherever they want.
Everything's an hour away.
If you're not in Sydney, that is.
Yeah, that's it. Now, look, in North Gold Coast touch here just to try and finish with a positive. That's a lovely switch. Nice quick play of the ball, half scoops.
And they get a little penalty as well. So a nice reward for effort for Northern Gold Coast. They'll be looking for some points. They haven't been able to trouble the scoreboard so far here in the opening game. Even just one try will be able to give them a little bit of energy going into their next match.
Hardest part is Palm Beach are defending really well. They're defending really tight. Obviously, they're protecting their short sides, tucking in, lifting up. Like, they're doing all the right things. I'm sure the coach is making a note of for future games. So it's a tough one to find a gap in this defensive unit.
They will get to roll the ball. It did spill out of the hands. Might have been some contact there before hitting the deck. And they'll play it on the 7. It is Ava Brown in half. Has a look. There's nothing there for them.
Cap there.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a hole. And she took it on. Did Ava Brown. Palm Beach again, comfortable. Mate, touch football is life for you. Played for New Zealand, the World Cup last year. It's fun how quickly that's gone as well.
12 months already.
Yeah, in the men's 30s, but heavily involved in Bundy. Kids are playing. Oh, gee whiz. Now, it looked pretty strong contact coming into the play of the ball. We saw a little bit of hair pulling, and it's getting a little testy out there.
Yeah, look, I think the attacker probably did hook their arm a little bit in the roll ball there. Not to condone, obviously, hair pulling, but the defenders obviously just sort of stood up for herself a little bit. Probably accidentally grabbed a fistful of long blonde hair, but yeah, we don't want to see that in our game. See it enough in the NRL. All the hair pulling that goes on in that.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, no, mate, heavily involved. Always live and breathe touch, unfortunately. My wife would like to have me take a break sometimes, but it's just an all-year sport.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. So, yeah, got NYC, CQ under-12 girls. So we've had one camp already. We'll have 3 more between now and September. Both daughters are here playing for Bundaberg. My wife's coaching under 12s, which is not one of the teams our daughters are in, so we're technically across 4 different teams. I've got a young fella running around with his little mate somewhere here with some of the parents looking after him, so he'll be in a Bundaberg jersey in the next 3 or 4 years. So yeah, sights turned to NYC after this, and obviously we get through Junior State Cup with the 11 teams that we've got, and then focus on NYC and then Senior State Cup for us old fellas. So
yeah.
Bundy's already got its 30 men's team ready to go back again. We had so much fun last year, and we're keen to go again. So, and before you know it, we'll be prepping for Junior State Cup again next year.
Absolutely. Yeah, the touch world stops for no one. It's been a busy start to the year already as we see Palmy go over to get their 10th try of the game. Yeah, we just always keeping an eye on what the next tournament is. And yeah, NYC is the next step up. So we go from affiliate and club-based into regional. And it's always great to see those teams that are competitors here this weekend. And the cream of the crop from those teams come together. And we'll be back down in Coffs before you know it.
Yeah, well, you've been at Coffs 3 times already in the last month, haven't you?
I think I might need to buy a property or something like that down there.
NTLs and State of Origin.
Yeah, spent a bit of time down in Coffs, of course.
Took a swag and just camped out in that commentary box, mate.
Could have done.
You stayed at different places each time?
Oh, yeah, no.
Test out?
Yeah. Look at this. Now through the middle again as the hooter sounds in the background. 3rd try from Tamani Kelly. What a game and performance it has been from her. And they get 11 tries on the board to close this game out. They finished off when they started there in the second half. They're going to be a team to watch.
Definitely a strong team, and they'll go a long way in this competition.
So Palm Beach get the job done. We now move into 18 girls. First time we've seen some 18s action coming up. Rocky, the home team, going to be taking on Toowoomba. Plenty more to come. Stay with us here from the Queensland Junior State Cup.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy is going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same equipment at school, using the data that we have to focus our intention in our training a little bit more. So that should help improve our results, hopefully. So. I just think the focus on coaching and training methods and the direction that touch footy is going, that's real beneficial for what we do in the school. We'll take some of those different data sources. We have the same
year where Curtis scored a try. He had the bucket on, of course, last year. It took an intercept, ran the full distance, didn't flap off, doesn't go. It's amazing. He's aerodynamic. He sticks to the melon.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there any rumour to the fact that he's, to the truth that he's stuck to his head?
Could be. Might be some enhancements underneath there. Right foot, ball in one hand, casual as you like. Rocky get the opening try here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and that's a really good lead in there. Little ML platform that they had to begin with came through. Split a play and just like quick release and then great into phase. That's a fantastic piece of play there from Rockhampton, and that's probably the
referees to pull it back.
Yeah. Forward pass there, but that split a play and they're ripping along. Over in that Toowoomba box, we've got Matthew Moores coaching them, Australian under 18 boys player from last year, and it's really nice to see young guys putting their hand up, to try and help their mates and to keep going. So yeah, but I'm glad that Matty Moore's over there coaching, because you'll know how much of frustration I have when I have to coach him. So this is fun.
Here's Wood, picks up nice metres, plays it on the 7. Syrup goes left to right. He's strong, back on the top. And they'll point to the spot, the referees.
Yeah, and that's the level of play. This is a quality outfit. We keep saying it about Rockhampton, but the accumulator, there's a long ball in the back, and if the winger doesn't run his J line and put himself in that position.
We haven't really seen teams throughout the tournament be giving too many penalties away in their 7. I don't recall anyone being sent to the sideline in matches that we have called. So for those that might not be too familiar, the Toowoomba now defending in their 7-metre zone. If you give away 3 penalties in that zone, you have a player removed from your defensive lineup. So they've given away 2 at the moment. They'll need to be clean defending this set of 6. Rocky, though, continued to attack Syrup, just looping one over the top. Where did he come from? It looked like he was going outside, and all of a sudden he just shot through a cannon.
Wow. That is, that's just classy. That's just such good quality there. He just gets it down, and it's a little sneaky little put down, and nothing they could do about that. I think Toowoomba's sort of key to.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2025 Junior State Cup, coming to you live from Rockhampton. And I'm joined by Zach Genrick in the commentary box. Zach, great to have you alongside. Round 2 and Rocky, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's been a great day so far for the teams, and really looking forward to this one. First match of the day for the 18s. This is their first round, so a little bit of a later start for the older girls. I'm sure they would have enjoyed a nice sleep in this morning after a great win from Queensland last night, but I'm sure they'll be ready to hit their straps, and this should be a good matchup too.
Yeah, so we'll just run through formalities for the 18 girls. It is Toowoomba up against Rockhampton. Toowoomba running from right to left. This is Pool A. Brothers, Redlands and UQ Rebels also feature in this pool. Pool B has BMTA, Bundaberg, Caboolture, Gold Coast and Townsville. And we see Toowoomba's set run its course there. There is a total of 10 teams, 4 round games, and the top team of each pool progress to semi-finals. Second and third of each pool progress to a prelim final, and fourth and fifth progress to a playoff. as Rockhampton have first use of the ball, and they're streaking away, and a fantastic touch made in the end.
Yeah, really good defence there. Multiple Toowoomba players not giving up on the play, and they managed to track him down, but really good start to the game from Rocky. Great first defensive set, and now they're into some line attack here as they try and break the Toowoomba line.
So Rockhampton getting into their work. Got a couple, or this is the last touch, in fact. They jump from half, and Toowoomba do well to number up, but the penalty is blown.
So that's Tamika there, the referee, calling a offside or dropping early. Didn't quite catch the signal. Just the Toowoomba players having to run the majority of the field to get back in defence. Did a good effort, but just couldn't quite finish off the set. So it'll be a fresh set of 6 here for Rocky.
So that's Veach with the ball. McCron drops it down. Veach gets it away from half, and they look to go quickly. A bit of contact there, and the turnover will ensue.
Maybe half caught the ball. It was a good thinking there by Rocky. Tried to go the quick phase option there, but just got that dump really, really close to the line. So with Toowoomba only having to take a step or two to get back to the line, very hard to pull off a phase when you are that close to the line. So good awareness from the Toowoomba defenders to get up and make that touch. And unfortunately, another error going to their box, so it's going to be more line attack now for Rocky.
Yeah, they just open the door for the home side to strike first here in this one. As Zach mentioned, the first hit out in the 18 girls division here at the Junior State Cup. And so they'll park it up close towards that 7.
Just trying to draw Toowoomba up off the line here. Just get isolated a little bit without a half. Happy to be patient here, Rocky, but you don't want to waste too many touches.
So
middle dump.
Yes, Veach it is. Trying to reach out and claim Rockhampton's first. And it's all clear, so Rockhampton hit the front. It's 1-0.
Yeah, great job from the Rocky girls there. Just nice and patient. Got what they wanted from the Toowoomba defence. We just see a little middle quickie here. Quick pass off the ground, and I think a good call from our referee. There, one of the middles missing the touch. The other one getting it after the ball was grounded. So a good call from the referees and a great start from Rocky. Obviously had that early break, ran the majority of the field in the first minute, and then they've pretty much been camped up on the Toowoomba line. So they'll be pretty pleased they've been able to execute and put one on the board.
So now it's Toowoomba's turn to get into their work on an attacking front. They've got a couple of touches to work with here as they drive down towards the 7. And they look to hit back immediately if possible.
So the 2 middles here checking, waiting for the dump they want. And the middle dump. Oh, great ball playing there. A touch made is the call from the referees. Great defence.
So that set runs its course, and while this game is going on field 5, we have Brothers taking on UQ Rebels, and Redlands have the bye in round 1 of the under-18 girls. And for Pool B, it's Bundaberg and Townsville on field 7 and Caboolture and Gold Coast on field 8 at the moment. So this is the last. Rockhampton trying to create something from nothing.
Yeah, good listening from the Toowoomba defence there. You saw that middle get caught offside. Referee called her out, really quick response, which is really important to make sure you avoid giving that penalty away. We see just the ball come out in the touch. Referees are going to send them back to roll again.
And so Toowoomba rather trying to gather some momentum out of the sub-box, and again the ball hits the deck. And just an update on Kayla Vella. Just got a blood nose from that contact that happened earlier on in the match down on that try line there. And who said touch was a soft sport, mate, eh?
There's plenty of contact in touch. But good to see. Looks like she's okay. Just a little bit of patchwork done in the box here. Got a smile on her face, so I'm sure she'll be back.
Mate, they're tough in this neck of the woods, aren't they?
So you just see a no touch here. So the Rockhampton player just playing that ball before the touch was made. Correctly penalised there by the referee. It'll be interesting to see too throughout this game how the heat affects the teams. It's been reasonably cool down in southeast Queensland, especially over in Toowoomba. Typically pretty cold at this time of year, and I know there's been a few of our Brisbane teams too, have just been a little bit caught out by the Rockhampton heat today, so it'll be interesting to see as we progress into the second part of each half if that heat does affect the Toowoomba side.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point you make. And on top of that, it's the first hit out for the girls here, as we've mentioned. So just getting the rust out of their system as they look for a strong junior state cup here in Rockhampton, as Rocky edging ever so close. They'll walk back towards the 7. They've got a couple of touches to work with here. They already hold the lead, 1-0. It was Beach, the try scorer, as here she is again at half. Wrapping around, and the touch is made. So Toowoomba do a fantastic job there to shut out Rockhampton's attack on their line.
Yeah, really good, strong touch. In defence, just disrupted that one a little bit. It's a little bit of a messy roll, but managed to get over it. Toowoomba haven't quite been clinical getting to their box yet, and it'll no doubt be an area that their coaches will be into them to try and complete some of these sets and get a little bit of flow, and they're going to be aided on this occasion. Hard touch penalty from our referees.
That'll help for sure, as Toowoomba now on the second touch will bounce over halfway here.
You just see them take their time coming down to the line. They should get a touch or two down on the Rockhampton line. I'm going to make sure they get down there first before they slow it up too much.
So it's Sage Martin from half as they come back towards this left-hand edge Toowoomba. And on the last there, it's Rose Rami caught with the ball.
Yeah, good set there from Toowoomba. Managed to complete, leave the ball down the Rockhampton end. Rocky with a great start to their set here, picking up 15 metres on early in the touch count.
Yeah, Rockhampton are really driving well out of their own half. It's giving them an opportunity to set a great platform to attack from. This is the last. There's some strong Toowoomba defence once again, though. They look to go through the hands. Not much doing there, and they'll kill the ball as far away as possible from the Toowoomba sub-box.
Yeah, great place to kill the ball. Make Toowoomba do the hard work and get all the way laterally across the field to get to their box. As we see, when you have to do that as a defensive team, it does allow you to really get up and put some pressure on the early touches. So here, third touch, not quite at the 10-metre line, and they're going to come up with an error here, Toowoomba. Referees have spotted a little forward pass out of half. I think they're spot on, the referees, on that occasion. And credit that to the good press defence there from Rocky.
Yes, indeed. So Rockhampton have a great chance to double their lead here. There's some metres on offer for Kayla Vella, back out there now.
Yeah, she's looked really dangerous in the number 1.
Vella just pops it out. That's Brooke Hill as they look to go to work here, Rockhampton. Vella back to Hill. There's space here for Rockhampton. They open up the field, and down the middle goes Kayla Vella, and Rockhampton have 2.
Yeah, that's a great try, which we'll see on the replay in the second. You just see them fade out in the setup here. It looks like they're going to run a quickie on the far side of the field, and they just pick up and come back against the grain. As you can see here, come back, there's space on this right-hand side, and then a great late switch from the link here. And the Toowoomba just unable to shut in and close those gaps, and a great finish from the number 1. She's been on fire so far. Looking really, really dangerous from the Rocky side, but that was a great team try there. Really good play design and execution.
Just a quick weather update too. It's 28.4 degrees at the moment. So, as you said, mate, the girls from Toowoomba probably not used to that weather this time of year.
Yeah, definitely in the warmer months you can get up there, but I think it's been a reasonably cold winter. There's been a few really windy days down in the southeast corner.
This is the last, and Rocky do well to shut out Toowoomba right on their try line. And they look to go hard towards this sub-box, and this is where they're gathering a lot of momentum, Rockhampton.
Yeah, they've had really good intent with their rucking. Rocky, you can see them straight on the ball off the turnovers and then driving really hard to get to the box.
Here's Vella and Veach. Duo for Rockhampton. Veach from half. She has time and space. And there's support looming. Can she find a teammate? She can, but Toowoomba do well to recover.
Yeah, it's the second time Toowoomba have really done a great job to scramble there. That ball was picked up probably 30 metres almost from the try line, but all of the Toowoomba defenders able to stick to the man and make it really difficult for the Rocky girls to find an open player. So that's really good defence there from Toowoomba.
Yeah, and at the moment it's probably Toowoomba's defence that's keeping them in the game as they look to go hunting themselves. And they'll turn the ball over in good field position for Rockhampton here.
Yeah, and so important these early games in this 18 girls tournament as well. There's probably several teams with a really good chance and would really feel like they can win this division. And it's going to be all important making sure that you seed yourself well coming into the finals, as we're just going to see the referees pull this one back. 7-on's going to be the call. Just credited the Rocky subset before, but just got it slightly wrong on this occasion. It's that last player running onto the field before the last sub had made it to the sideline. And the referees are all over that these days in the game.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job so far on day one at the Junior State Cup.
Yeah, great to see so many officials out, a lot of young officials as well who'll be at their first Junior State Cup. So a big thank you to all of the officials who've come out, been doing a great job so far.
Yeah, 260 have made the trek up to Rockhampton.
As we see here, it feels like an important set on the line here for Toowoomba. Quickie set up.
Yeah, that was the last there, Zach, and they just couldn't make it work. It seems as though they had some space out towards this left-hand edge.
Yeah, they have. They've managed to look threatening on a few occasions, Toowoomba there, and it wasn't a bad crack. But just diving over in that touch made just in time from the Rocky defence. You see another good subset here.
Yeah.
They come to their box.
Physical touch there from Toowoomba as Rockhampton roll over halfway. Now it's the last. They've threatened from this part of the field before. The ball just goes to the ground. But once again, Rockhampton asking a lot of questions in attack.
Yeah, they had the numbers out here to the right. If that last pass went to hands, it would have been a simple 2-on-1, and they probably score in the corner. Toowoomba do a good job of just putting the pressure on, forcing a quick pass, which leads to the error.
Yeah. So not long remaining here in this first half between Rockhampton and Toowoomba in the 18 girls. Round one, of course. And it's a fantastic touch made from Tara Veach, the try scorer, along with Kayla Vella.
So we see them here just come to the box and really well the last 5 minutes at finding a pretty good strike dump out of their subset. As I say, that commentator's curse, pass goes to ground.
Don't worry, I've had a few of them today, mate.
And if you're Toowoomba, they'd love to just find a way to get one try on the board before we go into half-time.
Yeah,
not long left on the clock.
Just to gather some momentum heading into the half-time break.
You can just see there the winger, I think she just lost that far sideline, actually caught that ball standing out of bounds.
So Rockhampton spread it back towards their sub-box and they have a bit of speed here. Toowoomba try and press up defensively.
You see just one of the Toowoomba players trip there coming back in defence. Good job from her teammates to cover that, and Rocky come up with an error.
Yeah, they've just let themselves down a little bit here, Rockhampton. And they're providing Toowoomba with a sniff. Plenty of touches to go here for Toowoomba as they're down on the 7. And we'll call it there at half-time. Between Rockhampton and Toowoomba, Kayla Vella and Tara Veach, the two try scorers, as Rockhampton will take a 2-0 lead heading into half-time. We'll be back after this break.
Trying to stop them. You've just got to get out past the 8,
This makes the final touch there for Toowoomba. That was loose.
Deeks will be very disappointed with that pass, and now his team's under pressure again. Can they withstand another set of six touches from Rocky?
Got a bit of space out here on the left-hand side. Early release, and they make them pay early in the touch count.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
So we aren't far away from the second half here between Rockhampton and Toowoomba. I'm joined along by Zach Henrik. Zach, what was your thoughts on that first half, mate?
Yeah, really good start from Rocky there. We mentioned it's the first game of the tournament for these 18 girls, and it was a really quality start from Rocky. I think they'd be pretty happy with how they executed that first half, and their rucking was a real strength. They did a great job of getting the ball out of their half and getting up the Toowoomba end. Weren't without the odd error or two, but I think they'd be pretty happy with that performance. And Toowoomba, I think they showed signs as well. I think we saw them a few times on the line. They did look dangerous and like they've got some tries in them. But I think really for them, they've just got to try and win the midfield here because they really struggled to get to their box at times and just couldn't get the field position they needed to have enough cracks at the Rockhampton line. So no doubt the coaching staff would have addressed that. And hopefully they can come out and put one early on the board. It's always nice to get your first try of the tournament out of the way. So hopefully they can find that early in our second half.
So Rockhampton got us going, and now it's Toowoomba's turn with the pill. As this is a much better set here from Toowoomba.
Probably really promising start to the set.
Yeah, probably one of the better sets of this match for them as they're over the 10. This is the last, trying to catch a few players offside if possible. Striking over the top, and they ran out of steam there on that set. But as you were talking about, mate, that's positive signs so far for Toowoomba.
Yeah, and they kill it on the right side of the field as well. Now Rocky having to come all the way sideways across the field. And we see really good touch there from the Toowoomba defence. So already great first set from Toowoomba. They get it up the other end of the field. They kill it on the right side, make it harder for Rocky to get to their box. And then Rocky just unable to quite generate the same flow out of their subset as we saw on some of those sets in the first half. So promising signs here from Toowoomba.
Yeah, that touch from Ruby Staunton, as you mentioned, mate, really put the brakes on that Rockhampton set. And now they have an opportunity here, Toowoomba, to get moving. As they got touches up their sleeve inside Rockhampton's half. Players coming on the field. That's a strong touch there from Ellie Goodwin from Rockhampton to shut down the attack. And this will be the last touch.
Yeah, unfortunately, just being isolated a couple of times without a half there, the Toowoomba team, still allowing that Rocky defence to get set, and they end up defending that end of set quite comfortably. So we see them now coming towards the box.
And despite Rockhampton's dominance in terms of field position and territory, it is only 2-0 the score, so plenty of time for Toowoomba to get back into this one as they find a little bit of space back on the inside. This is the last. Vella has Veach in support, and it will be a turnover here.
Yeah, we had left that last pass just a touch too late. And touch pass is the call from Dylan Carey, our referee. So we see Toowoomba now move it towards their box. So hopefully they're able to get the subs here and just generate a little bit of flow into a strike dump. See, nice drive here.
Moving down the field nicely, Toowoomba. And they get on the last. And the touch there from Kayla Vell. Well, she's been everywhere today, hasn't she, mate? She's defensively and in attack. She's really provided a lot of support for this Rockhampton outfit.
Yeah, been really strong and supported well by her teammates too. I think their system with their rucking has served them well so far in this game, Rocky. And everyone contributing to that, and then just putting their strike players on the back of their sets is what's allowed them to get on the board. So we see them go a little bit lateral here out of the box. Well covered by Toowoomba in the end. She'll still have a touch in hand here. Fifth now.
And play was called through, and penalty will go the way of Rockhampton.
Yeah, good awareness to attack the line there from the Rocky middles. You could hear the referee calling players offside. They picked up on that, ran at those offside players, put the pressure on, and then the referee rewards them with a penalty. So we have a full set of 6 here on the line. See a middle dump, step back inside.
And Brooke Hill, has she got Rocky's third?
I think she's actually scored on the wrong line.
Oh, there we go.
Which it is hard to pick up points when you score on the wrong line, unfortunately. It was funny, It looked like the referee was pointing to the spot, but I actually think he was pointing to the line, saying that's the wrong line.
Well, it's caused a lot of teams a lot of trouble, both in defence and attack down on that end. We had a masterclass from Tristan Manor yesterday, just talking us through how either side will be approaching and what they'll be thinking when they see two lines on the try line is this time it's Veach, and she's all clear. She finds the right line this time, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, good job there from Rocky. They got the offside penalty, which gives them the repeat set on the line. As you want to see teams do, when you get that repeat set, you don't want to go to your expansive, risky plays early in the count. You want to look at something like a punish, a nice, simple play early in the count. So even if you don't score, you at least make sure you hold on to the ball. And we see just off a simple punish setup, it's good speed there in attack, able to get outside. Her defending link, dive over for the try. That's the third one on the board now for the Rocky girls. You see that quickie again, just gets low. And the defender, I think, unfortunately, probably lost the defensive try line a little bit there, which probably didn't help her.
So, close to 6 minutes gone here in the second half. 3-0 the score to Rockhampton. Toowoomba on the last, looking to find the white line, and it's another great defensive set from Rockhampton, shutting them out. And they've been very strong on both sides of the ball this afternoon, Rockhampton. So now Toowoomba look to man up defensively. So try and halt this Rockhampton momentum as they find some more space to work with. And on come the fresh set of legs as they're over halfway. Touches to work with here for Rockhampton. Brooke Hill gets it on. Down on the 10, go Rocky. Play on called and almost an interception. But all it will do is add on 6 more touches for Rocky, Zach.
Yeah, really unlucky. She probably didn't really intend to play at that, but it's just that natural reflex when the ball gets thrown at you to try and hang on to it. And unfortunately, she does enough that the referees are forced into that 6 again call. So we see now Rocky over the line. Can she find a teammate? Throws a Hail Mary back inside and it goes to ground. But again, really good defence. We've seen Toowoomba do that a few times where the half's gone through and they've done a really good job at finding their man and just not giving them an easy player to pass to and score the try. So really good defence from Toowoomba on that occasion.
Yeah. And that time it was Brooke Hill who found an avenue through Toowoomba's line. As they continue to work towards their sub-box, Toowoomba. 3-0 the score. And this is the first hit out, of course, in the under-18 girls division.
So fifth touch here, half picks up, a little bit of space out to the left. She goes through, support players coming now. Good effort in defence. I don't think a touch has been made as we see the pass go back to the inside, and great defence there from Rocky. Unfortunately, we do just have a player down. It was a great effort. Can't quite see her number, unfortunately, but she made a great effort to chase.
Yeah, I think it's Ellie Goodwin there in the number 2 for Rockhampton.
It is great effort to chase and try and track down her player. She's dived there and I think just landed a little bit awkwardly. She is sitting up now as we can see, so hopefully maybe just winded.
Yeah,
it can be a bit of an awkward landing when you dive with the hand outstretched like that trying to make a touch, so cross our fingers and hope it's nothing serious.
That was, as you mentioned, Zach, great desperation in defence, and it's those little things that have really turned the tide for Rockhampton and allowed them to post 3 tries so far.
Yeah, and good to see her back up here, walking off with the support staff off the back of the field. Of course, we did say at the end of that play, the ball was passed off, a touch was made, that was 6. So the changeover now.
And we've seen some great desperation in defence from both sides, particularly down on that end from both Toowoomba and Rockhampton. So,
yeah, especially in the warmer conditions here today, a lot of really impressive effort plays from multiple players on both sides. So good to see the girls working hard for their teams. See now just Rocky again, nice and patient with their setup. Find a few extra metres. Here, just a little dummy and go, and is she through? I think she is. Referees are just going to confer for a moment here. Just waiting.
What are you
for
saying,
the call.
Zach?
I think a touch has been...
Touch is called.
Potentially just wasn't called out. Obviously got to call your touches, so it must have been a late call of touch.
So Vella coming across field. McCrory on, gets the ball back on the inside. It's intercepted by Toowoomba and a little bit of luck falls their way.
Yeah, we're just going to see here, just as she caught that, I think a touch was made. So just going to bring it back and play that first touch. It will be 0 touch, 6 again for Toowoomba. And
talk about
to their winger.
Yeah, you talk about the heat too, mate, not only for the players, but the referees out there. They don't get a break.
Yeah, and for me in the tent as well, mate. I'm struggling with the heat.
But we'll take it. We'll take the heat every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Oh, it's a lovely day. A little bit of very brief rain shower around early. I think there was a little bit of worry from touchies know what happens at events. Generally, when it rains, it pours, but it's cleared up really nicely. It turned into a fantastic day. So it's really great play out here from Toowoomba. We just see a nice little draw and pass. Unfortunately, though, the ball has come forward out of the hands, and the referees are going to bring it back. I was just about to give Toowoomba a great rap for hanging in there, getting their first try on the board, but unfortunately just couldn't quite execute that last pass.
Well, Mackenzie Dunstan was the one to go over, but as you said, it won't count, unfortunately, for Toowoomba. Yet to find the board and a physical touch there. Not much doing.
Very
just a
solid
collision
touch.
of bodies.
Yep, correctly penalised there from the referees. Of course, got to use minimum force making those touches.
We've seen a few knocks around in this game, haven't we, mate?
Well, it's part of the challenge of touch.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't be out there smashing people, but if you've got really good touch technique, you obviously can hold teams up and halt their momentum if you get your technique right and you beat teams to the bend. As we see, just a couple of errors from both sides in the middle. It's possession now back to Rockhampton. They look to come and get some fresh legs on at the box.
Yeah, some much-needed ones at that. They come back centre field as they have players in motion here. The pass just won't find the target, unfortunately. And we do have 2 minutes or so remaining here in this one. 3-0 the score to Rockhampton. And in round 2, Rockhampton will take on Brothers, while Toowoomba will have the bye. And both sides will be gunning for the championship, hopefully on Saturday. Last year's winners were the Gold Coast in the under-18s division. So plenty to play for here. And there's so much more touch to be played as Rockhampton break the line. And the support is not needed as Lainey Jenkins goes over to bring up Rockhampton's fourth.
Yeah, great runaway try there from Rocky, and it's going to cap off what's been a really solid first game for them. As we made mention, first round, a little bit later in the day, but they really came out firing. They started the game really well with a couple of quick tries, and they've continued to be strong. They've really done a good job of dominating the midfield, and then they've been able to put the points on the board when they've got their opportunities, which has been really important. So they'll no doubt, Rocky, be one of those sides who is in the mix and thinks that they can win this division along with several other teams. So it should be a great competition, this 18 girls this year. I think you'll see that once we get into the semi-finals, there'll be 4 teams all equally with a good chance of coming away with the title.
And Toowoomba almost going over. Touch is made, and once again, it's Brooke Hill involved. She's had a very sound game for Rockhampton. And they shut out there on the last, so not too long till we hear that buzzer. 4-0 the score to Rockhampton.
And they'll just be with a nice lead here, Rocky. They'll just be wanting to make sure that they complete their sets, no errors as they do.
And that brings us to the end of round 1 in the under-18 girls here on Field 1. Rockhampton 4, Toowoomba 0. Your final summary, Zach, of that contest?
Yeah, strong start from Rockhampton. I thought there were some really positive signs from Toowoomba, and I'm sure they'll, especially with the bye next, they'll no doubt go away and probably have a look at some of that live stream footage. They had some really good patches there. I thought they made a really good start to the second half, and there were no doubt some adjustments that were talked about at half time. So plenty to take out of the game for the Toowoomba side. But yeah, great start from Rocky, and really showing that that they're a side who has title ambitions in this division.
So we'll head to a break, and up next we have the under-16 girls between the matches between UQ Rebels and BMTA. So we'll see you on the other side of this.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. We've got Kayla Valla from Rocky 18 Girls joining us right now. How are you feeling?
Good, great. After our first win of the carnival, it's good to be back with all the girls. A few new girls, so it's good to have everyone together again, though.
You've literally walked off the field. You haven't had much time to catch your breath. Now, through your school TCC last week from Rocky, you won the Confraternity Carnival. Are you still on a high?
Yes, definitely. There was so much emotion in the carnival, especially from last year, and it was so good to have so many girls from different sports. So a lot of touch girls were in the team as well, and it was so good. Yeah.
So how has touch footy, your time in touch footy, helped with your league skills?
It definitely helps with a lot of league skills, like the ball skills and agility. It just really helps with a lot of plays in footy, yeah.
How old were you when you started touch?
I think I was 11 maybe? Yeah, so I've been doing it for a while now, so yeah.
The NRLW is growing at a rapid rate. Does that excite you about future pathways?
Yes, definitely, and it's so good to be able to do both touch and footy. It's just a great pathway all the way through and nothing clashes, so it's really good.
There's a lot of travel involved with touch footy, so how does it feel to have the Junior State Cup at home?
It's so good, especially just staying in Rocky after Confro last week as well. It's good to get everyone coming into Rocky as well.
Any suggestions of what other visitors could do while they're here the next few days?
Definitely a trip down to Yeppoon. Yeppoon's really nice beach. Even though it might be cold, there's heaps of restaurants and stuff down there too, so yeah.
Well, we'll let you go and recover. Thank you so much for your time right now, Kayla Valla. Next game is the 16 girls UQ Rebels versus BMTA Red, live from the Junior State Cup in Rockhampton.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. I'm joined by Zach and Rick in this commentary box. And Zach, under 16 girls action coming our way, and BMTA on show against the UQ Rebels. What can we expect, mate?
Yeah, it should be a great game. Two Brisbane-based sides. Obviously, BMTA being my home club, so I'll be heavily biased on the call, just as an FYI. But no, it should be a great game. It's always good when these two Brisbane-based teams come up against each other. A lot of the girls probably would have played together at different times through various setups, maybe the schools or whatever it is. So no doubt the two sides will know each other reasonably well. And yeah, it should be a great matchup.
We look forward to exploring a bit more about your role here at the Junior State Cup, mate, as this game progresses and unfolds. But for now, it's the UQ Rebels running from right to left. And they have the first attacking set of the match. So they have some space to work with here. This is the last touch, and just getting a bit confused there with the 7, perhaps.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of getting used to figuring out the lines. There are a few A few lines have been rubbed out on field one that do make it a little bit confusing, but no doubt the players at this skill level, they'll get used to that as we see. Unfortunately, Brisbane make an error in their first set trying to come to the box, so managed to get a few subs, but a few of them will be now facing a repeat set defending their line. See a few players just hitting the deck. But UQ still with a couple of touches in hand here. We'll have a look at what they can set up.
So they're parked up on that right-hand edge and just running out of options there. BMTA's defence was doing its job, and now a penalty comes the way of UQ.
You see an offside penalty, so really good field position to start this game for UQ. This will be their third set, pretty much attacking the Brisbane line.
So the Rebels, can they get on the board early in this match and strike, as they can't quite make it happen on that play. Caught with it was Grace Harvey. As she'll take it back to the 7. Here is Grace Harvey getting it along, down on half. And thought about going to the right, and in the end just concedes the touch. And BMTA must be very proud with that defensive set to start.
Yeah, good start from the girls. Oh, as we see, right as we say that, another error trying to get to their box. They'll be kicking themselves. It's definitely something that they pride themselves on, is their subset and getting to the box clean and playing in the opposition's end of the field. So good defence from UQ to force a couple of errors early, and they'll be hoping they can now make them pay on the scoreboard.
So the Rebels, touches to play with here. Grace Harvey once again with ball in hand, has support on either side.
See them come to that rooster. Defence from Brisbane. It'll be 5th touch here. We'll see if they can come up with something on the last.
They just haven't quite fired yet in attack, the UQ Rebels. This is the second match in the under-16 girls division. Round 2 we are. And BMTA looking for an error-free set here as they come out of their own end and get towards the sub-box.
Good meters here. See Shyla. Just run out. Unfortunately, is a little bit confusing, as we've said, with the lines here. Unfortunately for BMTA, that's going to be another set. Just haven't managed to make it out of their own half, so putting their defence under a lot of pressure, but they've been solid so far. So we see UQ just going to roll a couple of subs out the back here. So I'm just stalling on the field, letting those subs get on. Unfortunately, though, they just haven't got that subset quite right, and they're going to concede a 7-on penalty here. So you see the referees just picking that up.
Yeah, they've had the opportunity to take a good look at the BMTA line defence now. So you suspect that the next time UQ are in striking distance, they'll have a few ideas as to how they want to articulate their set. But for now, it's BMTA starting from good field position, and this will be their first time in attacking territory.
It's taken a 7-on, but we're in opposition territory.
So a couple more touches to work with here for BMTA. They drop it down on the 7, space towards the right. They pick their pass, and they will open the scoring. And BMTA are over for the first try of the match. And a fantastic way to start.
Yeah, good start here from BMTA. First time that they've got the ball in good field position and they make UQ play. Let's have a look to the replay here. It's again patient in their setup. They just come to this middle strike dump. It's Violet Burke who splits out, just draws in that link defender and plays out to Bailey Fox. It is in the link, who puts it down. So a good start from BMTA there, making their first set on the line count. So we see UQ now just with a little error off the tap-off. See BMTA come towards their box here looking for subs. Solid touch from UQ defence. Violet Burke, good meters. They're ruling out. So we see referees are going to come back for an offside penalty. You can see UQ players being called back out there and just couldn't quite make it back the 7 metres. So we see BMTA now rolling forward. Taylor Martin with the ball. Aria Chadburn now just kicks out off that right foot, looking for space out to the left. Well covered from UQ. Aria and Taylor now working together in the middle. Quickie for Aria, steps out again. Has she found space? It looks like she has. Referees are going to point to the spot.
Yeah, it's fantastic work there from Aria Chadburn, and promising signs, ominous signs, if you will, for BMTA. That's 2 sets now on UQ's line, and they've come up with points on both occasions.
Yeah, nice play there. You could just see her come off the quickie, and she just went straight initially and put that UQ player, defensive player, under pressure, and then just kicked out off that right foot. Nice dive over. And then 2-0 to BMTA here, despite a lot of the game being played on their defending scoreline. They've been able to make their opportunities count when they've got them.
So Dalby have the bye for round 1 in Pool A, and it is UQ here on field 1 with BMTA as they look for their first points. UQ Rebels.
You could just see advantage being played there from the referee. Just a offside player, UQ running through but unable to pick up the advantage. So we're going to come back for a penalty here. There'll be another full set of 6 on the line here for UQ. We'll have a look what they can set up. Middle dump.
So they come out towards this left-hand side. BMTA's defence has had all of the answers to every question asked by the UQ Rebels so far. As there's a chance here, touch is made.
Yeah, better play from UQ in this set. See them send the sweeper. They probably just felt a little bit flat in their line attack so far, but nice to see them run that sweeper. As we see just a little bit of a miscommunication there, and the roll ball allows BMTA to get up and put them under pressure, and they do force the turnover now, as we see.
Another error, and we have in this division 3 pools of 5, 2 pools of 4, a total of 23 teams. And as far as BMTA are concerned, we have BMTA red, blue and white, as UQ doing all they can to find the stripe here in this first half. The under-16 girls, 8 minutes gone. They look to work it towards the right-hand edge, and BMTA's defence just coming across nicely and filling in the space. They've been a wall so far and very difficult to break down, and once again they turn away this UQ Rebels attack. And mate, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, you have a big role here at the Junior State Cup, affiliated with BMTA. Just what is your role, and how's things progressing so far?
Yeah, look, basically the role here is to support the teams. We've got 22 teams who have made the trip up to Rocky, which is fantastic numbers, especially with a bit of travel involved. Our players just love the Junior State Cup and being part of the Mustang program. So, yeah, fantastic to have so many teams, and a lot of them who will be no doubt hoping that they might be in and around the finals day as well. So basically just doing what we can to support them and make sure that the kids have a great experience at the Junior State Cup.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you remember how many teams you brought in 2023?
I think it was similar. I think maybe 21.
Yep.
Which is, really good.
Yeah.
As you mentioned before, we got red, blue and white, so 3 teams in a lot of the divisions, which is, great. Just great to have that many kids who want to come away in each age group and represent the club.
Yes, no, it's a fantastic week here in Rockhampton for all involved, and BMTA at the centre of it all right now as they go through the hands, and it's going to be a well-worked try. Bailey Fox going over for the BMTA Rebels, and that was lovely to watch.
Yeah, really good play out of the subset here from BMTA. I mentioned before, generally pride themselves on their midfield work and their subset, and we see that was just Clutton straightening out of the box and just finds that extra pass out to the far side, and Bailey Fox running a really important line there. She catches it in stride and just too quick for the UQ defence to be able to slide across and cover it. So really good start when they've been able to get opportunities and get across halfway. BMTA really making UQ pay whenever they can get into that good field position.
So the Rebels now looking to hit back as we have just under 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Physical touch there to put the handbrake on this UQ Rebels attack. And once again, BMTA, they have scored 3 tries, but it's probably their defence I'd be most proud of so far in this one.
So we see going forward first. BMTA really good metres through the middle. Now they come across to their box. See Eden Gare with the ball now. Just kicks away. Great extra metres here. Puts her head down. Really good metres. Unfortunately, just couldn't get that quick roll, but still a few touches in hand. See Eden again picks up, takes her player on. She's found space. Can she link up? Yes, she can. And look to the referees here. Great scramble defence there from UQ. Just able to make a touch there in the end. Luckily, everyone comes away unscathed. Bodies coming together there.
No, another physical collision here on field 1. It's been pretty intense at times. And good to see, as you said, mate, everyone walk away from that one as UQ Rebels get a fresh set of legs on.
And you can just see BMTA players being called out there. Good response hearing that offside call, getting back on. Make sure they don't give away the penalty as we see UQ now. Great touch there. It was Marley High caught that one, came off the right, and I thought she might have found a little bit of space, but good touch from the Brisbane girls. So we see them now coming away from the box. Taylor Martin with the ball. Straightens, finds that extra pass to Aria. Numbers out to the right here. Good scramble defence. That's Marley High from UQ again. Good job to track her player down there. And Aria and Taylor combining together in the middle. Little quickie. Taylor steps off the right and a great peel out to the winger. That's going to look really nice on the replay.
Well, you just about couldn't tell it's round 2 of this competition for BMTA. They have been on fire, especially in the back end of this half.
Yeah, it's a great ball. It's Sienna Ravelli, their daughter of ex-Australian coach Swain Ravelli. He catches that one in stride and a really nice put down in the corner. So we've seen BMTA really, really dangerous when they get down to that UQ line, and they've been able to execute really well.
Yeah, so we've got a couple more minutes left here on field 1, and the referee's got a decision to make. It will stay with you, UQ Rebels, as touch is made, and they look to get on the board here, the Rebels, as they venture towards that 7-metre line.
Yeah, they'd love to find one before half-time here. UQ, they've had a few cracks at the Brisbane line. So we see Sweeper coming round out the back here. Catches it in stride, challenges at the line.
And, yeah, I think, again, the line playing havoc there, mate.
Yeah, we just see the referees have just stopped play here for a second. Yeah, just conferring. I think she has found the wrong line.
Have you had a walk out there on field 1?
I haven't yet, but I'm going to trust. We've seen a few times players have done that or defended behind the line, so it must be a little bit tricky out there, and it'll no doubt be something that the good teams will be really looking at, because you certainly don't want to get to the pointy end of the competition and be risking giving away tries or leaving tries out on the park because you're getting the lines wrong. So,
and for every team that's played out on field 1 today, it's probably an advantage, and they'll be better for the run as they go deeper into the competition, as that is half-time here between BMTA and the UQ Rebels. BMTA with a healthy 4-0 lead. We'll take a quick break before returning for the second half action live in Rockhampton.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Thank you for your company here at the 2025 Junior State Cup, and it is BMTA with a 4-try lead. Zach, we have a very experienced sub-box there on the BMTA side of things. What do you think they'll be saying at half-time to the girls?
I think it'll just be all about their midfield work. They really struggled to get out of their half. We saw a few, I hesitate to say, but probably lazy errors trying to get out of their own end. So I've no doubt they'll be addressing that, because as we saw when BMTA were able to string a full set together, they looked really, really dangerous, and they made the most of almost every opportunity they had at the UQ line. So I think the name of the game for Brisbane will just be making sure that they complete their sets, get some of those errors out of their game. And on the UQ side, I think they actually had really good field position for a lot of the game. They had a lot of cracks at the BMTA line, so I'm sure they'll be really happy with how they were able to manage some of that field position. Obviously, did give away a few tries when BMTA were able to put their sets together, but I think they'll probably be having a bit of a chat about that line attack, and some really quality coaches on their side of the field too, so no doubt Mick Austin and the team over there will be having a chat about what they want to do when they get down to the line, and probably just reinforcing some of the things they were doing in their defence that forced some of those BMTA errors.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. BMTA have the scoreboard in their favour as they add another one here. That looked a little too easy.
Yeah, a bit of an innocuous try here at Shyla Halliwell, who's gone over. We'll have a look on the replay here. You could just see they're just sort of setting up their play, and just a bit of a miscommunication there from the UQ middle and link, I think it was. They just both pointed at each other like, wasn't that your player? And unfortunately, that just left a gap, and really good play from Shyla. You sometimes see with the juniors these days, because they get taught a lot of structure, that sometimes players might struggle to be a little bit more heads up and make the most of those opportunities. So really good awareness there from Shyla to just recognise that the defence hadn't quite found their player and manned up properly, and she just took the space in front of her and put it down.
Chadburn, Halliwell, Ravelli and Fox, the try scorers for BMTA, and again they're going to break through, cutting straight through the middle. It's Edengare, and BMTA have 6.
Yeah, great try from Eden there. Probably a little bit of the same again, just heads up footy here. Realises that she's got some space in front of her, just a little faint little dummy just to keep that defender hanging off her, and she just puts her head down. And it's funny, we made mention there are a few issues with the try line down on that end, and we've seen both tries this half, the BMTA players just having that quick double check to make sure they've definitely got the right line before they put it down. So you just see that they've identified that and they're making sure they get it right.
I think it's fair to say, and just touching on your point you made at half-time, that UQ Rebels have probably dominated the run of possession and run of play, but it's been BMTA, every time they've had an opportunity, they've made it count.
Yeah, they're a really dangerous side, this BMTA unit. They strike all across the park, and there's so many players who are capable of setting up and scoring tries. So they really do have their hands full, this UQ side. So we see, though, another one of those errors. We saw them go the away set there, which was interesting. First time we've seen Brisbane go to that away set, which means that they're going to the far side of the field, not coming to their sub-box, which we do see often. And it looked like they were gaining a little bit of momentum there, but just a little error in the roll ball. Unfortunately, as we see, UQ just got stuck without a half there. Brisbane get up and put the pressure on, and they force an error in the end, so they've made up for it.
And so as we get down towards the pointy end of this competition, not that we're near there yet, it's only day one, of course, but the top 2 teams in each pool progress to a championship division. Third pool A, Pool A to Pool C will progress to a championship division. The remaining 2 teams in each pool progress to a challenge division as the competition breaks off. As I mentioned, there are a total of 23 teams in the 16 girls.
We just saw there again the Brisbane girls just running out of bounds on their subset side, which is really odd. You don't see that too often, and say what you will about the line markings, but I think the sideline line is pretty clear, so there'll be no doubt something that they want to clean up. So we see numbers out to the right here. Egan probably does a good job in the end just to hold on to that ball. She thought about pushing that extra pass to the winger, but it would have been a risky one. In the end, she probably does well just to hang on to it, take the touch. They've still got touches in hand here. We've seen this combo, Taylor Martin and Aria Chadburn, been really dangerous in the middle. See a little pass here. Margot Richardson goes down, gets the ball back, takes on her opposite player. Just looking at the call from the referees, I think it's going to be a touch.
Yes, Hayley Thorne it was making the touch.
Yeah, good scramble there from Hayley. You could just see Margot in attack was really looking up and hoping to maybe get her offside. She did a really good job to make sure she got back. Referees were happy and a good touch. UQ now trying to get to their box side of the field. A bit of a wild pass though, unfortunately.
Yes.
And that will mean BMTA should get the ball in good field position.
Yes, it just invites BMTA, not that they need an invitation. As they get to work now inside UQ Rebels half.
Yep, Aria and Taylor together in the middle again. See them nice and patient here with their setup. Dump split, Aria gets it. Looks like she's going to throw long, and then really great dive over there. It sneaks under any touch from the UQ defence. And again, it's that same combo. I think that's probably their third try between Aria and Taylor that they've either set up or scored. We'll see it again here on the replay. Middle dump, quick pass off the ground from Taylor. Aria holds that ball. You could see her cock it on her left side there like she was going to throw it out to the link or long to the winger. That just forces the UQ Lincoln wing to just hold off, which leaves her enough of a gap to dive over and put the ball down, and another really classy try from the Brisbane girls.
So as BMTA are in total control, how do they approach the back half of this second half, mate? Obviously there's a lot of touch to be played in a tournament like the Junior State Cup.
Well, yeah, I think it doesn't really matter what the score is. The team will be really intent on getting their 1%ers right. And as we mentioned in the first half, there are a few errors coming out of their own half. There's been another couple this half, so I have no doubt, regardless of the scoreboard, that the coaching staff will be really enforcing what they want to do there and the structure that they're running to try and get to the sub-box and making sure that they're not making those little errors. So as we've mentioned a few times now, when they hold on to the ball and complete their sets, they're able to get in good field position. As we see it again here, unfortunately, though, it's going to be a third time for the game that they've run out of the side of the field. There's a little bit on there, but it's easy to make it look like there's a bit on when you're playing on a field 10 metres wider than everyone else.
So no doubt the emphasis will be on those basic principles for BMTA as they're off to a very good start so far in the Junior State Cup. That's another terrific run, though, from the UQ Rebels as they start to find some metres here. Jumping over the 10 from half. The touch is made. BMTA's defence holds strong once again.
I'm just seeing here our BMTA ever-resourceful coach, Jenna Rousel's just produced a few extra field cones from somewhere, and they're putting out a few more cones on the sideline here so that they can try and stop the girls from running out. We see coming close to that sideline again. Really good punch here from BMTA. Ball back in the middle now with subs coming on out the back. It's a dangerous looking setup. Violet Burke gets touched as he picks up from half and finds Violet back on the inside. I think it's just going to be a ball down as the call. And potentially I think she's dived on the wrong line again. Lost the ball in doing so, and referees have called a ball down.
So UQ a chance to drive out of their own end now as they get towards the sub box. We have a few more minutes remaining here in this one, in the 16 girls between UQ Rebels and BMTA.
Yeah, we just see there was a forward pass there that was called against the UQ as they were trying to get to their box. You can see now BMTA with Violet with the ball. It's nice and patient with the setup. Gets it back quickly off the ground. Looks back on the inside. Good touch there from UQ. Oh, I speak too soon. She's been called offside by the referees. And the referees do point to the spot. It is a try. So the players there just a little bit confused. I think everyone's a little bit confused by the lines. But yeah, you can see really good setup here. That back on the inside, and yeah, you can just see there, unfortunately, it is the UQ middle defender who's just been stuck just off the line, and rightly so, called offside by the referees. And I think it was Lizzie Hanna putting that one down for the try. So another set on the line and another good bit of execution from the BMTA girls.
And so as BMTA continue to trend in a very strong direction, we are here at the Cyril Connell Fields and Norbridge Park here in Rockhampton. Over 4,000 participants, including coaches and referees, and roughly 10,000 to 12,000 attendees each day at the precinct, which includes officials, parents, spectators and participants. Total number of fields operating is 21. We have 252 teams, 28 affiliates, 260 referees and a total of 20 divisions. And Rockhampton has turned on the weather for us here.
Yeah, fantastic afternoon for nice dry conditions, fast track, and you can see it's producing some excellent touch footy out on the fields. You see Rory just gets into half. Good scramble defence there from UQ.
Yeah, once again, it's Hayley Thorne putting her body on the line and making the effort.
Yeah, great diving touch there. Oh, as we see, it's unfortunately a simple little error. And we've got Taylor, Martin and Aria Chadburn working again in the middles, and they just find numbers out to the right-hand side. And a nice finish there in the corner. It's Eden Gare again with another try for Brisbane. And just, yeah, an unfortunate error there from UQ, and we've just seen BMTA being really clinical. They get the good ball, just a little pop-out pass. Taylor sums it up really nicely. Eden Gare catches in stride and streaks away for another try.
Yeah, they've been very strong today, BMTA, here on Field 1. And so UQ will get us restarted from halfway. What does the rest of your afternoon look like, mate?
It's continuing to support the teams, mate. We've still got plenty of games this afternoon. We've got a fair few teams who ended up with round one byes or whatever it might be, and they've got a bit of a later start. So a fair few teams who are actually only playing their first game for the day around about now, and then have game two games going through later tonight. I think it's 6 or 6:30 last slot or something like that. So a few teams playing through till later. So, yeah, just hanging around, supporting the players, making sure they've got what they need and they're having a great time, and hopefully a few more wins on the board.
No refereeing for you this weekend, mate?
Not this weekend, mate.
How'd you pull up after Origin?
Yeah, really good. It's one of the great touch football events, the State of Origin, I think, and you know what a series it was. So unfortunately, if you're a Queensland supporter, they couldn't quite bring the trophy home, but you know, having an Origin series come down to the last game on the last day is a pretty cool thing to be a part of. So great event as we see. BMTA again, a really clinical set, really good momentum coming towards and then away from the box, and in the end streaking away for another try. I think Shyla Halliwell, she's already been on the score sheet today, and we just see a little fly play, just that extra pass away from the box, and then Shyla just does a really good job of straightening again, recognising that space in front of her, puts her head down, and another one on the board for Brisbane.
Well, there have been a lot of tries from BMTA. It's been a dominant performance, but what has impressed you from their performance, mate? What's been the element that stood out to you, and probably not the tries, it's probably something more subtle than that, of course.
I think probably just the resilience. There are a few errors that we've mentioned and had to defend a few extra sets on the line, especially in that first half. A few extra sets of defence than what you'd obviously like, and put themselves under a little bit of pressure with some of those errors. But they did a really good job. Whenever they made a mistake, they made up for it with their defence. And then when we've got our opportunities, they've obviously executed at a really high level. So no doubt the girls will be really pleased with that. So we see them put one more on the board for good measure, and yeah, they'll be really happy with the way they've closed out that game.
Well, that brings us to the end of this one. We do have more action coming your way. The Arana 18 boys will take on Rockhampton, followed by Rockhampton and Palm Beach in the under-14 girls. Scott McAllister will be taking you through that alongside Tristan Manor. Thank you, Zach, for your time up here, and we'll step aside, take a quick break before returning here at the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup.
What we need to do to adjust, those spacing so we can cope a little bit better.
Anakin Fell scoring the try, their 7th of the game for Cairns. Back down to a 1-try margin as we see Andrews. For a big man, he's got great footwork and that left foot.
Every time I see that kid, he seems to be getting taller and stronger and stuff. So it just happens day by day. Javon Andrews, he's fantastic, and he's now exerted his influence on the game. Arana have got so many weapons across the park that when they all decide that it's go time, it's very tough for teams to go with them. But
back-to-back tries for Cairns. Long ball out to the corner. Did they get there in time? He's claiming the touch. Huge touch.
Yeah, and he's just come back and he's played it. And that's a really, really nice footy. And then he gets one down the short side. That's a little bit of a reward, I think, for his good sportsmanship. He ran straight back and played the ball quickly, didn't carry on. And, that's one that Cairns will be disappointed in. But full marks there to Arana, their presence of mind to dot down in the corner over there.
Oh, and that got the win for Arana in the end. 10 tries to 9.
Straight up, considering that was an offside play on anyway.
It almost looked like he was a little bit too tight on the sweeper originally too, and then started to drift on the outside shoulder. But it was just that kick, like you said, to take off. And impressive to put the ball in the right hand and then just arch his body away from the defence as he was sliding over the line. It's a quality finish.
Ooh, straight away on the other side. There we go. Beautiful work.
Well, this is turning into a bit of a shootout between these two teams. Let's take a look at this one.
High fives all around, eh?
There's a couple up in the previous touch. Probably could have gone on.
You could see lots of space outside, so that would have played. That's a play I'd be looking for with Kalis Brown in the link.
Now Matters, little switching play. Gets clipped. Comes back and plays it. John Eacott sends it from half. Andrews, early ball. Matters gets away from the first defender. Evades the second as well.
And this is a pretty good trio to have out there together on the ball. Brown.
Oh! Yeah, it was there. Bryant has to reach back for it. Here's Brown yet again. Plays it. This time steps in. Goes left to right. Beautiful ball out of the hands. And unmarked in the corner. They almost set him up the play before, wasn't it? Playing nice and tight, and then they just went back to the well.
Watch how casual this is. He just pops his hand out, pulls it back in to make the defender foot forward. There you go. Locks him. And then rip. See you later. Has a look at the winger. Yep, you're coming towards me, and just bomb.
Back to live action here at the Queensland Junior State Cup, and it is the opening round of the 18 boys division and could be one of the games of the day, if not the tournament. We've got Rockhampton, the home team, taking on Arana. Last year's runners-up, Scott McAllister and Tristan Mana. This is going to be a cracker.
Hey, Scotty, what a great time to come into commentary with you, mate. So as we know, the Arana team, 18 boys, listed with a few boys that played in the recent Asia Pacific Cup. But Rocky, hey, we're in Rocky Town at the moment, Scotty. Here we go. Game underway.
Yeah, similar-ish strips, Rocky, with a little bit more black in theirs. Arana with the straight red singlet on. So Rockhampton first touch to get us underway. They go open side, off the fingertips. Arana hold out first set in defence. I like watching their warm-up as well. You wouldn't have seen it on the coverage. Very intent. They had a lot of enthusiasm, Arana. They're right in front of us. They do have the sob box in front of the broadcast box. And this is their first touch of the footy. Coming into the last touch now. Little short ball off the hip. Don't mind the play. And Rockhampton now onto the footy. Quick start already.
Mate, I love it. It's one thing that Rocky are known for. It's their process, man. All players across the field playing their role really, really well. And you can see they turn the wheels, fast turnover, straight into subset rucking. Here we go.
Now they flow through the middle of the field. Last touch. Clean pick up from half. Looping ball out of the hands. Did it go backwards? Referees give it all clear. Some ball from the middle of the field there for their first.
Alex Fuller with a hip throw. Yeah, he came from the hip, mate. Rainbowed the whole way. Looks like part of their game plan, as you know. Rocky really good on the subset attack. Bang, get across. Really nice platform. Got the middle involved, which forced to shut down defenders, and we saw defenders leaving the ground. So it's a great start from Rocky.
You mentioned Arana, runner-up in the 18 boys last year. They won the 16 boys, so no doubt there's quite a few of those 16s that have come up into the 18s this year. But Rockhampton, what a history they've got across the 18 boys division. Last touch of the set for them now. Hayden Matters, the player of the final in last year's 16 boys final, gets caught in possession. Since 2011, and we do go back to 96 for the Junior State Cup, but since 2011, Rockhampton have won 7 18 boys titles. Some feat.
Mate, it's amazing. And when you arrive and you drive into the complex, we have the Champions Walk now, Scotty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the 18 boys and girls teams since 2015. So it's really nice for those kids to be seen up there and to know the legacy of where they're heading to. The little 10-year-olds are wandering past that walk looking at the kids that have played 18s. Clubs that are down there, BMTA, Gold Coast, Rocky, that have performed really well in the 18 boys and girls over the years. And just to note, mate, Mr. Jaden Bimbo, he's a quiet assassin, but he's in 5 of those photos, mate, over 10 years,
Not bad.
Not bad for the coaching staff of Rocky.
And, of course, learnt from the best. The old man Gary as well, who's had his fingerprints all over this Rocky system, particularly in the boys setup, over a long, long time. Can they get back to that top step again this year?
Absolutely, mate, and it'd be remiss of me not to mention our referees in this match, buddy. We have Ben Horner, Zoe Jenrick and Alec Williams out there, who I believe is the gunning for his black badge, I've been heard. We're looking to referee the under-10s with his black badge this weekend. High expectations from him and people that are in his corner as well, apparently, mate. He's got a few mentors and advisors that are looking after him, so looking forward to seeing him go well in the tournament.
A little mistake there from Rocky, their first of the game so far. This is a good opportunity here for Arana, looking for their first points. They throw the footy around through the midfield at the moment. There's a little bit of a bobble there. The touch was made first. They continue on. They've got all their numbers on the right-hand side of the field and a beautiful left to right. Oh, again, we've seen it throughout the tournament. They may have gone over the sideline. No, the touch was made first. So, again, just a little bit of confusion around where the try lines are, and that cost them a try there, Arana.
Yes, they run into the sun and the sun sets. They're just creating a little bit of shadow across the field at the moment, making it hard for those players running into the sun. So it's going to be a little bit of coach's work here with the sun setting, mate, and who really wants that in their eyes and what does it look like?
So Rocky get away with one there. Arana should have scored to level things up. Now Rocky will get the changes onto the field.
Yeah.
Nice transition, good speed.
Here he goes, big ball again. Ooh, left to right. What's interesting is Arana aren't looking to provide midfield pressure. They're happy to pull the 7, hold, make the touch, drop the 7, hold, make the touch. And maybe just first game, that's what they're happy with. But Rocky absolutely pushing. There you go, as you see a bit of contact in the touch.
And penalty here to Arana. Matters will tap it, shot at the halfway line.
Even if you look at the makeup of the team, Scotty, most of those guys are as tall as you, apart from the wingers.
Big boys.
Yeah, Rocky are always huge.
A good set opportunity now for a run. Just dancing around in the midfield at the moment. Nothing there. And burning a couple of touches into the last now. Ball rolling around. It's just that lead-up work. Not much going on
And sometimes you take that field position for granted. You're down that end of the field, but if you don't want to run, don't want to throw the footy around and get some advantage coming into the back end of that set, it can end up costing you.
Absolutely, mate. And that was Jarrell Graham. He's actually a Kibra boy who's hooked up with the Arana guys for this event. So I'm sure he's, enjoying playing with a different bunch of people.
Yeah, play on the call, so it was sloppy, but there was no hands on the footy as they tried to get him behind the defensive line. And this time it was Rocky with a little bit of a clunky set. Now they get the footy back to Arana. Tight contest continues here. Opening round of the 18 boys. They would have liked this when they saw the draw and saw their first game at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Big sleep in this morning. They've got some fixtures coming up throughout the evening tonight. Last touch now. Oh, the short ball. Had no idea where that went. Probably out the back might have been the option.
Yeah, absolutely. So he had the link crashing through, so I couldn't find him out the back. The winger was parked between. He had a couple of options, but I'm sure that's sort of Jonte's first set up there. So let's see if he can get that set up again.
It's all over the shop here for Rocky. They're pretty much just giving the footy back, so contact was made. No one running onto the ball. Another error for Rockhampton. There's Arana on the attack early, diving in at the line, and they will get it this time around. And a lively little finish there. Miles Bryant just got the ball, dived in underneath. Arana on the board.
Mate, what I love about it, you've got sort of Dakota Young was the dummy half, plays really good footy, good footwork. You got Jonte out there in the link. No one's watching Miles, mate. And Miles just sneaks him for one there right between the two middles. Everyone's a little bit wider watching what's happening around them. Really good use of the team. So I like it, mate. Great start.
So we're locked up this time. Arana score their first try of the tournament. Rocky back on the attack. Williams plays it. They go the wraparound play. Early release on the back foot here. Clean ball. They go over. The big 33, Alexander Fuller. Half a chance there for Rocky to get their second.
I really like the play, mate. If the link had set a little bit wider on the early, then he could have chopped straight. He was running out, so it was just a bit hard to catch the ball across the body. But there we go. It takes nothing in the 18 boys for the guys to have a shot.
Running out, looking to throw it around on the last. Ooh, almost getting it in behind the line. Well, they get the footy just over their 10-metre line here, Rocky. Good place to start your set. Now they rip it long. Didn't really pick up too much meterage there on the first touch. So they slide across field. Now Rockhampton, Chase Bales playing it. Heading over now for a breather. 4 players onto the park here for Rockhampton. Ooh, and just having to come back. Great touch. Still here on the last, and they've almost created an opportunity down the left, and the ball got away before any contact was made. You don't want to go to sleep on Rockhampton on 5th touch.
No, it was really good work by Ollie Peregrina there. Oh, they got a little breakaway down the far side.
And taking it down Rockhampton's side of the field. Still no contact made here on Arana. So first touch, they play it shy of the halfway line. Second touch is smack on it. Gives him that chance to get those changes on now. And players into position. Working towards the back end of the set. Dakota Young will play it. Matters into half. He's got a beautiful left to right and sings it there. This time they'll finish it off perfectly. They'll come back for the forward pass though.
Oh. Mate, beautiful play, and what I really like is you've got Hayden Matters on the left, Jonte Brown on the right. It gives you wonderful options in the 18 boys division. So we've seen Arana have turned. Coaches asked them for a little bit of midfield defence. They ran a 4-2-4 in the last set, and they've just started to lift again now. So boys are in the battle, figured out. There we go. Nice turnover. There you go, Rocky, though. Always back their goal line defence, mate.
They get their 6 defensive players out on the field. Made a few changes just before the penalty was given away. The score's locked up at 1 try piece here. Opening round in the 18 boys. Arana looking for back-to-back tries and looking to take the lead for the first time in the game as well. They put the brakes on momentarily. Brownrigg will play it. Last touch of the set. Matters starting to get his fingerprints in this one. Into the in-goal. Just loops it over the top. No one punching into the right space.
Yeah, he's found his feet, eh? So it's really, really nice. He's pretty confident now around the ball. You'll start to see the team start to get in for him so he can have those short side scoops. Wingate had just a little moment where he could have caught it and actually iced that one. But there we go. Nice extra pass by Rocky as they pass over halfway.
They're working hard for metres in this set. They've still got one to come. They get a clean play of the ball. Now picked up, they go gas. Rockhampton this time looped over the top, took a deflection off the hands of Matters and falls straight into the lap of Rockhampton. They get their second try. It's a good response, isn't it? Because it feels like it's been all Arana over the last couple of sets. Nice set from the Rocky boys to go down the other end for points.
Yeah, it was a nice one. Jarrell just caught inside. Short side scoop happened and Matters made a decision to come in. Rocky don't miss those opportunities, mate. You know, once again, Link was nice and wide there, punching straight, so... Here we go, mate.
Rocky back in front. 2-1. Tight contest between a couple of the heavyweights in the 18 boys division. Runner, do they hit him straight back from the restart? Brown taking them on. And play on is the call. Rocky short of the line. Jonte gets his first and locks us back up at 2.
Yeah, and it's a move that he sort of executes really well, mate. He plays direct at the toucher. As we've seen with the splitters before, person making the touch just needs to pull square. There you go. Brink pulled infield a little bit, gave up the short side, and Jonte just picks him with the hips turned. So, nice try, but Rocky always have a good response.
2 pools of 5 in the 18 boys. These 2 teams from Pool A, Noosa, Ipswich and Redlands. In there with Rocky and Arana in Pool B, Townsville, Redcliffe. Good to see Redcliffe with an 18 boys team. Gold Coast, Caboolture and BMTA Red. Always a closely contested division in the 18 boys. This is the last touch from the restart here from Rockhampton. Nice long balls through the middle. There's a shift and the slide defence there from Arana.
There you go. It's the turnover play. Like all of these boys, we play men's open touch at their home affiliate. You know, there's not many 18s comps throughout town. BMTA is about the only one in the state, so these guys are all playing with the big boys at the moment.
Penalty here to Arana. Contact coming in from the side. Quick tap from Matters, and they're back underway. Dakota Young will play it. Darius working with him in the middle. 5 and the 4. Trying to squeeze passes away. And they're looking for Rocky defence to bite. Look down the short side. Pretty comfortable. The slide across and make the touch in the end on Jonte, who has a look up, decides to rip long early to Matters, who looks to squeeze in between the 6 and the 4 of Riley Fagg and Bronson Carlos. Rocky held out in defence and they shift here early on the first touch.
Mate, and these 2 teams have spent heaps of time together. So the Rocky boys are made up of a lot of the Cap Coast guys, and we know Arana is the Met North. And Met North have done really well over the last couple of years at the QRSS tournament as well. So there's a lot of synergy between both teams.
Rocky with a couple of questionable balls in the lead up, and now he definitely can't let that last one through.
Zoe's right on the spot, eh?
Goes the penalty for the forward pass. Clock starting to wind down here in the first half.
What I really like with that last one, Scotty, is we know there's lots of processes and plays, but the structure gives you an opportunity for X Factor to shine. And that's what we saw, those little wee passes, the extras, you know. That stuff opens up once structure sort of starts to work really well.
This is a good opportunity here for Rockhampton as the Hooters sounds in the background. Still ball in hand, throwing it around. Now it hits the deck. And both teams head over to their sidelines. Nothing separating them. This game is pretty much going as expected.
Yeah, mate, it's going to be awesome. I know Coach Gary Bimbo, he's always got a plan, mate, for every occasion over there. Been around this tournament for a long time. He's at home. He's comfortable. We know Dan Brown's taking care of the Arana team at the moment, mate. Looking forward to seeing what the coaches do at half-time.
Scores locked up here in the opening round of the 18 boys. Rockhampton 2, Arana 2.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Come and witness the best touch footballs in Queensland and experience everything the event has to offer. Make sure you put the Queensland State Cup on your calendar and we'll see you here.
Retake the field. 30 seconds.
We're back here. It is half time. Round one of the 18 boys division. Scores are locked up between the hometown Rockhampton and Arana. It was a great first half, a little bit clunky, and it's expected game one of a tournament as well, but you might feel like things might open up a little bit here in the second 14.
Yeah, mate, especially like the Rocky boys. We talked about the sun before, but this is their home paddock. They play, towards the sun on this thing all the time, so I think they'll be used to running that direction. They'll be used to the field layout, so I'm interested to see what they do out of their box. And both teams at the moment, yeah, there you go. Casual as you like, getting back out there.
Will be Arana have the first step here in the second half. Running left to right on your screens at home. Hope you're enjoying the coverage no matter where you're tuning in from. I'm sure you'd love to be here in Rocky. Sun shining, 24 degrees. Middle of winter here in Queensland.
Oh, it's beautiful, mate. Everyone knows it as the home steak, but a couple of nights ago it absolutely was, mate. Me and the wife loved a good steak the other night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. So get up here, guys, get around it. JSC, the place to be.
Arana looking for points early. It's a lovely little short ball. Desperation defence coming across to make the touch. Chase Bales had to get on the skates. As Arana slinging out to the right-hand side. The touch is made on James Senior.
Here's a good push again. So, again, you see a four-defender push. Two in the second wave. Bryant working nice and hard to push them back to the centre of the field. They're going to find it hard to get to their box.
Yeah, a little bit flat-footed here as they make a couple of changes. Two more onto the park for Rocky, but it's the last touch. So they have to pick up and go. A little slip and a dipsy-doodle. There wasn't really much else they could have done on the back of that one there. And Tyler Dalla finishing off the set just over the halfway line. So early advantage here in the second half for Arana. Back on the attack. Matters as Brown with the sharp feet again. Has a good chat with the referee. I think he liked the look of it.
He's into it, isn't he?
Now Bryant, one of the try scorers for Arana in the first half. Wants to go the flick ball back on the inside.
And there you go. So the flick ball that time didn't give them time to set up their shoot defence. So then they get broken. Last set, the shoot defence was awesome. Got a good turnover midfield. But the flick ball, unfortunately, there you go. Runs caught him behind. Fast turnover. Here goes Rocky.
Much better flow downfield coming into the last touch. Clean pick up Arana on the back foot. Were they onside? Genrick has a little bit of a look. Rockhampton are playing on, but the touch has been made. Eli Brownrigg must have just been onside to make that touch. Genrick sends him back to the mark. Arana now down their sideline. Changes. Nice little extra pass. Gets him up. Walpers over the halfway line. Coming into the back end now. Last touch. Sharp early release, but up in the line and taken. Clear space in front. They're coming back towards him now, Arana, and they'll take the touch. Oh, now a bit controversial here. Again, the sidelines in the paint. Arana in front of us claiming that he may have stepped out before the touch had been made. That would have given them the football back. It was Riley Fag who came out of the line to take that intercept. They come back towards him now, he plays it. Still a couple of touches to work with. Diving in at the line again, I think they're short. So one to come. McMeekin rips it. Receives it back infield. He'll step in. He'll take a look at them here, McMeekin. Spinning around. Takes another crack at the line. Good defence there from Arana. A bit of everything happening in that set.
Yeah, mate, I don't think he realised that his teammate had subbed. Ran a really nice play coming back towards him. If there was a player there, as we see a ball to ground. There we go, Graham, just a bit unlucky in that one, but giving Rocky a shot at the line. Last thing you need is give Rocky extra sets at the line.
They give the cheap penalty away early as well, not moving forward. 6 to work with here for Rocky. They dive in early. Nice touch from outside in. Peregrina out in the left link.
Yeah, he's had a good defensive game so far.
Meakin from half feeds it early. Jinking trying to get in, and another penalty given away here from Arana. Getting a little frustrated on their line.
So that's 2, mate. They'll be working for 1 now, Rocky. Try to get the player drop.
Fuller gives it this time. They get in underneath them. No. Interesting to see. Rocky have kicked the ball back. No, sideline overrules and was clear. Good comms from the referees. Bit of confusion again on their line from Arana. They're asking questions at the moment. Definitely did look like the ball was down first.
I agree,
Again,
mate.
maybe confusion around those lines.
Yeah, no, look clean. I think the try got in. He's just asking questions about it, but it's got to get off and clean it up in the box.
Rocky back in front. Arana have been chasing them throughout this game, and they won't be able to claw them back here on this restart.
No, he definitely had options there, Matters. Jonte was walking through a big space there in the link, so the options are there, but I think they actually need to be a little bit deeper. They're staying flat, mate, and Rocky is so good on the ball. We saw the intercept earlier, so we've got to play a little bit deeper. Out the back, they'll get better outcomes.
No half. Everybody running past the footy there for Rockhampton. They come back and trying to flick in underneath. Chase Bales can't connect up. Big crowd watching this one as well. You can probably see quite a few people on the far side over near the clubhouse in the shade. Enjoying this one. Their hometown heroes in the 18 boys looking to get back towards the Holy Grail.
Yeah, 21-23 was the last time the 18s won at Rocky. Oh, Jonte's gone. Good touch. Will McLaughlin picked that one up really, really well. Showed him the space, but what was nice was the defender beside him didn't turn his back and take off to go to man. He held space, gave him time to recover. And that's some of the movements we're seeing that have been around the men's game for a long time that these guys develop coming through 16s into 18s.
We're starting to wind down here on day one. Plenty of games still to come throughout the evening tonight. Like we mentioned, this is only round 1 for the 18 boys. Couple more games to come. 2 more games left in the broadcast. We've got Rockhampton, again, the hometown, taking on Palm Beach in the 14 girls. And Rocky will be back up to close this out in the 16 girls, taking on Toowoomba. They'll close this out this afternoon. That's 10-5. Our final game of the broadcast here. It's been a huge day one. Games galore, 21 fields running. With games on every single field, every single time slot. We got underway at 8 o'clock this morning. Perfect conditions forecast for the next 2 days here at the 2025 Queensland Junior State Cup. There's a runner. Just caught in 2 minds there whether to pop out. They set up for Matters from half. He goes short. Another nice little short ball. They sling it out over the top. And that's a good try. Cooper Wiley finishes it off. Good footy there from Arana. Locked up again.
It's actually just a really nice, simple play. Dakota just weaved his way to sort of find that 32, so middle dumping for the link. Boom, and Matters just gets a shutter, and he comes in, and because Jarrell was a little bit deeper, not chopping flat, they're able to get it through the hands. So nice draw pass try on the domino shutdown defence. Lock it up.
Just continues throughout this game. Just when it feels like one team might be up, and it's usually Rocky who have had that 1 try lead. Arana just keep clawing themselves back and keeping the scores tied. Bit of space out here on the right. Arana slide nicely. They don't want to go to sleep here on the last touch. Flick ball back on the inside, hits the deck.
Mate, I love the play, but I'm not doing it on Matters. He's too fast. Hey, the fastest dude out there. So, yeah, beautiful play there. Bounce out off the quickie. Other side might have iced it. And once again, nice extra pass there.
Here's Jonte Brown over the halfway line. Coming into the last. And Jonte again looks to pump, holds it. And they make the touch in Carlos. Feeds it from half now as Carlos changes here for Rockhampton. Pace of the game has just continued from the opening whistle. It's flowing through to the second half now.
And there we go.
Nice platform here. Rockhampton comes out the back. They get the repeat set. Nice lead-up work there towards the back end of the set for Rocky.
I do like it. They're seeming to, pick some good passing options at the moment, Rocky. It's just they're getting the right player on the ball, right player out in the space.
Looking to sweep around the back. Bales does get it. Comes off that right foot. You can see the puff of dirt. Flick up into the air as he snapped off that right foot.
They get low so quickly, mate. That's what I love about it.
Everingham plays it. Now a wobbly one out of the hands. And has come out forward.
It was a really good catch by the Rocky winger. He had us wondering.
It's always worth a crack, even if you think, oh, this has gone forward. You never know. Throw the body at it.
Yeah, they've been given before, haven't they, mate?
The old out of the hands backwards.
So here we go. Rocky just rolling off on this one at the moment. Happy to let them pick up momentum.
Looping ball over the top. Oh, and punching through nicely. Only just came onto the field. The last pass just couldn't quite get away before the touch was made. As Cooper Wiley scored the last try for Arana, and he just popped himself onto the field, and that might have just been enough to distract Rocky, not knowing that he was punching through. He hit the hole at the right time, at the right place.
It was a wily play, wasn't it? Yep. Here we go.
Clock's starting to wind down here in the second half. We're still locked up at 3 tries apiece. Rocky with players not quite in position. Arana get back onto the footy. They shift it down the right-hand side. Changes coming for the Arana boys.
They've just had a good few minutes of momentum, haven't they? They've been able to get a few stops near the midfield. They're coming out of the box really, really well. Brown coming out of half at the moment, mate. He's going to go all the way. Huge. And there we go.
No, they'll say forward. Did have to reach for it. Looked like he was thrown right on the line, caught in the in-goal area. Sometimes a bit of a giveaway as to whether that one's progressed forward.
I just really like it when he runs it off the counties and splits in, mate, because he's live to score, and he's just so dangerous with his footwork. Gives him a chance. He passes it a little bit differently, so...
The game's still on the line. This is one of these two teams take it at the death. Nice platform here for Rocky to work with. They end up slinging it out long. It gives an opportunity for Arana to recover. Still no contact made yet on Dala, who eventually they close out the set. Nice start here with some space down Rocky's side of the field. Great first touch.
It's quite clever, isn't it, mate? By Johnstown, that one.
It's really set them up nicely. Gave him an opportunity to get some replacements out here on the right-hand side of the field as well. They need to punch forward, though. They're just rolling downfield pretty casually at the moment. They're forcing Arana to throw it. Footwork again. Lovely switch. Plays down on the deck. Matters rips a lovely ball. They send it back infield. Coming in and having a nice dink at the line. Oh, for a second there, I thought Zoe was going to blow that one. They say touch was made first. They've thrown a couple of punches, Arana. They just haven't landed one yet, but they're looking pretty dangerous.
Mate, the synergy between Alec and Zoe then was awesome, referee. She's asking the question. He says, no, definitely a touch, and they play the touch. It was awesome. That's what we like with our referee team. There's been a few really good communication moments in the last couple of minutes as well.
Now a mistake from Rockhampton. They're really opening the door up for Arana. They haven't led at any stage throughout this game. Do they take it at the death? Bryant will get it back. We've already seen him score one in the first half, getting in low and underneath. And he does it again here in the second, and it is Arana who now take the lead.
Mate, and we are in the dying minutes there once again. Bryant, I really like those plays where you put the referee under 50-50. So there's a dig into the line, ices it, referee has to make a decision, and they're happy the try scored. It's really important in these big battles that we have those players that are willing to do that, mate. Get down, get dirty, and put the referee under a bit of try line pressure as well.
Ooh, one that might have got away from Rockhampton, they led. But Arana just continued to chase them, didn't they, throughout the game, and they get it right at the death. That's a good win in the opening match.
Yeah, mate, it's enjoyable, eh? The big boys are here. We saw the young fellas this morning. The 10 started, mate, nice and early with the 12s. But here we go. Coming up next, it's Palm Beach, baby. Here we go. Coach Ricky Best standing in front of us. He's smiling. He's got his pink ribbon in his hair. We know he loves it, coaching these young ladies. So it's going to be a bit of fun. And I think we got Talia Shuka on the other side, mate, coaching the Rocky team. That's a well-known name around here. Her old man's got a wee sign-up a couple of about 100 metres away from us.
Yeah.
It's going to be good fun.
Absolutely. We'll head down on the sideline as well. Pinky's going to grab some players from our last match for the post-match interview. Thanks to GYG. Plenty more to come. Stay with us.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome to another interview fueled by Guzmani Gomez. I'm joined by Jonte Brown from Arana, 18 boys. Just won the game. How was it?
Oh man, it was a tough win out there. You know, these Rocky boys, they showed up to play, and in this Rocky heat too, it is just unbelievable. You know, we couldn't match it, but it was good to scrape over a win in that game.
Thanks for also being such a champion and just coming straight off the field to talk to us. You've not been able to catch your breath. It was so fast. You were all so quick. It was incredible to watch.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. Felt a bit slow out there, you know. First game back. Of course, we had to go against the top team, but it was just good to be out there again.
You recently played in the Queensland representative school sport touch team and were named Player of the Series.
It was a good medal to win, you know, passed from my brother, winning it 2 years in a row. So it was good to finally take the series away from him, you know, finally put my name on the plaque.
Take it from your brother. We love that. Recently played in the Asia Pacific Youth Cup for Australia 18 boys and Queensland 20s men's at State of Origin.
Both those, you know, were such good wins, especially with the Queensland Origin. Got to play amongst boys that were, you know, way older than me. I was the youngest in the comp, coached by Lothy. That's my man right there. Shout out to Matt Moore as well.
Look, I didn't get time to check which side you go for with State of Origin in the NRL men's, but how do you feel about last night?
Queenslander, that's all I got to say.
There we go, that was the right answer. Thanks so much for your time, Jonte. Have a great few days. And after the break, check out the 14 girls champs, Rocky Red versus Palm Beach A, live from Cyril Connell Fields on Darumble Country.
Back here at the Queensland Junior State Cup live action, we're into the 14 girls. Second last game of the broadcast for today. We've got Rockhampton taking on Palm Beach. Special guest in commentary as well. We've got Luke O'Brien from Cap Coast Touch. Lukey boy. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, it's good to see you, mate.
Yeah, doing very well. Mate's very familiar with these fields. You've played a lot of footy up here as well, representing Rocky over the years. Mate, must be a bit of a joy to see this big event coming up this way town.
Yeah, mate, it's awesome up here. It's unreal how big it is. I miss it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a long time, but yeah, no, awesome to see everyone getting down here and enjoying themselves.
And we just saw, before we get into this game, the 18 boys from Rockhampton just get knocked over on the death. We were talking about the history that Rocky have in the 18 boys. You're a big part of it coming through and the amount of success that they've had in the 18 boys division. They would be disappointed with losing that first game, though, but they'll be thereabouts when the whips get cracking.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Rocky here. We got all Rocky teams to finish us off on day one. The hometown, like we said, turning it on for us again this year. Second time the Junior State Cup has been up at Rockhampton. Not a bad little start from them. Bit of ball work there, playing out the back.
That was a nice little Rooster blocker play at back there.
Now Palmy with their first touch. Very strong affiliate from down on the Gold Coast. Oh, and again, these lines are just catching people out at the moment. They went over the sideline. The sun's in the eyes as well, causing a bit of havoc now as we see the ball being juggled around.
Yeah, if you're anywhere familiar with these fields, they have changed a bit. So a lot of these Rocky players, I'm sure they've sorted it out beforehand and know what they're going on about. But yeah, maybe a bit new to these Palm Beach girls.
As Rocky now shift across. A good opportunity for them to get the first try on the board here in the 14 girls. Round 3 for them, so they've had a couple of round games already. I'm just waiting for some of the results to punch through. Rocky had a win in their opening match, 7-0 over Emerald. We're just waiting for some more results to come through.
Yeah, I actually got to watch that first game there. They started off a little slow, but as Rocky do, they got into it, right into the grind, and came away with a good win there.
And now Palm Beach, they're starting to get themselves into the game. They haven't had too many opportunities down this end of the field. This is their first so far after the penalty given away from Rockhampton. No scores as of yet here in the 14 girls. As Palm Beach, a little half chance to dive in at the line. A bit of space on the left. Oh, nice little left foot, and had to come back and to make that touch. Foraker coming back to get the footy for Rocky. Nice ball movement though here to start the set. The girls don't mind throwing the footy around on both sides of the field.
Yeah, very expansive. It's the weather for it, definitely. A bit early in the day it was a bit wet, but now it's nice and dry, and they're throwing it around.
Now Rocky marching their way towards the halfway line. Looping ball over the top, hits the deck. So Palm Beach are going to start their set here on their own 10. And they look to go through the hands as well on the first touch. They'll bring it over towards their box. Changes onto the park now for Palm Beach. Now they shift it through the hands with space. Little show and go. Now they link up with the wing. And great cover defence coming across from Evelyn McIntyre. Good footy from both teams there, as they have one more touch to make here, the Rocky defence, and they come up and make it. Gee, she did a good job there, McIntyre, to get across in a touch that had to be made.
She did, showed some wheels there, Evelyn.
Now Rocky working their way towards the box. Nice little pop play, but it was a good job to follow up in defence from Palm Beach, and they're under pressure now, Rockhampton, to get forward. Good inside ball as it's the last touch. And a short ball hits the deck. Palm Beach will be pretty happy with that defensive effort.
They are. They're in very good field position right now. And as they did last set, they're going to roll down and get on the 7. Look to run a sweeper play by the looks of it. They've run a few of them at the start.
So they've had the better field possession the last few sets here, Palm Beach. Still looking for opening points. Nice ball. Oh, they thought half a chance there to throw it. They've still got touches to work with. And coming to the last of the set, Sternberg plays it. Last touch now, and they dive in at the line. Oh, Oh, they tell me they played it on the wrong line again. We've seen a lot of teams fall trapped to that, unfortunately, throughout the day, which is a shame because they would have gone over for the first try.
Yeah, that was a short try there, just unfortunately on the wrong line. I'm sure the coaches will be right onto that to sort that out.
This is better ball movement and meters off the back of it as they play it over the halfway line. Now looping ball at the back. Palm Beach again get the footy.
Rocky aren't scared to throw it around, are they, Scotty?
No, they're happy.
Very confident. It's good to see.
Now they get the mistake in the error off the back of it. Oh, now this will be a little bit interesting. The referee was actually punching through the hole there. But it is up to the players to make sure that they're throwing it in the right direction to the right people. You can't mistake the referees. They're in luminous pink shirts. But Palm Beach just turned it away. So a few mistakes here from both these two teams now. Rocky want to be cleaner in this set. Second touch. And the third, and they'll play it just over the halfway line. Still 0-all here in the 14 girls. Last touch here for Rockhampton. Little short ball, and they've threaded through. Still play on at the moment. Palm Beach close out the set. Now you're here with Cap Coast this weekend. First time that Cap Coast have had teams in the Junior State Cup.
Yep, that's right. First time. We thought we better get here eventually. We brought 5 teams away, and everyone's loving it so far.
Yeah, it's a great effort on your first trip around to bring 5 teams. We saw one of the Cap Coast teams on the live stream earlier on this morning.
Yeah, I heard our 14 boys went down to Dolby, unfortunately, but yeah, they're out here showing them what we got. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but we're finally here. A lot of work put in from everyone behind the scenes, and yeah, we are just loving it.
Yeah, including yourself, mate. A couple of hats that you wear at the club, vice president and junior rep coordinator as well. And like you said, there is a lot of work that goes in to getting this many players and teams here to a tournament like this.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've got a few hats. A few more grey hairs too from the setup for all this. I'm sure Queensland Touch probably do 10 times the stuff I do, but yes, very happy to finally be here and just get into it.
And we know it is a rocky home event, but not too far for you guys. Just, what are we, about 40, 45 minutes down the road? A little bit longer?
About 30 minutes, depending on traffic, but yeah, not far at all. So a lot of our players do come up to Rocky, as like myself, living down the beach, I always came up to Rocky to play in the A grade and Super Series and whatnot while I was coming through for all the rep. And yeah, we've got a few girls, even in this game right here, from down the beach. And yeah, we started Cap Coast to try and develop our own back at the beach as well. And yeah, bring away to carnivals like this and provide our own rep pathway.
Yeah, well, it's great to see a beautiful part of the world as well. Worst places to leave. Oh my God. I'm sure there'll be a few people that have come up this weekend and probably would have come a little bit early as well. School holidays. Would have been busy, no doubt, around Yeppoon, and I'm sure a few people will be hanging around and making a couple of little trips out while they're here for the Junior State Cup again this year.
Yeah, definitely a lot to see, a lot to get out and do, especially down at the beach there. It's a beautiful place in the world.
So this back and forth battle continues here between these two teams. Still 0-all on the scoreboard at the moment. No one able to crack. A good opportunity for Rockhampton, the home team. Touches to work with. They're punching downfield as they play out the back. And a nice touch. One to come for Rocky. Johns plays it. Now a nice clean pick up from half, and they get into the in-goal area. Just no support there. And it will be a touch and pass penalty. So Palm Beach hold on. We're still searching for this first try.
Yeah, both teams are creating a lot of opportunities. It's just a grind up and down the middle of the field, as you'd expect from two good teams like this. I'm sure once one try is scored, the floodgates will open. There'll be a few more come after that.
And this will help Palm Beach as well. Penalty given around the halfway line. Is this the little leg up they need to get some points? Abby Adair receives it now. Has a look at options. Nothing happening. And some solid contact in the touch as well.
Yeah, very physical, this Rocky team. I watched the Emerald game, as I said earlier, and yeah, they were physical the whole way through.
Oh, they're going to say forward. That ball goes backwards out of the hands. They might have got that first try. Still nothing separating these two teams. Rocky. Now, what have we got here? It's going to be a penalty. Palm Beach player's been called offside.
Yeah, I'd like to look for Rocky to roll into a play here. They seem to be losing a little bit of momentum right at the end of their sets. Look for them to roll in here, get down close to the 7 as possible, and put something on.
So a little bit of a stoppage there as we waited for Rocky to tap. A couple of false starts. We get back underway now. Nice and direct through the middle from McIntyre. As Keane follows suit. Last touch. Much space to work with on the right. They turn it back on the inside. Nice work to draw him in, and they had to come in and play at the ball. So nice ball movement there on the last touch of the set for Rocky. It creates a repeat and 6 touches to work with. As Oram now plays it on the first.
Yeah, volunteer elbow there, no touches made.
A missed opportunity. Palm Beach down their sideline and making changes. I want to make sure those players hit the box first. Palm Beach do get the penalty though. Would have been a little foot in the roll ball.
Yeah, it looked like a very clean subset just there. Well drilled, this Palm Beach team.
And having to go back to the mark and play it. Poppy Gallagher. This is Sternberg. She also has to shoot back. Just takes a bit of momentum out of Palm Beach. Again, now no half in place. Gallagher back on the inside. Sternberg plays it. Sweeper coming around. Again, it was clunky to play the ball. And just a few little errors in both teams. If either one of them can just tidy up those complete sets and try and get the football down the other end of the field, that might be all it takes to get some points.
That's it. Palm Beach here seem to be stepping up very well and shutting down Rocky's subset here. Rocky just need to get on this front foot, get some momentum.
Yeah, they're very flat-footed at the moment, and that's going forward. Referees say play on, coming into the last now. And take every opportunity you can, but Palm Beach defence again answers the call.
Yeah, they've done very well at keeping Rocky just past halfway here, not getting over that 25-metre line there.
Now Palmy's throwing the ball through the middle. They'll be looking for a clean setup towards the back of it. Although Barry plays it, now they pick up and go. They come back to Barry. The defence is there. The touch was made before the ball hit the deck, and Rocky get up nice and early and to snuff out any chance. As the hooter sounds in the background, referees will say that'll be it for the first half. Very tight contest. Nothing separating the two teams. No tries in the first 14 minutes. But you mentioned it a little bit earlier as well. You just feel like if one of these two teams can get points on the board, things might start to open up a bit.
Yeah, 0-0 at half-time. Very much a slog in the middle, just grinding it out. And once one try falls, I'm sure there'll be more to follow.
All right, both teams head to the sideline for half-time. 0-0 here in the 14 girls. Round 3 action. Nothing separating Rocky and Palm Beach. We are back here. Second half about to get underway in a really tight contest between these two teams. No tries in the first half. 0-0. Don't see that too often, but it was really, really tight. Neither team able to really take too many opportunities, but it was almost played between the 7-metre lines, wasn't it, between these two teams?
It was very back and forth. Not many repeat sets or attacking opportunities down the line there, mostly from rolling in.
So big second half, and we talked about it there in the first half. Just one of these teams can crack this game. We see it so often. One team scores, all of a sudden the other team will come back and they'll get points as well, and the game will hopefully open up. It's been a big defensive game so far here in the first 14 minutes. And does it start here from the tap restart? And Palm Beach look like they got a lot of energy. And they're looking to shape out the back, wisely holding on to the football. There, Palmy. Last touch as they pop off the right foot. Nice little short ball, but again, great defence as well. A touch made there from Heidi Keane.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the coaches come back with after half-time there. We have Gavin and Talia Shuka over in the Rocky box. Two very smart players themselves. I'm sure they would figure out just what they need to do and have these girls executed out on the field.
Deep switch to the replacement players coming onto the field. They'll have to come back to the mark and play it. They need some players to punch forward here for Rocky. This is pretty good. Diving effort, though. They play it over the halfway line. Coming to the last touch now. Can they crack them open? Threading it through, and the ball hits the deck. And we've mentioned points have been hard to come by. We still haven't seen a try as of yet, but it's probably an attest to the defensive efforts of both teams as well. There's been some big diving touches, and we see an incorrect play the ball here, not playing it square.
Yeah, definitely. Any little opportunity, both teams have scrambled and just shut it down in defence there. It's looked very good in defence.
This is a good opportunity here for Rocky early here in the second half. Off the mistake from Palm Beach. Nice ball out in front. And they come across and make the touch. Still a couple to work with here for Rocky. Another clean pickup from half. Johns feeds it out down the sideline. And last touch. Still can't crack open this Palm Beach defence. This is the chance here for Rocky. They get up, try and put some pressure on Palm Beach. They're making changes really deep behind their 10-metre line. Now they offload. As Miller gets in from half. Last touch. They pick it up on the halfway line, and they come across and make the touch on Miller. And we're continuing to roll on where we left off in the first half. Just back and forth battle between these two teams. Rocky will get some changes onto the park. It's Fairley. Sends a nice ball across. It's a 4-acre. Out there down the right-hand side of the field. Fresh legs here for Rocky. And McIntyre feeds it early from half. A little show and go and a dive into the line. 6 touches made. Palm Beach in defence there. Willow Barry holding strong in the middle. How's this game going to get cracked open, Luke? What do they need to do?
Well, I'd like to see some variation at the line from Rocky themselves. They seem to be running just quickies or just a simple sweeper down at the line there. I'd like to see some variation, maybe back against the grain. Really get that Palm Beach side moving side to side. From Palm Beach too, they've looked pretty good. They just need to get down there in this half. They like right now they're stopped there just over halfway. Rocky really holding them out. They just need to get down there and have more cracks. They have had a lot of opportunities in that first half, and just unfortunate not to get through, not to get one down.
A nice exchange of passing around the box. Oh, there's a bit of space out here on the left, but sometimes it's wise just to hold it and get the footy down. He's chopping now in from half, decides to take them on, takes it right to the defensive line. And the touch was made as the pass was being thrown. I'll get the tap here, Palm Beach. And that seems to be one of the biggest tasks that they've had, is trying to get down the field. And even here from the tap, looking to go lateral down the sideline straight away. Just need a couple of players to duck their head and get him going forward. Look at this Rocky defence. They smell blood in the water.
They do. They're hunting these touches down. Every single one of them.
And it forces
only
Palmy.
Fourth touch right there.
Yeah.
Fifth touch now. Not over halfway. That's a great set from Rocky.
Yeah, they come out and close out with the half being caught.
Great opportunity here to hopefully put the first points on the board.
So they're right up in terms of field possession over the last 3 or 4 sets, Rocky. They're getting the ball around their halfway line. So they're getting the better of the attacking opportunities. And still haven't quite been able to put the polish on and some points. But it's looking like Rocky are more likely here in the second half. Still 0-0. Last touch as Johns gets in behind the defensive line and links
There
up.
we go. There's the first one.
We've got it.
Number 10, Stella Fairley.
Yeah, nice work from Madison Johns as well from half.
Yeah, good footwork, good wheels. Was patient and found the open player.
And just came off the back again of just those repeat sets, or 3 or 4 sets in a row where they had good field position. And sometimes it doesn't matter how good your defence is. You camp down that end of the field. It's pretty hard to stop. The weight of possession there for Rocky. Eventually gets them across the line. 1-0 in front. Does this spark something here in Palm Beach? And they rip long. Adair tries to get on the outside.
Well, this is one of the few times in the second half that they're down in attacking position now, so it'll be interesting to see what they can pull off. Fifth and last here out middle link.
Yeah, Forces happy to come back, just having that crack on the back end of the set, so it took some punch out of their attack. Now Rocky, they're going direct on the first couple of touches. Palm Beach looking to get up now in D and stop Rockhampton from rolling downfield. And they have to go back to the mark again. Final touch of the set. A little show and go, but now.
Yeah, great defensive set there from Palm Beach, keeping them just before halfway.
And this is what we saw Rocky do to Palmy in the early stages here of the second half. Now Palmy starting to work their way back into it. Back-to-back sets down the right end of the field. It's giving him a good chance to level up the scores. Throwing it around in the middle at the moment. McIntyre feeds it early from half. Right foot looking for offside players. The referee's having a look at the sideline, and yep, caught short defence there, Rockhampton.
Yep, great eyes up by the Palmy player there, and great listening to attack that offside player.
And she's the try scorer. So we take a look at the replay here. And she knew straight away, didn't she? Off the right foot. So all of a sudden, we've got a try apiece. And Rocky are so familiar with these fields, they're playing it on the halfway line. From usual as they slice in, but now they've scored it on the usual Rocky try line as the heads go on the head. This home ground advantage has been taken away from Rocky. They're used to playing on the usual field markings here.
Yeah, I think that's about the third one they've done now. Looked like a certain try.
Yeah, it's going to be a penalty. Palm Beach not moving forward off their line, so they'll get the repeat set here, Rocky. And some calls being thrown from the Rocky sub box. Coach Shuka. Nice little show and go. Does she hold on to possession? No, yeah, I thought there was a little bobble coming in at the line. Well, it's unfortunate. So 2 genuine try scoring opportunities there go awry for Rockhampton.
I like to look at that shape a lot better there, Scotty. They the links were very wide. They kept their width and they went against the grain. They conditioned Palmy to be very tight over and against the grain and found a gap there.
Yeah, Rocky getting up in defence.
And another great defensive set by Rocky.
Yeah, responding. And it's all coming off the back of defence. The 2 tries that we've seen so far where they've been able to hold the opposition team to around that halfway line. They're getting the advantage. You get down towards the attacking end of the field and score points. Rocky looking to do that now in this set. Great work here from Johns, who puts the foot down, weaves her way in between the Palm Beach defence. Well, she's really led from the front here in the second half. She just demanded the ball, took the space, and she was off to the races.
And most importantly, Scotty got it down on the right try line.
Yes.
Well done, Maddie Johns.
We weren't going to make that mistake twice. She's got some toe, and she hit that hole. She was gone. So an important try. Rocky back in front, 2-1. Low scoring contest here in the 14 girls. But we've had 3 tries here in the second half. 0-all at the halftime break. Ball played. As Pierce sends it back infield. She'll get herself in from half. A little bit of footwork coming in at the Rocky defensive line. This time they make the touch. Sophia Laurie is there to make the touch. She'll play it here on the 7-metre line. And she'll back up from half. Getting it, and a nice release as well. Nice start to the set. Laurie with the hands over the footy. Now, no half in place here for Rocky. This is an opportunity for Palm Beach to push forward out of the line, which they do. It's a big 10 in the middle at the moment. Nice clean play. The ball pick up. Good exchange of passing here for Rockhampton. And they are running away with another try. Heidi Keane this time is scoring, but that was beautiful ball work there for Rocky.
That was great. Quick passing there from Rocky. Just hitting their gaps and getting the ball in their hands and out very quickly for Heidi Keane to pass over in the corner.
Back-to-back tries, biggest margin of the game as well. They're in front by 2 now, Rockhampton. Palmy need a response. They've got players shifting around out here at the moment and coming into the last. They look short side. Oram will hand the footy back here to Rockhampton. They'll play it a metre over their 7-metre line. Direct on the first 2 touches. Now they shift, but Palm Beach again coming up out of the line. Better run.
Palmy doing another great job here in defence. Really shutting them down in that subset.
And they've got not many options around. A little bit of space towards the back end of the set. But they'll start their set of 6 here. Palm Beach in Rocky's end of the field.
Yeah, with not long left to go in this game, they really need to get one here.
Here's Oram again. Gets another touch in the last of the set. And they're well numbered out here on this side. Looking for a repeat set. Ball down, right call in the end. Now Rocky with the early shift. Palm Beach again getting up nice and early out of the line. Now the space though, and there's wheels in this Rocky team. Oh, lovely work coming in off the right foot. She's coming back towards and comes across and makes the touch.
Great cover defence.
Nice work from Palm Beach as the Hooters sounds in the background. And they lose the game, but in big tournaments like this as well, a touch like that could be really important when it starts to get pushed to shove and for and against comes into it. So showing some good desperation right at the end, but Rocky get the win.
Yeah, definitely. Palm Beach should definitely keep their head up after that one. They stuck in that grind the whole way through, and to only go down by 2, that's very, very good.
Yep, we've got our last match coming up next. 16 girls, Rockhampton taking on Toowoomba. We'll take a short break and be back here with the final match of day 1 here at the Queensland Junior State Cup.
Yo, Sam, I'm really keen to go on a mate's trip.
Bro, I'm keen as. I'd love to go fishing, mountain bike riding, maybe some caving.
Oh yeah, could do some sunrises, hiking, maybe even the rodeo and some helicopter rides. Be sick.
As long as we go to some pubs and breweries, count me in.
I think I know the perfect place.
Back to barrel, baby. Let's go.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome back to the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. I'm joined by Blake Hornbrook in the commentary box. Blake, Rockhampton and Toowoomba going toe-to-toe on the under-16 girls. Are we ready for this one, mate?
Mate, this is going to be a cracking game, I reckon, knowing that the 16 girls are fighting for a spot in the championship division here. This could be a make-or-break game for these two teams.
So it is Rockhampton, who will be running from left to right. This is the last game that we will be covering here on Field 1 and commentary-wise. And so we're underway here. Rockhampton get us moving as they look to start off on a sound note here in this one. This is round 3 in the under-16 girls. And they look to push the pass as Toowoomba get up defensively. They'll drop it down. This is the last coming towards the right-hand side. Toowoomba do well to shut out the play, and that's the first attacking set done from Rockhampton.
Yeah, Adelaide Syrup there. Probably just testing the defence out on the first set just to see what their policies are like. They looked a little bit clunky off that tap move there. I've got a feeling Coach Kurt Goodwin's probably missing a couple of good players through injury. from other sports. But he'll definitely have these girls up ready for this game anyway, as we've got a great little run down the sideline.
And she's, I
think she might be a line short.
Yeah.
The lines are so bad.
Have you had a look out there?
I just had a game on field 9, and even I couldn't tell what the difference. Out, but now the real hard work needs to get done, and that's get into the box.
Yeah, so Rockhampton come back the other way as they spread it through the hands. The shadows lengthening over time as...
It's a beautiful time of the day to play touch, but...
Yeah, it is. It's
cool.
Beautiful weather.
Still a bit of sun, but nice and cool. So that's 4. Lexi's probably gone one early here. Now she wants the 5th. She's quite quick on her feet, Lexi. And just doesn't quite get through from half there. But that's a good set when you've stopped 3 repeats and then you almost put it on the 7. That's what a coach wants to see from his side. So, and then you gain a changeover like that. So that's a good positive building block there for Kurt as he yells out to his daughter Lexi, just settle, just calm the nerves. They're not long halves.
No, that's right. You need to get off to a fast start. You can't give up too much of a lead, whether that's on the scoreboard or just in the general run of play, as Lexi Goodwood there, just holding the ball in one hand nonchalantly. Now it's Keely Griffith.
Don't want to waste these repeat sets against.
Back to Goodwin and trying to sneak over. The touch, will it count or not, Blake? No, it won't. Rockhampton take the lead.
I think there was some honesty there from the Toowoomba girl who thought she knew she'd missed. The ref was just wanting to make sure she asked everyone before pointing to the spot. So
Rockhampton get on the board inside the opening 5 minutes.
Just through a bit of patience there, like the coach pointing out. Just take your time, execute one play. That's all you need. You don't need to execute 5 plays. You just got to execute the one. Now try and turn around and put some pressure defensively on, so that Toowoomba have to think about chasing points now instead of getting one back nice and easy.
And so here come Toowoomba as they look to manipulate this Rockhampton defence. They've had a good couple of looks now on the line of Rockhampton as they roll out their line attack once more.
Brooke Davies in there again, defending in the middle very nicely.
And again, I think they're just getting mixed up with the 7, of course. They're heading back to those black lines. Hard for the players to see. And over it goes, over and out. So Toowoomba, they would want that one back. Just didn't quite fire in that set.
At the
It's
moment,
a tough one too.
Yeah, their attack at the moment seems to be running very short side, so they're running the Roosters or the Punishers, and they're just sort of going to the corner, which is probably working in Rocky's favour defensively. They love just making touches and pulling corner and shutting. So I'd like to see Toowoomba maybe go to a Rooster, but with the giving it to the wrapper and try and test the defence on that open side. As the subs come on there for Rocky with some really good running. 5th touch there. Lexi Goodwin picks up.
Goodwin.
And through from half. Needs to find someone. Her winger's just subbed off. Oh, and she's still not even in the in-goal yet either. Oh, man.
Yeah, well spotted from you, mate. And in the end, Toowoomba did well to recover there and make the touch.
Yeah, well, their winger subbed off, so she was still coming from the box. So she had only 5 players on the field to really work with. So, but again, a good set of 6, finishing it down on the 7, even though that could have been a try. That's a good building block still as they build a bit of pressure here in defence from Toowoomba's set. They're probably going to get a 5th touch, at halfway. As the referees probably call that 4. Oh, that wasn't even a touch, was it?
Yeah, they've definitely started the better
5.
Rockhampton. And as you said, this is the last. And Toowoomba will turn it over. And so Rocky get back on the attack. 1-0 the score. Lexi Goodwin, the try scorer. She's had her fingerprints all over this attack so far for Rockhampton. And unfortunately, the ball hits the deck there, so it just opens the door for Toowoomba, mate.
Yeah, just a little costly error there. Coach Kurt won't be particularly happy with that. He had a good midway of the field change over there. He would have really been looking forward to a touch or 2 on the line. Instead, now they're defending once again, but the Rocky girls will get into their shapes.
So, yes, Toowoomba on the hunt for their first try. Can they apply some pressure here on this Rockhampton line? This is the last. Numbers coming towards the left, and they keep the ball alive, and they're going to find the front door clear. However, it won't count, unfortunately, for Toowoomba. Mia Smith thought she was over.
But at least they showed an attacking shape that went back to the open side. So that tested Rocky's corner shut defence there, and they almost got through. So the coach should be liking that. He'll probably want to see that happen again. As they look to fly on here, they've created numbers. Brooke Davies is going to try and 2-on-1 here with the winger.
And the touch is made. That's a great recovery there from Amelia Kidd.
Bridie Somerville's quick. If she's anything like her brother Julio, she's fast.
And Toowoomba, they got the ball back here.
It's an unfortunate one there, but again, playing it down the right end of the field.
They've grown into this game slowly, Toowoomba, just turning the tide a little bit as they find some good meters here, and that's a strong subset as they're over halfway now. They've got Rockhampton backpedaling. A nice little pass. It's a delayed roll ball. Still touches to work with here, though, for Toowoomba as they find themselves on the last. And in the end, Rockhampton do well to pull up the play, but the penalty will go the way of Toowoomba.
I definitely feel like the game started with Toowoomba having a lot of momentum and Rocky just sort of waking up a little bit, and the game's probably gone towards Rocky's favour, and Toowoomba just that last set just put the foot down and really trying to take back this game, and obviously they're back on the 7-metre line with a repeat set again. So going short side, testing that corner defence. Great sliding cover touch there if she got there.
The referees will just have a chat, and
Keely
you're
Griffith
right. She made the touch.
She didn't get up overly enthusiastic, so but, again.
So Toowoomba on the attack. They're not far from a try, you wouldn't feel. They've threatened time and time again. This time the pass is extended to the wing, and there's not much doing there. Touches to work with, though, for Toowoomba. They just need to stay patient here. Rockhampton heading back towards their try line, trying to make it in time, and now it's cleared from the side, and it will go down as a Toowoomba try. 1-1 the score, mate.
I think
they level things up.
Yeah, I think the link missed that one, and the winger probably wasn't quite quick enough to shut there. So, yeah, definitely had a lot of repeat sets on the line as we watch the replay here now. Just a middle shape, but she just burns the inside midder, puts the link under pressure defensively. Yeah, look, ref was in a much better spot than we are, so he's made the call. Brings us back to 1-1 there, which I think is a fair dinkum scoreline at the moment for these two teams.
Yes, it's good, shaping up to be a great contest so far. And now Rockhampton with A few minutes left in this first half. Look to hit back and find the front again.
Watch number 6 here, Sally Busby and Lexi Goodwin. Look to try and get together here in the middle.
Goodwin drops it down, and there's players everywhere. The call will be...
Say touch pass, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Unless it's not just changeover. Ref's just making her mind up what the penalty is there, what the call is. It's a tap there, so I would have said half was caught. Late touch pass.
So Lexi Goodwin, the try scorer for Rockhampton, and Lucy Cameron, the try scorer for Toowoomba. 1-1 we are here in the 16 girls division.
C1 shape.
And this time it's Lexi Goodwin. Does she sneak under? She doesn't quite get there. So how did Rocky approach this one, mate?
Oh, well, they've thrown a few different options at the line at the moment, but I think it's definitely going to be these two middles who'll get together here. Little open side quickie. Good shutting there from the Toowoomba side. That's 5th and last now, so probably like to see them just kill it in the corner. Called offside, played through.
And
no,
they might get a bit lucky there. Toowoomba.
Oh, ref's come a long way back. They must be all offside because none of them were as far back as the referee was. So unfortunately, they didn't quite kill it in the corner the way they'd like to. But now they're again building that defensive pressure here. Bridie Somerville gets up there, makes a good touch there.
They've been strong coming out of their sub box too so far. Toowoomba. They look to gather a bit of momentum here. That time it's Mia Smith, then now breaking free. It's Toowoomba looking for support. They're coming, and the touch wasn't made. What an effort.
Lexi Goodwin.
What an effort.
Great half run there from Rosemary Wilson. Nothing much too on there. You could hear the coach in the box saying, "Fifth's coming, just pick up and go." And 25 metres off, and she did. Just put the head down, got through into the in goal, and again, Rocky are coming off their 7 now instead of coming off the 10-metre line.
Yep.
And struggling too, so legs are getting heavy. I'd say we're getting not too far off from half-time.
Yeah, so it's been a tight game so far. As you said, it's ebbed and flowed either way. Only 2 tries in it, and we have less than a minute remaining in the first 14 minutes. It's Rockhampton.
They just need to get down to the other end first. Don't worry too much about what they're going to do. Just get there first. Check inside if you need to. Keep rucking, keep moving. Now look to set up. Now you got there. Roll into the line. Brooke Davies wants the ball back.
This is the last.
Oh, she's through. Run, Adelaide. Winger, get outside. Oh, Winger's cutting in. All that pasturage out there, and you decide to cut back.
So Rockhampton had an opportunity there to extend their dominance in this match. There's Toowoomba. Come towards this sub-box side. Not long remaining now. This hasn't been one of their better sets. Rockhampton's defence well and truly in tune at the moment. And they're going to have to turn the ball over on halfway, but the buzzer sounds in the background. Rockhampton 1, Toowoomba 1. We'll take a break here at halftime in the under-16 girls before returning for the second half live on Field 1 in Rockhampton.
Great to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the sport, and to be able to network, to look at current trends and new ways to push the game forward in our communities. It was really great to hear our opening QTF chairperson, just to think about some conversations I've had and how we can grow our sport back in our region. Coming from Townsville, I'm looking forward to going back and having some more conversations and seeing what change we can and growth we can have in that area.
Thank you for your attention and company throughout day 1 here at the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. I'm joined by Blake Hornbrook, mate. Round 2 up here in Rocky. How's your day 1 been?
Day 1's had all 3 seasons. It was a bit cold, it was a bit wet. Now it was sunny, and the cloud cover's just coming out over this glorious-looking field 1. So no, round 2 up in Rocky, I think, is a much improved round 2 than the first year. They've definitely taken on the feedback, and it's a much better carnival come day 1. So I'm really looking forward to what these next 2 days brings.
And your role with Bundaberg, mate, what's that capacity at?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm coaching 14 boys officially with 3 other great support staff that allow me the flexibility to probably help coach the 16 boys and the 12 boys, sort of mentor coach the coaches a little bit this year. The girls and the boys program, we try to sort of move in a bit of a direction of some coaches overseeing coaches instead of just everyone sort of blazing their own trails. So it's been really positive and beneficial to some of the groups. Yep. Others are probably still just finding out and figuring out what it's like to learn from someone else on how to coach. Mm-hmm. But it's been great. We've got 11 teams here this year, 18 girls this year, 4 12s, so development division as well as the top division. So, and we're doing really good. Our 16 boys, I think, are through to the championship round in the 16 boys division. Our 16 girls are hoping to get through to the championship as well. My 14 boys had a tough win against Palm Beach B team, but we'll take that and we'll move into the Gold Coast game next. And I think all of the younger teams are all done for the day already. So my kids were here for the first game, and my kids will still be here for the last game.
One, mate.
So the joys.
Yeah, as you mentioned, mate, hats off to the QTF staff for putting this show together. It's one hell of an effort from them, and we're the ones that get to reap the rewards and enjoy the days ahead. So Rockhampton pushing the pass, and 6 more touches waved on. That was fancy to watch.
Yeah, it's a lovely little sweeper setup. I know Kurt runs this play a lot with his girls. They run that sweeper setup, and instead of taking the touch, they just check it off to the sweeper. And it's a great play if you've got a middle who's going up, just to make the touch and doesn't realise that there's a bit of a second play option happening. So, fortunately for Toowoomba, winger got her hand in the way. As we look to see a rooster set up here from Rocky.
And I think they're over. So, yeah, Rockhampton early on in this second half find the stripe, and they hit the front once more.
Yeah, Brooke Davies, just a lovely dive there off that rooster setup. As we watch the replay here, she's nice and close to the ruck. Went at the offside middle and probably caught the other middle just a little bit flat-footed on the line.
So, as you mentioned, it's been a busy day for the 16 girls. They had 40 minutes between round 2 and this match to recover and then prepare. So, thank goodness the heat's turned down a little bit and the shade's starting to cover field 1 here. But Rockhampton were the winners in the 2024 edition of the 16 girls back in Redlands. They overcame the Gold Coast 2-1. And this time round, it'll be these 2 sides looking to go a little better. So Toowoomba down on the 7. Go towards the left-hand side, and then the play runs its course. Rockhampton will have the ball back.
Yeah, it was a good variation there. I don't think we saw a sweeper in the first half, and definitely not a sweeper antes or whatever you want to call it when the half picks up and runs the other way, a minus. But it's a good option because, like we spoke about, Rocky love just corner shutting. So if your first thought is to actually run back to the open side where the defence probably is coming from instead of where they're going to, they almost created a bit of an overlap. So Rocky have done well to get all the way down to the 7 there with Adelaide and Brooke in the middle. That's touch 4 there, so Brooke's going to want to look to get the ball back or pick up from half here. Oh no, it was 5th.
And it will be a turnover. And just had to ask you that 40-minute gap in between game times. How difficult can that be to get the players' minds off what was and turn it to what will be, or if at all?
It's a blessing sometimes, I think, for teams that really want to stay on.
Yep.
If you had a really good game and you've only got 40 minutes between the next one, you sort of don't have time to really switch off. And if you've had a positive game, you want to just keep playing.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a bit harder for the sides that probably have a few things that they'd like to work on or forget about because you're back on the paddock very, very quickly. It's first game, first day, so I don't think attrition or fatigue is a real factor. Obviously the girls didn't start till later in the day, so you'd like to hope they kept their fluids up and they're well hydrated. But sometimes it's nice, sometimes it's not.
Yes, and we just see a Toowoomba member down on the field at the moment. Hopefully all is okay. We can't quite catch who it is, unfortunately, but she is receiving some support as we speak.
I don't want to speculate, but she's holding her shoulder and her arm hasn't moved. So we may...
It's a great sportsmanship to see some Rocky official head over, and we've got the medic coming out now. It's hopefully she can get back to her feet. And this isn't too serious, of course. Only day one up here in Rockhampton, and injuries are a part of the game, but you hope to avoid them as much as possible, especially early on in a tournament like this one.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want an injury at any time, but game one or game two of an 8 or 9 game carnival is not the best time. So as we can see across the other side of the box, there's a knee brace heavily on with a Rocky girl. I know in our Bundaberg camp, unfortunately, we had a broken foot in the Queensland Carnival. We had a recent ACL injury in a rugby league game. Injuries are never good. But the amount of sport these kids are playing, it's phenomenal that we probably only have as fewer injuries as we have.
Yeah, that's a great point you make, and it's Zoe Sayeg who is back to her feet, which is the most important thing, and she's should be well taken care of over there. So we hope she's all good and wish her all the best. Hopefully she can return in this match ideally, but if not, back tomorrow in day 2 here in Rockhampton. And so Toowoomba will have the ball back as they are still in this game well and truly. 2-1 the scoreline, and we've had 6 minutes gone in this second half rather. So plenty to play for here on field 1 as we round out day 1. This is the last touch. They're just a little all over the shop at the moment, Toowoomba, and they'll kill the ball on this far side of the field and make Rockhampton work it back towards the right-hand edge.
Yeah, that injury stoppage probably didn't help the Toowoomba girls. There's probably a bit of downtime and a little bit of a reshuffle of the player personnel. And being down by 1, they've really got to make sure they kick into gear and try and bring their team home strong here, because Rocky really all they need to do is just complete their sets, which unfortunately did not do very well there. Alexi was facing the sideline as per the referee's instructions. So, yeah, up by 1 in a round 2 or 3 game, you just want to complete your sets and keep Toowoomba out, really. Yep. You don't need to go and win the game. You're already in front here. So, where Toowoomba really got to make sure they keep beautiful drive there. Rosemary Wilson really got to make sure they take it to Rocky here and put the pressure back on them.
Yeah, and they get a penalty to go with that run too, do Toowoomba. So away they go, jumping down on the 10, and they'll have a good look at Rocky's line, you'd think, from where they started this set. They look to spread it wide as Rockhampton come up to meet them. Touch is made. As they're looking to push the ball around here, Toowoomba. Great conditions to do so. And now that will be the last. So they'll walk back to the 7. Rockhampton have their line set. In the end, it will be Addison Jackson from half, and then the ball hits the deck. So Rockhampton survive. 3 tries in this one.
Probably just weren't direct enough there, Toowoomba, having had that tap off, 10 metres on their side of halfway. They went a little bit too lateral. Didn't quite get to the 7 for enough touches in that set of 6 as Rocky fly on and around the outside. It's a beautiful drive there from the Rockhampton girl. As Lucy and Brooke look to get together, this is 5th now, so really like to just kill it somewhere and defend.
Well, they keep the ball alive. And Toowoomba end up back with it. And just an update on Zoe. She's back in the sub box, so back and moving, which is good news for her and Toowoomba as a whole, as they look to finish off this game with a bit of momentum, as we have 9 minutes gone. So we're counting down towards full time here. 2-1 the score in favour of Rockhampton. The ball hits the deck. A penalty going the way of Rockhampton. How do they approach this set, mate? Like you said, they do have the lead, 2 tries to 1, but they are starting in good field position here.
Yeah, good field position just means that you get to the 7 and you dictate the 7. And teams like Toowoomba, who are probably under a bit of pressure to try and get the ball back, can tend to give away a couple penalties, dropping early or a hard touch or whatnot. So just being at the 7 can really dictate the terms. Oh, that's a great intercept there. Well done. Number 7, Amelia Kidd. Yeah. Beautiful bit of instinct there.
And they just need that at the moment, Toowoomba, a bit of rub of the green just to get momentum back in on their side as they're over halfway. They pick up and go once more on the 10. They're moving down the field nicely. Rockhampton backpedaling at the moment. This is the last, so they're going to strike away, and 6 more touches waved on. I mean, Lexi Goodwin did well to stop the pass, but she does hand Toowoomba 6 more touches.
Yeah, she certainly does, and that's off the back, like we said, of Amelia Kidd, just getting in a passing lane, taking an intercept, then taking the ball direct. They didn't come to the box. They just went, no, we haven't got enough time here, girls. We need to get down the other end, and we need to get a score.
So
some of these teams, a draw is just as good as a win. A for and against is on your side. This draw, difference to a loss, could mean the difference to them going through or not.
So Toowoomba parked up on the 7.
Setting up for that rooster shape.
Take it towards this right-hand edge, and it's well read by Lexi Goodwin, but she does give away the penalty.
You can see they're looking for that wrapper now, and that's definitely the play, I think. Going for the quickie, and they're shutting. Oh.
And they've just passed the ball straight back to Rockhampton. Well, that was a golden chance. They might not get many more of them, as we've only got a few minutes remaining in this contest.
Just got to complete here now, Rocky. They just got to play smart footy, 80% footy, nothing too risky. Just get down the other end of the field. And it's touch 4.
Said, just complete this set, mate, as they just extend the pass, and it opens the door for Toowoomba.
Certainly does. It's not where you want to hand the ball back over on their side of halfway, because hopefully within a couple of touches they're going to be on that 7 and testing that line.
They get some fresh legs on to Toowoomba.
Rosemary Wilson comes on there, number 6. Number 3, Addison Jackson. We've called her name a couple of times today, so look for those 2. There's those 2 already linking up. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, the ball just hits the deck, so attention will turn to Toowoomba's defence, as Rockhampton will be bringing out from their own end, right on the sub-box side, so that helps them a little bit. And there's good meters there to be made. That's quite a smooth transition here from Rockhampton.
Much better set there. That's only touch 3. Still just need to go direct. Pop-out play.
Here is Goodwin, has the numbers, but the touch was made, and it was a fantastic effort from the try scorer, Lucy Cameron.
So 5th touch is coming here. Lexi just needs to pick up from half and pin the ears, run to the corner.
This is the last.
Yep, kill it in the corner. It's already 5th. Get rid of it.
They might have missed the count there, you think?
I definitely think they missed the count there.
And so, mate, we have about a minute left, and Toowoomba come up with an error. That's going to hurt. Rockhampton could close the game out here.
Yeah, Lexi knows how much time's left. She's already winding it down, taking her time.
They shift it towards the right, as you said, the ball lands in the hands of Lexi Goodwin. She has 1 try to her name. Brooke Davies, the other try scorer, and the difference so far for Rockhampton.
Yeah, they just want to be smart here. Just relax. No high-risk plays.
So roughly 30 seconds remain. Rockhampton walking towards the 7 now. This is the last.
Adelaide Syrup
They break through half looking for support. They find it. And that will seal the deal for Rockhampton. They cross for their 3rd try, and they've just been a little too strong this afternoon, Blake.
Just a little bit more clinical on their line, obviously, with the 3 tries now. But they have probably, Toowoomba, to be fair, had, as we hear the full-time siren, Toowoomba had way more attack and just probably didn't execute. And Rocky took their chances, and that's why they've won.
So Rockhampton come away with the victory, 3 tries to 1. Thank you for joining us here on day 1. We will wrap up the coverage with Pinky on the sideline, thanks to Guzmani Gomez. And don't forget to join us back here on YouTube on day 2 of the 2025 Rockhampton Junior State Cup. We'll see you then.
Next round of games is set to commence.
the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Come and witness the best touch footballs in Queensland and experience everything the event has to offer. Make sure you put the Queensland State Cup on your calendar and we'll see you here.
Naimba to Darumble Country, Rockhampton, the beef capital of Australia, where wild meets whimsical, nature whispers, history talks, and flavours tell stories. Whisper secrets to meerkats, race otters, play hide and seek with the chimps. It's a walk in the park and a dance with nature at Rockhampton Zoo and Botanical.
It's the last interview on the live stream for day one at the Junior State Cup, fueled by Guzmani Gomez. That was the last game on live stream. Congrats to Rocky under-16 girls who beat Toowoomba 2-1. They join us right now. How do you feel, girls? Well done. And Lilla, let us know, what were your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, that game was a really good game. That was our last game for the day. We've had 3 games. The girls are pretty buggered at the moment, but they pushed through that game and got the win in the end, which was really good.
Perfect word to use there. Bit buggered at the moment. A brilliant day. It has been the first day of the great sport that is touch footy. We've had rain. We've had plenty of sunshine as well. And I dare say some inspiration after Queensland took the win at the NRL State of Origin last night. Plenty of former legends have come through as well, and they are busily mentoring the next generation here. And we look forward to doing it all again tomorrow. Live stream will kick off from 9:15 for day 2. And that's it from the Junior State Cup. And have a great night of recovery. Catch you later. Well done.
Come on, leave the hounds alone. You two rebels.